Hello everyone and welcome here to HCS once again. It is time for our kickoff qualifier here for ANZ where we get to crown a champion and send them all the way to the major. My name is Fluke and I'm going to be the host for this evening. I'm super excited to bring you some of the best Halo ANZ has to offer. The previous two qualifiers that we've shown you guys has proven that the old guard still have what it takes to be able to take out a lot of these qualifiers, and we've still even been able to find a few of those up-and-coming challengers as well who are nipping at the heels of that top two. But ladies and gentlemen, before I start to kick off the festivities, I'd like to welcome my two lovely gentlemen by my side for today. It's going to be Hoots as well as SSJ4. Hoots, lads, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good, Luke. I'm excited to be here. The last 2 weeks have been great to get a sense of what's happening in the Halo scene here in Australia, but this is the real one. This is where after tomorrow we'll be able to say exactly who the three teams are that are heading to Raleigh, all expenses paid. The stakes couldn't be higher and I can't wait to see what happens.
Exactly. It's a good time for us to be able to start to crown our top three in the region. But SSJ4, how you doing as well, mate?
Mate, I'm feeling good. Look, I worked all day, but I'm just as pumped as the players and I'm ready for a full night of Halo. Life could not be any better.
Yeah, I know. It's a pretty sweet night for us to start to vibe out to some ANZ Halo. But, lads, let's start to talk about the roadmap. 343 did drop this on us a little bit earlier on a few weeks ago, and it just shows how much Halo we have ahead of us. And Hoots, this is such an amazing roadmap for these players and for us as well to look forward to everything that's in the calendar.
Yeah, 343 dropped it like a bomb on us, and if you look at it, we've only really eked out a little slice of this roadmap here. There's still so much to go, and there's that big one there. Raleigh's sitting there in December, only a couple of weeks away, but cast your eyes a bit further to the right near the top there and you've got HCS Regional in Melbourne, a major in Melbourne, LAN. It's been a long time since we've had LANs because of COVID. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's super exciting for us to have the boys there on LAN and see if they can frag up a storm as well. But SSJ4, Melbourne is going to be such an exciting event for us to build up towards. And we've got so many events spattered throughout the year of 2022 as well for us to enjoy as well.
Yeah, and what's really interesting, our sightlines all the way to September is that the teams and the makeups now, it's going to be a very different game by then. It's going to be almost a year old at that point. And the meta and how the game is played and the pacing and, even things like the jumps, like what are the tricky little jumps that people have been able to cook up in that time. And we get to Melbourne and we're just going to have this really matured game, and I can't wait to get there because it's just going to be next level Halo at that point. But, that's the future we're for here and now.
Yeah, exactly. And, speaking of the future, we also have to touch on the past as well, lads. Our last qualifier was an absolutely insane grand final for us to enjoy. And we finally got 5 maps between Divine Mind as well as NutriBullet. I was so happy that we got to see so much Halo between these teams and so close between our top two as well.
Oh my God, yeah, it finally happened. We were thankful as well. Justin and I have cast nothing but 2-0 sweeps the last 2 weekends. So to get a 5-game series, especially in the last series of the tournament on Sunday, was fantastic. And look, we went in and I think we both made predictions at the start of that series that maybe Divine Mind might take a game off NutriBullet. They didn't take one, they ended up taking 2, and unfortunately the 5th game was a bit of a blowout on Street Slayer. But it was great to be able to see that there is competition in the scene. We're not going to have potentially one team just dominate and it's a foregone conclusion. So 5-game series, I love them and I can't wait to see more of them.
Yeah, especially with the fact that we've got 3 slots open up for the Raleigh Major as well. So that means, if we have a very strong upper echelon, as soon as those boys start to go overseas, that's when it starts getting important. But SSJ4, it's just so good to be able to see the high level of Halo that these two can bring and continue to grow and learn for everybody else as well.
Yeah, and you know what? It's because it's still so early, it's kind of hard to know what teams are really going to start coming out on top. We saw Direwolves, they went from 8th to 3rd. Like, that's a monstrous effort. And then NutriBullet, they were just, dumpstering everyone. And then there was Divine Mind, pushing them all the way to a game 5. And there's plenty of talent in the scene. They're not all just on the NutriBullet roster. So it's really good to see that Divine Mind, they were stepping up to the plate and taking some games off them. And now that we know that NutriBullet can bleed, it's going to make the next couple of nights really interesting.
Yeah, you touched on the fact, NutriBullet roster, Divine Mind roster as well. We've had some spicy things have been floating around SSJ4 because obviously, NutriBullet and Divine Mind, they've decided to amalgamate a few of their rosters together here at NutriBullet. They're going to come in with some fresh hot fire here for this kickoff qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what we see here is that we've had Pips move over to NutriBullet. And Luke, when we were watching this tournament on Sunday, I was saying on the cast that Pips seems to be the big one on the Divine Mind squad who was making all the plays. So to have him shift over and join NutriBullet makes them a very strong team. But the other question from NutriBullet is what's happened to Seduce? We thought on the tournament on the weekend, he obviously didn't play in that one either, but we thought Flex Range was just a temporary fill-in. So to have him completely now not here at all and Pips in his place, that's another big question mark.
Yeah, exactly, and it's exciting to see how they're going to be able to bring in Pips into this roster as well, because as you did say, he is such a big part of Divine Minds, and now coming into NutriBullet, it's about how he's going to fit into this squad and how he's going to help them try and get to a championship. But SSJ4, now let's start getting ourselves through Divine Mind, because obviously losing Pips, they're going to have to fill that slot somehow.
Yeah, I had a lot to think about this little team change, and it might be a bit controversial, but a lot of these guys play at a very similar skill level, and although Pips did really well in the last tournament, I don't necessarily think that he's head and shoulders above the rest of the guys in the Divine Mind roster. And my personal opinion, it is all about the chemistry. And is that going to be a shake-up? Like NutriBullet, they acquired Pips. Is that going to be the right move? Did they have more chemistry with Flex Range? And, does the new player have, Slays, Rated, Junior, and Berserk? Is that the secret sauce that they've just cooked up in the lab? The perfect chemistry that they need to take down NutriBullet? It could be. So these guys are pretty interchangeable, and it's just about who gels together. Yeah.
And I think that's super exciting for us to talk about, is about, the story across this kickoff qualifier, is the fact that these two teams, they're in the running for, potentially to be the guys who go all the way to Raleigh, and it's all about how they can get this qualifier and tighten some of those screws and get into a really good spot. But this is what our format is going to be like here. The winning team from this qualifier will go directly to pool play at Raleigh.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we also see that point below. It's the next two teams on the highest points at the end of tomorrow night also go to Raleigh. They don't just go to Raleigh. They go to Raleigh with flights and a comm all covered. So they're heading there for free overseas, something that a lot of us Australians haven't been able to do for the last 2 years. But one interesting point as well, Luke, is at the bottom there, the teams cannot change their roster before Raleigh. So the teams that are playing in this tournament today and tomorrow, that's the exact lineup they have to go with to Raleigh in a few weeks' time. And so we've seen, even as an example with Divine Mind Junior, who we thought wasn't probably going to commit to Raleigh, he's on that Divine Mind roster. So they do finish in the top two or three positions, which we think they will. Junior has to go to Raleigh if Divine Mind want to compete. It's something we didn't think we'd see, and we're going to have a chat with him if possible to see what his mindset is.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear from the Divine Mind boys about where they are standing here after that roster shuffle as well. But we've been hearing this word Raleigh quite a lot here. It is the major, and we're going to be talking about it quite a lot across these next 2 days. Let's go figure out what it's all about. Yeah, that juicy major in December. It's going to be exciting for us to see some of the ANZ boys out there and flexing their stuff. And SSJ4, we get to send 3 teams over there as well. And I think that's the amazing part for our region.
That's absolutely massive. Like, you need to get the maxi cab to take everybody to the airport to send them over. And something that hasn't really been touched on is that one of those teams goes straight into pool play, but the other 2 teams start in the open bracket. And, in my opinion, if I was going over there to get experience and, rub shoulders with all the NA guys, I want to play as much Halo as possible. And I'd want to be in that open bracket, slogging my way through and making to that pool play. Because by the time you get to the end, you're just going to be this LAN veteran monster. And, whoever comes out and gets directly into pool play, potentially they could be at a disadvantage of the against the other two teams that have to fight it out through the open bracket.
Yeah, it's kind of two sides of the same coin, right? A lot of people do touch on, is it better for you to be playing more of Halo, or do you feel like it's better for you to be a little bit deeper on in the tournament? But we said that there's going to be 3 teams that are going to be going all the way there, Hoots. You know, we've already touched on the fact that Nutribullet and Divine Mind have been looking head and shoulders above a lot of these teams so far, but there still is such a fight for third. And I think a team that I'd really like to highlight is BBR. I think these guys can really get it done. They've been consistent across these open qualifiers, and all it takes is them to have a really good shot here in the kickoff qualifier.
Yeah, we look at this BBR team and there's just, you know, if you've been around the Halo scene in Australia and New Zealand for a while, then you recognise a lot of these names. And the one that stands out the most is Ads. You know, ever since I started playing back in the Halo 2 days, he was a name that everyone knew of. And I don't like blowing too much smoke up him, but it's true. And so he's represented Australia internationally at the World Cyber Games back in, I think, 2008 or 9 it was. And performed really well there. He's also competed internationally just on various teams, so he's got a ton of experience, and I think he's such a competitor that deep down, if he saw some Aussie teams over there at the first major for Infinite, if he wasn't there, that'd really sting him. So look, Ads is definitely one to watch, and they've been slowly improving over the last 2 weekends that we've seen. I think we had them on our stream in the first kickoff qualifier, and probably didn't perform to the level we thought they would, especially Ads. But, you know, he's really starting to lift, and their team's slowly improving. And look, they're right in the mix for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see if the old heads are able to keep it calm, especially in such a high stakes qualifier that we've got here in the kickoff. And it's going to be exciting for us to see if they can start to fend off some of these other players, Justin, because we've got R-Rated, a team that has been super exciting for us across this open qualifier because they've got some good names across it, and they've certainly got a lot of upset potential, right?
Yeah, not to be confused with the player rated. Plenty of monstrous players on that lineup, and you know, opportunity to plug my boy Lunchy here that I worked with at Halo Australia. He took a hiatus from competing for a few years to concentrate on running tournaments for our region, and I think people have kind of forgotten that Lunchy's a beast. And the fact that now he's concentrating on the competing side for Infinite, I think he's the wild card that we need to watch out for, because he's going to catch a lot of players off guard, because he's taking competing seriously again. He's not running brackets, he's running scrims.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always good to see these community members. You know, obviously you and Lunchy have been kind of holding Halo Australia together for the longest time, really starting to nurture it and keep this really core community together. And now it's good to see that Lunchy's been able to perform on the stage so far and, you know, have a shot for this Raleigh qualifier, Justin. And I'm excited to see if these boys can make it, you know, work today in this kickoff qualifier.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I think that there's plenty of talent and experience for these boys to go all the way, but that 3rd spot on the podium, it is going to be a hard-fought battle. There is probably 3 different teams that I would put on an equal playing field that are all going to be slogging it out, and we saw Direwolves, as we mentioned before, go from 8th to 3rd, and that Direwolves roster, that is almost a full lineup of Exile 5 from years ago, and they were winning tournaments as a group. So the fact that that 3rd place is there, you got to watch out for Direwolves. If they can get things going to the level of Halo that we've seen them perform before, then the other teams better watch out. But that 3rd spot is absolutely up for grabs.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see if the Direwolves can continue their run so far, because Hoots, you know, they came in 3rd in that 2nd open qualifier, and if, you know, recent results or anything they go by, then it feels like they're in really good form to take out this kickoff qualifier, at least in a good spot to get a whole lot of points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 8th to 3rd, that's nothing to turn your nose at. And Justin said it perfectly. You know, there's a lot of experience on this team. We've got Bald, Zirkle, and Vamp, the 3 boys from New Zealand, and then Dino there as well. You know, spare a thought for Bald, Zirkle, and Vamp. They're going to be up pretty late tonight competing because we think they'll go pretty far in this bracket. But with that New Zealand time zone, that could be a factor. Who knows? But, you know, as Justin said, there's a lot of experience on this team here, so don't be surprised that, you know, that jump from 8th to 3rd, that wasn't a fluke. You know, this is a team with a lot of Halo experience, just taking their time to learn the game. We did see probably a bit of a skill gap between the 2nd place Divine Mind and Direwolves when they did fight it out last weekend. There was a bit of a stomping in Divine Mind's way, but look, I think there's still plenty of chance for them to pick up that 3rd spot, and that's going to be that really coveted spot there. You know, I think we're of the assumption that Nutribullet and Divine Mind are probably going to take those 2, and a lot of that has to do with the current point standings they're on. but it's that third place spot that's really going to be the thing to focus on over the next 2 nights.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big story for us across these next 2 nights, Justin, because these points in this third slot are so tight that all it takes is one team to kind of crumble in this double elimination bracket and another team to make a miracle run. Obviously this kickoff qualifier is going to be a double elimination bracket, so there is a few, hiccups you can take along the way, but you still need to make sure that you're performing at the right moment, especially under big pressure in this kickoff qualifier.
Yeah, those points, they're so tight. I can think of an example of one roster before the Sydney Worlds qualifier. The Osprey lineup, one of the players went to Europe and he missed 1 cup, and that was the difference between seeding 5th and seeding 4th. And that just completely changes your bracket. And if you're trying to make it all the way to the end and get as many points as possible, 100 points here and there really does matter when all of these, spots at 3 to 5th is really, really tight. So it's interesting to see all of these lineups form. And now that they're locked, it's all about performing. And we do have the double elimination bracket, thankfully, which means that if you do, you do stumble, you can pick yourself back up and get back on that horse, eat the horse and make your way through the bracket.
Yeah, Luke, if I can maybe just jump in. I mean, I was doing a bit of points calculations beforehand, before we started, and, this is very rough, but just having a look at what I've got on my screen here, we've got Direwolves on about 8,640 points. They're currently in 3rd. Only 140 points behind them is R-rated on 8,400. So that is a gap that is, 1 place difference will make the difference between that. If they can, just one-up each other, if R-rated can finish slightly above, then they can clinch that 3rd place. That being said, BBR is also in contention, only a few hundred points behind them. So it is so close for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, exactly, and especially because each player gets these points as well, so there's quite a lot of points that are on offer for a lot of these teams, right, Justin? We've even got a team like Nebula who's starting to float around in that 6th spot. They're going to have a pretty big kickoff qualifier here to make sure they can get themselves into that 3rd slot. Might be a little bit of a tree too far, but, BBR, R-rated, and Direwolves, all it takes is one of those guys, maybe fall down to, a little bit earlier on here in the bracket, and then they're going to have to make that, that elimination run all the way down the bottom and see if they can get all the way to the top, because, as Hoots did say, all it takes is one placing, and then it's, either team's going to be going to Raleigh.
Yeah, you never know who you're going to meet up in the bracket, and sometimes you get a little bit unlucky and you meet one of those top teams and they knock you down into the elimination bracket straight away, and then you've got this long, hard fight to stay in the running. So, we might even see teams getting a little bit upset about their brackets and, that kind of thing, because it's getting really close. But, I mean, if that's the hand that they're dealt, they've got to prove that they've got it. This 3rd slot, that's, nothing to sniff at. They need to prove that they deserve that spot no matter where they land on the bracket, and that's what I'm interested to see. We're on a Wednesday night here. There's players, maybe they've been at work all day, maybe they're a bit tired, and we're really going to see which players and which teams have the right stuff to make it all the way.
Yeah, exactly. You got to perform when it really counts, and especially if you're going to the major as well, you're going to have to stack up against some pretty hard opponents. So if you can't get through these guys here, then maybe Raleigh might be a little bit too far for some of these guys, but it still is going to be a very tough fight.
Tough love.
You got to beat the best to be the best, is like I always say. But what everyone else wants to be is the best, right? And to be the best, you have to be a part of the Croc Gang, lads. Obviously everybody here in ANZ really wants to start repping it and making sure that we are showing love to everybody here in ANZ, and you guys can get the bundle in the game as well. Make sure you do get it in. You can even support the other regions as well. EU, Latin America, as well as the North American bundles that are floating around is there. Our one looks absolutely gnarly with the Croc on the front, and Hoots, man, like all these bundles look absolutely sick.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to be a bit hometown biased here, obviously, but I think just look at those nameplates. We're the only one with our actual country on it. We've got Australia and New Zealand there, so, representing as much as anyone else. I've bought it, obviously. I've got the Croc Gang on the sniper rifle. To be honest, I can only really hold the sniper rifle for about 5 seconds before it gets taken off me, but for those 5 seconds when I can see it, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, that's why I'm hashtag keyboard and mouse gang as well. So we can, just be like, hey guys, I'm the keyboard guy, so maybe I should get the sniper, those sick flicks. I just want to make a montage. Justin, at the end of the day, that's all I'm about. I'm about that Twitter clout. I got to make sure I get those montages out and make sure I look sick while repping the Croc Gang.
Mate, if you want Twitter clout, nothing gets more impressions than the old controller versus keyboard debate. It's absolutely unreal. You probably already set them off in the comments, so they're probably at each other like rabid dogs. I'm sure that they are. So I'll have a good laugh about that later when I rewatch the broadcast. But that ANZ skin, as as my old mate Steve Irwin would say, Crocs rule and that skin bites.
Yeah, that is an absolutely gnarly skin. And, I thought I'd come over here, my first broadcast in HCS. I'd start to throw out the controller versus keyboard mouse conversation. I'm sure Twitch chat has already been, the chat's already been talking about it for the last 10, 15 minutes. Exactly. That's all they've been talking about. And I think that might be an interesting story for us to tell, especially across a lot of these open qualifiers, Hoots, is the fact that, maybe as we start getting a little bit deeper, as we start heading towards that Melbourne LAN, next year, maybe we see some more keyboard and mouse players start to rise up through the ranks.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen on Twitter even a fair few people who are competing. You do start to see that they're looking for keyboard and mouse players. Some people advertise themselves as keyboard and mouse players. So, it's something that's different, and we haven't really seen. I think we've still seen the favoritism towards controller, but will that change over the next couple of weeks or months? Sorry, that's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a nice development across Halo Infinite, is about whether or not we're going to be seeing players not necessarily make the switch, but more about, some of these keyboard and mouse players switching over from other esports, really coming into Halo and showing what they got. But lads, it is time for us to start getting into our first series of today. We've got United Gaming taking on Apes. This is going to be a sick one for us to jump into, because obviously it's nice for us to cover these teams that we haven't covered before on the broadcast, Justin, because we get to see some of these players flex their muscles.
Yeah, I love seeing the early brackets. I mean, we go on about all these top guys, but sometimes the best games, the scrappy ones, the exciting ones, are lower in the bracket with these less experienced teams. And we have Tatters, Millies, NZ Stacker, and Tempest on this squad. So I can't wait to see what they do. Not too familiar with these names, so new faces to the scene, which is absolutely fantastic. We're getting so many teams in these tournaments, and I'm stoked for that, and seeing fresh faces that I haven't seen before. And I've casted basically every Halo tournament in ANZ the last 3 years, so if I don't know who they are, it is fantastic to have them on board.
Yeah, exactly. This United Gaming squad may have some big flexes here, and maybe we can highlight them here on the stage. But let's go and have a look at Apes Hoots as well. These are the guys who are going to be facing them on the other side of the server today. Does anybody stand out to you?
No, again, new names for all of us. We've got Isaiah, Akuva, Carnivore, and a Payip. I'm going to try and pronounce that.
I think that's one of the grunts from
it might
campaign.
Be.
Yeah.
But Justin's right. Like, of all the Halo tournaments I've casted back in the day, it was the best matches were always the ones that were the newer teams, the lowly ranked teams where they haven't had a huge amount of time together potentially, or they just haven't had as much exposure. But it's great with the tournament like this, and now the means we have to be able to live stream to thousands of people at home, that we can just give everyday players exposure that we don't normally get to do. So that's one of the beauties of this tournament, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to casting some teams that we're not too familiar with.
Yeah, especially if we find some diamonds in the rough, right, Justin? I think that's the beautiful part about these open qualifiers, is sometimes you just get a team or a few players that pop off on stream here, and then who knows, somewhere down the track, some of these bigger teams might pick them up, and then we found a superstar.
Yeah, and I know, when I used to compete, I wasn't a high-end player. I was at the bottom of that seeding, and even if I got on stream for something, doesn't matter if I was getting slapped around by immunity, I just had the best time, and I'd go back and I'd be like, hey, look at this sick double kill, and that might be the only good thing that I did during that series. But for these lower-end teams, getting onto the stream, having some people cast behind them, maybe they weave that into a montage they've been, making and collecting clips for. So it's a big thing for them, and I love seeing how scrappy all of these guys are, and it's unpredictable too. You look at NutriBullet, and you can kind of understand that these guys are the favorites. They're the monsters. More than likely, they're going to take it out. But unknown teams, unknown players, you don't know what to expect. So I expect to be speechless through the next few series.
Yeah, I think, once we start jumping into the server, Hoots, I think that's a good thing for us to touch on is, we may be seeing some insane stuff. And who knows, we might even find some new things that we haven't seen so far on the stream. Maybe some nice little jumps, some nice little plays, some small little crevices, or even just a sick little sightline. Like, you never know with these players as they come in. And I think that's the exciting part about covering teams like United Gaming as well as Ape Series, because these players are going to be brand new. It's going to be fun for them. It's going to be fun for us. And I think it's going to be fun for everyone at home as well.
Yeah, and don't underestimate, as Justin said, like what exposure for some of these guys can do for their careers. I mean, you can just look at the streaming community in general, and some of the top streamers who've come out of nowhere in the last couple of years, all because they randomly got their one shot where they might have matched up with another popular streamer and got exposure and became a decent player and built a following, things like that. So things like this can really just draw people in, keep them engaged, and shine some light on some players that we never heard of before.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to jump into the server, but let's have a look at the maps that we're going to be playing here for this series and see what is going to be going on between Unite Gaming versus AIDS. Up first, we're going to have Oddball on Streets, and we're going to have Slayer on Aquarius, Strongholds on Recharge as well. And Justin, I am a man with a soft spot for Streets.
Yeah, me too. I just think it's gorgeous. Like, I wish that was a street in Melbourne so I could go have a few beers for the boys. It's just awesome, and the ambience when you're in that map walking around, it's lovely. But I also think that it plays really well too. I like the different sight lines that you can get, and you know the corners are really tight, but you find yourself in the right spot. You can look over and respond to call-outs for your teammates and put, you know, you're not getting kills across map, but you're putting damage across map, and that's what separates a lot of the top teams from the lower level teams. Is they're putting down damage on the map no matter what. They're just like, there's a player, and they're just moving around like a turret. So, you know, soft spots for Streets as well for me, Fluke.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting for us to touch on the fact that a Slayer map is going to be the middle one here, Hoots, because, you know, especially with these unknown teams, I feel like Slayer is a kind of great equalizer, right? Like, if you just have that one guy who is absolutely popping off, you can push yourself all the way to a third map, and I think that's going to be, you know, a nice little equalizer for whoever who doesn't come away with that first map.
Yeah, I just got to say quickly, Justin, the only thing Streets has in common with Melbourne is that the train station's closed and the trains never run. But yeah, Slayer on Aquarius, I can't wait to see it. You know, we have that big open area at the top where we've got the overshield or the camo, the power-up, sorry. And so that's just always really interesting to see the teams and the mad rush for those power-ups at the start. And with these, you know, the established teams we normally watch, they have very distinct setups with how they go about it, but I'm expecting a bare-knuckle brawl for that power-up at the very start of this game.
Yeah, I was going to ask, Justin, do we feel like this is going to be a little bit of a mud wrestle between both these teams? Do we feel like, you know, maybe we might be seeing a little bit more focus towards these power-ups and trying to get that little bit of the extra, you know, kind of artillery advantage against some of these lesser-known players? Or do we feel like it still might be a little bit scrappier in the server?
Listen, these players, they're going to have their glue stick out because it is scrapbook time. It is just going to be a bloodbath. They're going to go in. They might have their starting strats, and they'll be talking about in the pre-game and hustling and, you know, having the pre-game huddle. But as soon as that, you know, that classic Halo beat goes off and they're all rushing for the power-up and power weapons, it's just going to be mania, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think something else that we should touch on, Hoots, as well, is the fact that, you know, this is a streamed game for these guys. And, you know, maybe some of these players might perform a little bit better with some of the nerves, or, you know, even on the other side of that, some of these players might not perform as well, knowing that all these people are watching and all these people are casting. But enough of that. It is time for us to talk about some Halo. We do have United Gaming taking on the Apes. So, lads, let's jump into it.
Yeah, and with Oddball, we've obviously spoken about this several times before, but we're playing a best of 3 rounds. Oddball's now moved to that instead of the one simple long timer. We work in 5-minute rounds, aiming to get to 100 points first, best of 3 rounds, so aiming to get 2 rounds to 100 points, or the most time when the timer runs out. And Justin, this is something that we love. Oddball's probably, I think you'd agree as well, probably our favorite game type on the circuit right now.
Yeah, I really enjoy playing it, and I really enjoy watching it too. I just think that it's so competitive, and you have that multi-round system. It's you get a second chance to get things together. You know, maybe you don't get the communication rolling and your rotations well oiled, but the next round you go, boys, reset. We need to change it up, and we've seen plenty of rounds before go all the way to that third round, and we're going to be loading in here soon. Unite Gaming versus the Apes, not to be confused with the NFTs you might see online. And now we're on board with Appy. I'm just going to go with Appa. How about that, Hoots? I think that will work. And we're watching him. Look at that Spanker. It's just sitting in the middle. No team, it seems more formulated than we initially predicted. No team just rushing in to grab it. They're all on the outskirts waiting for another team to go for that first push. We're going to see Appa go down. That rocket launcher is going to be the hands of Millsy, and he's going to secure himself 1 kill. That ball over there, right for the picking. Only a couple of points on the board so far, Hoots, but wasn't as scrappy off the start as I thought it'd be.
No, we saw Apes almost entirely ignore the middle of the map with the rockets and go straight for the ball. And unfortunately, those rockets, you know, you do want to secure them at the start to be able to get a few quick, easy kills, grab ball and start to set up. But that being said, we do have a neutral ball right now. Neither team really putting in much on the scoreboard. 3 down, though, for Unite Gaming. So Millsy's going to be the only one left. We've got Isaiah. He's putting in a nice kill there. They've got the ball, and they're going to look to hold it in the tram, it looks like. So we can see great spawns here as well for Apes, all set up on this top balcony. And it looks like, as I've said, I'm one of the slayers here. You can take ball apper, and I'm going to start to move over towards the cafe here. And unfortunately, does get dropped. The arcade, sorry, does get dropped, but we still have ball in hand for Apes, and they're going to start to rotate it back around cover. Unfortunately, can't get around, and that's a great push from Unite Gaming, Justin. They've come through, taken all members of Apes down, and it looks like they're going to now try and set up some kind of a hold in this train area.
Yeah, Tatter's already got a clip for the old montage there, and he's putting in some ball time as well, so he's proven that he can get some kills and he can get some objective done as well. And they are opting to rotate this ball. They're going in to challenge these two players in the arcade. They're, you know, hunting them down at the moment. Player comes in for the flank and shuts down two players, and look at this. He's just sandwiched between a whole bunch of players, and it's getting very scrappy now as we predicted. And that ball, it's rolling downhill. Whose hands is it going to land into?
Yeah, well, a lot of focus on the ball here, but Rockets are just about to pop, so I'm not sure if Apes are actually in a position to grab them. I do see they have a player. No, so Rockets are still up, so they've been entirely ignored again by Apes. It looks like they're just purely going for ball focus, and look, right now it's kind of working. They're up by 9 points, but I don't know if this tram setup is working for them super well. They've tried to set up here twice now, and both times have had Unite Gaming come in and roll them pretty quickly. So Unite Gaming looks like they're happy to come in and hold. It doesn't look like either team, although maybe Unite is. So this is what we did see last time they were able to take control. They started to push over towards the arcade, and you can see here we've got Tempest. He's just waiting for a bit of support to come through with his teammates, and he's happy to move and shoot and hold ball. But I don't know. I just wonder, Justin, if they were maybe better off at least trying to hold a setup when they can come in and just overrun Apes so easily, slaying.
Yeah, sometimes when you're on the lower end of the bracket, it's easier to hold a setup, my opinion, than rotating the ball around. It gets a little bit complicated, so they need to do what they feel comfortable with, and if they feel comfortable holding, that's what they should do. But rotating that ball is the optimal way of doing things. And now we're on board with NZ. Stacker, he's putting in some nice shots there, a little bit of a windmill. He goes down. Here comes the Bulldog. Triple kill there if he wants it. He goes down for the trade. I think we'll pay that one, Hoots. we paid the triple kill to Pips the other night, so we'll pay that one too. And close to paying another one there. It won't be on the scoreboard, Hoots. But, you know, quite a few multi-kills already. These guys can slay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at Isaiah. He's got 13 kills now. He was on 12 just when I started talking. He's jumped up another one, 14 now. So he's just going crazy. If we can maybe at some stage get onto Isaiah and see what he's doing right. But look, they're opting for the playboy here. So smart move. You know, a pretty new team who we don't know too much of, but still has the heads-up play to when he knows he's getting overrun to drop that ball into the middle, make it hard for Unite to come in and actually take control. And look, we said it was going to be a scrap. It was for the most part. Apes have actually started to pull away a bit, and I think a lot of that is on the back of Isaiah Slay. I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, by the way. But he's done a lot of work there, and on the flip side, you know, it's Tatters doing most of the work for Unite Gaming. Slaves-wise, we are looking quite even, but just have a look at that 8 scoreboard there, Justin. It's Isaiah on 15. Next closest is on 6, and then he's got 2 guys below him on 3. He's just slaying like a maniac, and is equal leading on assists as well.
Yeah, he's going absolutely ham. And we have
Appa.
Appa? Yip Yip. I like Yip Yip. I think Yip Yip sounds fantastic, so I'm going to go with that one, Hoots, if that's okay by you. He's putting in some nice shots now. NZ Stacker's going to challenge him. He does sit him down. Yip Yip's life short-lived, and now we're on board with Zay, who's racked up 17 kills already. He's on track for a 20 bomb, and we're still in this first round of Oddball. And Hoots, as we know, these rounds of Oddball can go really quickly, so he's just putting so much damage down onto the map. That grenade does flush him out there, so that's going to take him down into the respawn for you. Tatters with that phase skin. Oh, that is very alluring. That one turns around to put some shots in. A little slide behind cover there. He's going to wait for his shields before challenging again. Trying to put some eyes on that ball to stop the players pushing over. His shields are flashing desperately. Baiting that ball, get some damage in. He does utilize his life there, Hoots. He didn't throw away. He went, I'm going to watch the ball, hold this angle, and I know that there's a player there. But if he pushes me, but I've got to watch the ball. And
that's one of the great things we've seen that I love that 343's gone back to with Infinite is getting rid of grenade hit markers. They've always been a pet peeve of mine. I love we've gotten rid of them then. You saw Tatters was holding in that corner. He had a grenade hit on him. But because there's no hit indicator for the other team, they don't know whether or not he's still there, so they actually leave him. He stays alive and is able to do a lot for his team. Interestingly, we did see the ball reset about a minute ago, so clearly the focus moved to slaying for quite a bit and maybe has gone off ball. I mean, it is quite a high score. Yeah, very. It is high score, early on for an oddball game, but you know, we do only have about 1:20 left now, and we have Apes holding that lead by about 25 points. So Rocket's in the hand of Yip Yip, we're now calling him, obviously, and he manages to get a kill as well. So we are seeing Apes start to really motor, and great work by Yip Yip. Then 2 kills from 2 Rockets, and Unite Gaming, more importantly, go 3 people down.
And we say that Zay just cracked that 20 bomb on stream in our first game on, and Apes, they have got a little bit of a lead at the moment, but still, you know, Unite Gaming, they're not out of things just yet. Zay with that Bulldog ready to bite some people. He does miss that first critical shot. Will he get taken down? He gets a little bit of help from his teammates, so 21 kills from him. Zay's going absolutely massive, Hoot, so love watching him. Shots down on NZ Stacker there, trying to help his teammates, and you can see that ball, 95 points, and it does look like Apes might be able to skew this win, trying to scrap it. 98 points, that ball is stopped. Unite Gaming, this is your chance. Get in there, boys. You got to rack up the points, and they can't drop that, Hoots. There is just not enough time. They can't let Apes grab that ball. Perfect from Zay again. Seconds there if he wants it. Double kill and the killing spree, and he's backing down. He's got that Bulldog to watch his flank, and his teammates are coming in. Zay, get your shields back. We're going to push in and take care of the players for you. The ball's there. Someone needs to just scrap in there and just jump on the live grenade and get the last 2 points. Unite Gaming holding on by a thread, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've managed to hold them off. That was fantastic work, especially when you have Zave just going nuts there. We had 3 down for Apes. So what, as you said before, Justin, Unite's just going to have to try and hold on to this ball. We do know that when the ball's being held, the countdown timer in the middle of those 2 scores there does stop. So we don't have situations anymore where you can actually run out of time and can't win. If you can hold on to that ball, no matter how far down you are, you can come back. So that's something we are seeing here. Unfortunately, though, that's 4 down for Unite Gaming. As I say that, Apes is going to pick up the ball and get that final few seconds there. But, I mean, Justin, we have to talk about Zave there. 24 kills.
24 kills in a single round of oddball. That is unbelievable. He is here to play, Hoots. And we're on board with him straight away. Switching over to NZ Saki. He's got that Stalker rifle, putting shots down map right away. Trying to watch that ball, and the rocket launcher does look like one of the Apes players got away with that spanker. So he's going to have 2 rockets to play with. Now on board with Zay, the Monster Slayer from the previous round, watching that ball. His teammate grabbed that ball, get some ball time for us, and he's rotating around looking for those spawners. Find himself 1 easy kill for him. Seconds there if he wants it. Challenging that player, jumping down a little bit of a windmill. It kind of looks like my gameplay there, Hoots.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen too much of yours, so don't talk yourself down. But yeah, it definitely resembles mine as well. So yeah, you know, not a much of an initial amount of ball control at the start of this, although we do have Unite Gaming hanging around that ball quite a bit. And while Zave did go off in that last game, Unite Gaming probably across the board had, I think they might have almost had more slays just aside from Zave. So they were slaying a lot. They had more contributors in terms of high-level slaying, but they just weren't able to convert that to ball time. So that's one thing that you can get distracted in with these objective games, is not being 100% sure of when you should be focusing on ball and slaying. It's a difficult balance to maintain, but we are seeing Unite Gaming. This is a really strong response, Justin. 26-2 so far. They've really turned their focus to the objective, it looks like.
Yeah, one thing I would like to do is highlight how Apes broke that setup. Like, we had Kakyov there. I'm not sure if I get the pronunciation right. But he was challenging a player, and rather than going for the kill, he just opted to let his teammates rotate in, and then they pushed as a unit, and they just broke open that setup that allowed Unite Gaming to go on a massive run. And look at this, the scorelines have actually tied all the way back up, and you know, Zay doing what he can on the slays department, and he's got 8 already. But the thing is, are you better off having a team of, you know, pretty even slayers or 1 star player? What happens if Zay's not performing? Does that mean that the Unite Gaming guys are going to roll over the rest of the Apes lineup, Hoots?
Yeah, that's a good point. You put a lot of reliance on 1 player, and I mean, you know, right now, if you're Unite Gaming, what are you're probably thinking, God, if we've got a guy who's putting up 24 kills in the first round of an oddball game, we might want to win this one. Otherwise, in the Slayer game, we might have a few issues as well if there is such a raw, talented Slayer you're going up against. But look, I've really liked the response from Unite Gaming here. They've managed to have 2 solid chunks of ball time, about 20-25 seconds per piece, and they're still racking it up now while fighting around. So all 4 up for them, which is good. They've got ball control. and you've got Stacker here who's really holding off any kind of push from the arcade area. So it looks like, even though it didn't work too much last round, that this tram train, whatever you want to call it, setup here is really working for Unite Gaming. Even though they are a few down, they were still racking up considerable ball time, and they're still just, it's like a last stand here at the train. They're just refusing to let Apes in there.
Yeah, and look at that. Yip Yip not checking his angles. Easy double kill for NZ Stacker. And one thing that I'm noticing on the scoreline is Unite Gaming, they're not afraid to share around the ball time. You know, it's not like they're just leaving it on the ground. The amount of times I've seen players just run over a ball that's vacant, ready for some scrap time. But Unite Gaming, they're all getting some ball time, and that's translating to a pretty sizable lead. And it does look like they might be able to take out this game. As I say that, Zay, the Monster Slayer, he's coming in to clean house. He's got plenty of ammo in that battle rifle. NZ Stacker trying to get as much time as possible. They do manage to take that player down. Tatters comes in to challenge Zay, puts him down into the respawn screen, and look at that, 94 to 25. Apes, they've got such a long way to go. And Unite Gaming, they just need one more good push, Hoots. They can really take their time, wait for the spanker to come up, and then they can go in, break that setup, and get enough points to take this round away. But we'll have to see if Apes is able to hold on.
Great use of the thruster there by Zave. Unfortunately taken down, but he was taking on two guys there and almost survived and took down at least one of them. Rockets are up now, so it's going to be interesting to see who manages to take. So I think there's a bit of a fight for Rockets right now, and it's Tatters who has them. So this is what you were saying before, Justin. If he can use these well, manages to pick up one kill, almost a double, I think. Actually got no splash damage on Yip Yip, really, so pushing in now drops him. That's a huge win from Yip Yip. If he got that kill then, Tatters, that was probably going to be round over. So this game's still not over yet. It's got to be frustrating for Unite Gaming, Justin. They're getting so close, but they just can't get these final 5 seconds. As I do say that, we have ball in hand of Stacker, and I reckon he's going to be pretty safe here. So, look, that's a great response, and they were able to really limit the influence of Zave in that round there. Only the 12 kills. 12 kills, still very solid in an objective game for a round of oddball, but compared to the 24 he had last round, it's not so much.
Yeah, and one thing that you have to talk about when someone's dropping 24 kills, they're just such an influence on the map. They just open things up, and then all of a sudden your rotations are completely different. But if that player isn't clearing up those sight lines and those areas of the map, suddenly it's harder to play that ball in different areas of the map. You got to rotate it away from a hold, and if Zay's not getting those slays, then you're going to get less ball time, and that's what we saw in that round. And Akuv, Hooters, help me out here. How are we going to pronounce that? Akuva. I like that. It rolls off the tongue nicely. Back on Zord with Zay, who had 24 kills in the first round, 12 in the second. It's still a respectable stat line. And here he is putting some nice BR shots into Tempest. Kill assist comes in. Good to see he's helping his teammates. Look at that. Millsy wasn't watching his back. Got one to the back. Triple kill. Oh, double. Just timed out. Unfortunate for him, Hoots. I'm paying that triple kill too. I don't care what the game says, Hoots. That was unbelievable.
That was great use of sound awareness as well. He could hear a player jump, even though you couldn't see him on the screen, jumping over him while shooting. So Zave quick looking up and managed to put shots in. Really fantastic heads-up play and awareness there. We're seeing a real scramble for this ball up on this site here where the ball's down, but no one really able to take control, and it looks like we've got about 2 down for each team. We're going to have Stacker actually take it away. And are we going to see a police department setup? We haven't seen too much of this in ANZ so far, but there are a lot of tight corners here that you can hold in. And if you can get a team set up both up where Zave is now, as you can see on your screen, as well as down along the arcade, then you really can have a long chunk of ball time when you hold in that little office desk area that we can see that's right in front of Stacker now. Unfortunately overrun, and it's going to look like 3 down for Unite Gaming. It's all going to be down to Tatters hanging around at that ball for defense, but I don't think he's going to be able to do much with it. Apes need to though, Justin. They need to convert those 3 downs into some ball time.
Yeah, if you have opportunities come at you, you get those red X's in the kill feed. You got to start rotating and taking map control and getting some ball time. And Zay, he's got those rockets ready to rack up some kills. Unfortunate players up in his face, and look at that. Tatters able to get that trade there, Hoots, without a rocket to be fired. So that means that spanker, that's right for the taking. That's just sitting there ready to go with 2 fresh rockets, and whoever's manages to rotate through and scoop that up, that could be the key for taking this game out, because it's all tied up at the moment, and that rocket isn't in play right now. Very critical. Tatters managing to find himself another kill. Look at that slide from Zay. He just launched across the map there. That was unbelievable. The speed boost is real.
Yeah, absolutely. Just using the new mechanics with the slide to perfection and managing to just make himself almost impossible to be shot. I don't know, Justin, have we seen these rockets pop up since they were dropped? I haven't actually seen anyone who's taken them or done any damage with them. I might have missed that in the kill feed, though. But look, we have a very close round here, and we've seen this for the last 2 rounds close, and then one team starts to pull away. 3 down for Unite Gaming momentarily there, though. 2 down for Apes. So it's just, there's been so much carnage around this police department area. No team's been able to really capitalize on. We have seen several instances of teams going down 3 or 4, I think, in one instance. But no one's been able to really capitalize, get a big chunk of ball time, and then move it to an area they want to have it. It's like either both teams are comfortable holding it here, or they're just not really confident in their ability to rotate the ball to a spot that they'd prefer to be.
And Hoots, something I just want to touch on here, mate. I am happier than a babe in the city. The scoreline's basically tied up. We have 2 unknown teams just scrapping it out right now in a tiebreaker oddball game. And look at this, Zay finding himself 1 tatters across the map. And this is just a pleasure to watch. I love watching these teams duke it out when they're completely even. Zay rotating around the map. Tatters desperately rotating that ball, getting as much time as he can. And it is working out for him. They were tied up, and look at that. Now it's about 20 points difference. And Akuva with that rocket, he's got 2 spankers to play with. He finds himself 1. Is he going to go? The trigger discipline is like, you know, do I use this rocket? Do I not use this rocket? And that might come back to bite them, because now that spanker is, you know, ripe for the picking, Hoots, and it's got two rockets ready to go. And whoever managed to scoop that up, just like before, you know, a few rotations more and this game's going to be over, so they can't ignore that spanker just chilling on the ground there.
Yeah, we had a full sweep by Apes then on Unite Gaming, and now we're seeing again Akuva. He's got the rockets. He's cleared out 2 people, 3 down for Unite Gaming. And Unite Gaming were happy to move it, it looked like, eventually down to this tram area. They had some success with it last round. They managed to get it down. They weren't able to hold it too long before being overrun by Apes. But now Apes, they're the ones set up in the tram getting ball time. Look like that. Look at that. They've now got the lead. So Unite Gaming starting to push down this alleyway here. Unfortunately taken down. Great work by Akuba with the beat down there. That's a double.
Triple kill.
Actually.
Over's there. Come on, do it. You're on stream. Overkill on stream.
That's what we want to see. These new teams putting on a show for us. Hey, Akuba, he said, Zave, I'm sick of you having all the attention with the Slayers. I'll have some of that. Look at that. He's on 15 as well now. So, you know, Akuba really stepping up. That's fantastic to see on stream, a new player. Justin, that's exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, and those 4 kills, I mean, they're in the respawn screen, so they're out for 8 seconds, and that's an easy 10-15 seconds ball time for his squad, and that's really helped them cement their lead here. They're on 90-ish points at the moment, and Unite Gaming, they're trailing on at about 50. Unite Gaming, they do have the ball. They can't afford to give Apes any more time, and Millsy, he's trying to hold down the 4 on the corner here, waiting for those spawners to rotate through. Akuva's there, he decides to change his angles. Yip is there challenging him. He does get the 1. He's very weak. He does go down, but he was just being such a nuisance. 1 player versus 2. Doesn't matter that he didn't get both of those kills. He was helping his team rack up heaps of points, and look at that. Unite Gaming, 70 points now. It's going to come down to the wire, Hoots.
Isaiah not able to connect on a single, well, he connected, but didn't get a kill with either of those 2 rockets. So that was a bit unfortunate. They were making a really strong comeback here, but Apes have now taken control of the ball. It's in the hands of Akuba, and he's just going to hang here, although he does have a player right in front of him. Smart move there not to drop down. He's pushed back to his team, and look at the reinforcements coming in. They're coming in to help. He holds onto his ball, and that's the round. Yeah, that was a fantastic play there, because the easy thing to do would be to drop down there, but he knew the help was coming. You saw he quickly turned around, got back down, and then bang, you see all of his teammates coming up to support him. Justin, we got an overkill from 2 teams that we've never heard of in our first game. It went to 3 rounds in oddball, which is what we want. I like watching these new teams play.
Yeah, it is a lucky dip. You just don't know what you're going to get. Every flavored beans. And I like that last play from the 8 player there. He had the ball and he's up on the railing and he's like, you know, am I going to jump? Am I not going to jump? And he faked it out. And sometimes that's enough for the opposing player that's pushing to, you know, stop their momentum for just a second, and he's suddenly running the other way, and that gave his teammates enough time to rotate through and apply pressure so they could close that game out. We are going to see the first round go in favor of Apes. Looking at some of the score lines, shots fired, Tatters with 1,200, damage dealt 10,000, but look at that, Zay with almost 15k damage. Massive. And look at damage taken too. He took the least damage and he put the most damage down on the map, just challenging everyone and putting them in their place. And look at this. Akuva just destroying everyone. Overkill for him. First one on stream, it might be. I have to check with Hoggy and Bluey to see if they caught an overkill.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they did. We saw as well, they've had 55 kills. Yeah, wow, that's something, I'll tell you what. I think he's going to feature a lot in these highlights, but I think that was the story of it, Justin, really. He was the difference. That ability to just slay so much and keep your opponents on respawn for so long just means that they can't rack up ball time. They're not putting shots in the air. But that damage, 14,000. I don't think we've seen anything close to that in an objective game so far.
No, and I keep going on about it, Hoots, but I'm going to go on it about it again because I like the sound of my voice. It is great to see these lower bracket teams really scrap it out and give us some surprises, give us some exciting gameplay. Zay with a nice double kill there, and you know, just multi-kill after multi-kill. Each of these players got a chance to shine on stream, and look at that push there with the Rockets really broke things up for them. And I am looking to this next Slayer game.
This is your bit here that you want to see, I think, Justin.
Yeah, I think everybody wants to see this. Akuva, he's going to be like, Mum, Dad, look on the stream. Because he just scored himself an overkill on that one, Hoots.
But if you look closely at that as well, you saw the help that was coming from that high arcade side. You could see shots coming from the side of the screen, putting shots on all the guys that Akuva was taking down. So whilst he got 4 kills, I guarantee you, whoever that was putting shots in also got 4 assists. So fantastic teamwork. We've spoken about it so many times that Halo is a game where teamwork is so essential. It's not like those games where the time to kill is so short that one person can come through and wipe out 4 people single-handedly. You always need that team help, and they had it there in spades, which is great to see from a new and up-and-coming team. That level of teamwork is something that takes many people a long time to really get down pat.
Zay, you know, proving that he can run with the best of them. But what happens in this next game, Hoots, with the Slayer? If Zay doesn't perform, are they going to struggle against these other guys? Yeah, yes, we saw Akuva with that overkill, but 4 kills in one hit, that really pads your stat line as well. And the guys on Unite Gaming, they're pretty consistent. And sometimes it is better to have a consistent squad that's pushing and slaying together as a team than have a couple of star guys just going around and styling on everyone. And, Unite Gaming, they showed that they can step up to the plate and challenge these Apes guys. They just narrowly lost that game. And in the Slayer, they might go, hey, boys, look how many kills Zay got. We need to shut him down at Kuva. We can't let him get overkills on us. If he's got 3 kills in the kill feed and you're weak, don't challenge him. So it'll be interesting to see just what the dynamic's going to be in this Slayer game. Are they going to let Zay and Akuva just run rampant on the map and rack up kills, or are they going to shut them down?
Yeah, we spoke about this a few days ago on Sunday, that, when you take the objective distraction, if you want to call it that, when you take that out of the game and you can focus purely on the slaying, you do see some teams all of a sudden just turn it on. Slayer can be the favorite of one team and they're terrible at objectives. Unfortunately, if you're a team that wants to do well in Halo, you need to have that objectives down pat, because we typically play more objectives than Slayers. But yeah, you never know. It's like you said, a champion team will always beat a team of champions. And so one person can really struggle to lift a whole team. They need those assists coming through from the rest of their team as well. It's going to be fascinating to watch. The only real distraction on this next map, Slayer on Aquarius, is the power up at top middle. So and you're only really focusing on that every time it's popping up. So for the rest of the game, are we going to see the Unite Gaming guys just focusing on shutting down Zave? Are we going to see them pushing together as a team better because they're not worried about, one of us has to be holding the ball and blah, blah, blah. So, all these different variables that come in a Slayer when we shift away from an objective, we'll see who takes it out.
I couldn't agree more. And something that these lesser known teams kind of struggle with sometimes is those power up and power weapons. And when you have that power up on the map, you've got to be timing it. You've got to be set up ready to grab it, because those things are so critical to breaking setups and bringing you back in the game. If you have an OS or a camo player coming in and scooping that up, and then they get a nice flank and they get a pick and they go, oh my God, like there's a camo player like on the base behind us, and they're all freaking out, run around like headless chickens, then that can really catch a team off guard, and you can rack up a lot of kills off of that craziness. So for these lower end teams, they've got to be concentrating on the power-ups because they are so critical and a key to victory, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting. And look, we are starting a little bit slow in some of these games. That's Australian internet for you. But we are kicking off now with Zave, and he's just hanging out here. I think we might have the settings wrong because I think we see a few players holding some weapons that they should not be holding.
No, it's the new meta. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned HCS has now turned to Fiesta in every round. So, yeah, I saw that and I was thinking, I don't remember spawning with a sniper rifle as we saw one of the players holding on that map. So, we'll get that fixed up. Sorry about that. As we did say before, though, sometimes these games do take a little bit of time to get into on Australian internet. For those of you who aren't from Australia, we probably have some of the worst internet in the world, and so our connections can take a little bit longer than normal. But I don't know, Justin, about you, I would have maybe liked to see them play that one out, see how they go, get the BR out of Zave's hands and see how he goes with some of the other weapons.
Oh, listen, Fiesta on a Friday night with a few brews with the boys is nothing more fun than that. Of course, if you don't win the lottery on the gun department and end up with some of the less desirable firearms, so to speak. But yeah, we'll get those settings right, and then we'll be right back in it. The players are ready to go, and we're going to be jumping into that game very shortly. And you know what? Last time we were together, Hoots, on this map, we saw that heat wave and the camo used to great effect by a number of players. And we'll have to see if these guys were paying attention. Sometimes you go, hey, that heat wave is fantastic. Look how, Pips moved around the map when he had this camo. When they start to replicate those things and, they study the high-end players and kind of replicate that gameplay, and maybe that can be the key to the victory for them. All it takes is, your bag of Halo tricks. You go, hey, Pips did this one trick and I'm going to learn that trick, and that's the thing that gets them back into the game. And it's going to be scrappy like it was in the last game, but I would say these teams are evenly matched.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, if you follow any of the big Halo players on Twitter, you'll see some of the stuff that they share of new jumps that are being found every day and different routes you can take to get from one level to the other without putting yourself out in the open. So little things like that. And you said, you learn a lot of these things from watching the pros play. You see them take routes that you wouldn't typically take yourself. You see them employing different tricks and tactics, so that's been really interesting. Look, we're kicking back off again. Like we said, these are two teams we're not super familiar with, probably a bit new to the competitive scene, so hopefully they've picked the right game types this time, and we're not playing Fiesta Slayer free-for-all or whatever it was that they had teed up then. But
yeah, going to be playing Fat Kid this time around, Hoots.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll just chuck Infection in or something like that. But we are kicking off. We're seeing BRs on our screen, which is what we wanted, and we're kicking back off with Zave. Not ironic that he's now at the top of the scorecard here, even though we have no kills yet, but it's probably where he belongs because I think we're going to see a lot of slaying out of him, and we are seeing a real strong push from Unite Gaming up onto that top plant side, and Zave is going to do a nice flank around here on the enemy flag as he moves in on Stacker, catches him unawares. I think he's probably going to drop him here. Unfortunately, Stacker actually gets away, so good work there, staying alive. Zave's now actually no shields pushed in the back here, and he's going to get double teamed there. So great work by Stacker there, providing cover, providing a distraction, and then working to take out Zave, because, Justin, if they want to get a win on this map, Zave's the one player they're going to have to really neutralize.
Yeah, that was some classic Halo gameplay there with the bait and switch. Now on board with Akuva. He's got himself 2 kills already, Hoots. 2 to 5 the scoreline, but it is so early days that we can't call things just yet. Akuva putting some nice shots in there, holding NZ Stacker at bay. NZ Stacker's stacking with Millsy here, who's pushing in. Look at this, 3 players coming to flush them out. This is like drain clean. They're going in to flush the sink, taking them out in that heat wave with NZ Stacker there. He's got plenty of bullets to play with, finds himself one. That player goes down from the team shots already, switches to the horizontal orientation, not able to secure that kill, but lots of damage coming through, and the teammate gets the cleanup, recharging that thing back up to 100%. And now NZ Stacker going to be rotating through the map. And 10-4 the scoreline. United Gaming, they're starting to move away from this a little bit. Still early days, but is this a sign of things to come, Hoots?
Yeah, well, it's like, now that they're, like we said before, now that there is no objective, does Zave not have that level of autonomy to just run around like a madman and say, you guys just distract yourselves with the ball and I'll just slay the whole way through. So, yeah, look, he's been neutralized somewhat. He's still got 2 kills in this round, but it is Stacker with this heat wave who has been putting in a lot of work, and we've seen the shift even in just the last week, Justin. We've spoken about the meta evolving. this shift towards the heat wave being something that a lot of people are picking up now. It's a new weapon to the franchise. They're starting to master it, and we do have a camo here in the hands of Akuva. He's chasing. That camo unfortunately runs out. He manages to pick up 1 kill and almost the double on Tempest there. I think Tempest did end up getting dropped, but that's a great way to neutralize that camo. Only able to get 1 kill out of it, it looked like. So, you're wanting to pick up a lot more. It's worth noting that we are seeing, some people might be watching this at home and saying, it looks like the reticle's nowhere near these players and they're registering hits. Why is that? Look, this is all online, obviously, so we should just mention that it's online, so the observer mode might not be completely accurate, but these players, we're seeing some really strong shots out of these guys, connecting with most of them, and so, these guys are a lot more highly skilled, I think, than I thought, at least, Justin. What about you?
Yeah, they're really surprising me right now, and luckily Rain, Carnivore and Yip Yip are on the board now, a breadstick each, but they were doing their best Lunchy impression on the Goose, and now we're on board with Tatters. He was playing really well. He's got himself 7 kills so far. That phase skin really living up to the namesake, and he's going to be holding an angle here, being very patient, just checking, waiting for that push to come through. I like the patience he's got here, and it seems like it's not United Gaming here. They seem to push together as a unit, rather than relying on their own individual skill. They've got each other's back, and that seems to be translating, because you have Zay and Akuva on the other squad that were the Star Slayers from last time. But I mean, you can't fight 2 players at once. The skill gap is just not different enough for these guys. So United Gaming, they're starting to run away with a little bit here, Hoots.
Yeah, they are. I don't know what it is exactly. Like, Ape's not working together. We know the adage, apes strong together, if we've seen it in the Planet of the Apes movies before. So, look, they need to start to get together a bit more. We are seeing Akuva and Zave, though, come back out as the lead slayers again. Zave has picked up a little bit since we last spoke. That camo is up, though, so it's going to be interesting to see who does make a push for this. No one really looks like they are in a position right now in that top area to make a move on it, although I think I do see Tempest is starting to make a jump up to the top, and it's actually going to be maybe Millsy and Tempest working together to pick up this camo. So one of them we should be seeing picking it up soon. Meanwhile, we are on board with Zave. He's creeping around here, and I think we will probably have a camo in the hands of Unite Gaming that he might have to deal with, and we do. It is Tempest. So Tempest is going to be lurking around here, and he needs to put this camo to use. We are seeing this 7-kill gap hasn't really blown out yet. That they've kind of been, Apes have been able to quell a bit of the early lead that Unite Gaming had, but that's a very smart move. I do like that there from Tempest. He saw there were 3 players in front of him, and probably not best to run straight out at them. Although that being said, he probably does need to get a bit more creative with this camo now. It is going to go to waste soon. There's no point just sneaking around and staying alive with the camo. You do have to try and rack up some kills, and unfortunately he's dropped there. So Apes have done a really good job there to neutralize that camo, and they've brought this kill gap back. It was 5 kills momentarily, but back to 5 now, sorry. So they are doing a very strong job of getting back in this game, but they do need to start to make a move to bring this gap in a little bit more.
Yeah, Apes mounting a bit of a comeback right now. It's still a 4-point deficit between them. But Zay, he's racking up a lot of kills again. Killing spree for him. 11 kills on the board. Unite Gaming, they're basically completely even. NZ Stacker not having his headphones on right, didn't hear the player coming up behind him. Look at this. Zay's putting damage down across the map on 2 different players. Assist points coming in, and scoreline is all tied up. Who's, we've got ourselves a bit of a game here, utilizing that thrust to jump back into cover, cuts off the angle with a couple of grenades, waiting for his shields to come back. And look at this, Zay going in to challenge the weakened players there. And Zay, he's just such a star player for this lineup. And now that he's warmed up, Unite Gaming better watch out, Hoots.
Yeah, but we do have a camo up now. It is Zave's use of the thruster both in this game and the oddball game before was really stellar. So, has he got a bit of experience from Halo 5? I'm not 100% sure, but we do see that Apes have managed to pick up that camo. I'm not sure who actually managed to grab it then, although it must be down given we have 3 down 4 Apes. So either that camo was burnt or it is down on the map somewhere. I'm not 100% sure, but we have had this lead start to be drawn back in a little bit. Apes are slowly getting into this Unite Gaming lead. Tempest here fighting off 2 guys, picking up assist as well and the kill. So that's a great move by Tempest there, pushing that kill lead out a little bit more, doing a great job to stay alive and work with his teammates. Those nades were perfectly placed, and he's going to now be on this flag looking across. And as we can see from all the players here, beautiful Guardian Angel there from Tempest. He's quite a way away from the action, but even still then, Justin, able to do some great work with the BR across map. And that's one of the things we love about Aquarius is the cross-map BR. really harkens back to some of the old Halo maps, that long team shot, helping your teammates who are maybe in CQC but you're far away. It's what we love to see in Halo.
And these shots across maps, for those playing at home, they can be the difference maker. It's not always about securing a kill. It's about putting damage down on the map. Oh no, he's been putting so much damage down on the map. He used all his bullets up. Unfortunate for him. The bullet hose running dry. He'll have to respawn and turn the tap back on. And Zay, he's racked up 14 kills. And Rain, Carnivore, and Yip Yip struggling a little bit on 4 and 5. And we see Unite Gaming very even on their score. Is that going to translate to them being able to clutch things out? Unite Gaming, they've got a 4-kill lead right now, but that's only 1 rotation. Slay's on board with Yip Yip. He's checking his angles as best he can. He's teaming up with Rain Carnivore, so safety in numbers. Apes strong together, as you said, who finds himself Tatters, puts in some shots there. And it does look like Yip Yip, he's playing very cautiously with his life. He's probably noticed this. He's neg 6 right now and being very cautious. He doesn't want to be the person that loses this game for him. And I like that he's being cautious and being very economic with his life, and he secured himself a camo for all his effort suits.
Yeah, this is great for him actually to have this camo. As we said, he's not he hasn't been the strongest Slayer in the last few games, so if he can use his camo to work with his team to get in a bit, probably wants to back off there. So yeah, probably not the smartest use of that camo. I don't mind him having a shot or two there, but he probably took 1 or 2 too many and stood to eat that grenade, and that's just a waste of the camo for his team. It is like we spoke about earlier, Justin, in that, in the oddball game, I guess maybe if you're not a strong Slayer, you can fall back on the role of holding the ball, and that's your job. But when it comes down to Slayer purely, if you can't contribute to the slaying, then it does make it harder for your team. And we are seeing a more even contribution of kills across the board for Unite Gaming. And we saw the same thing in the oddball as well, that their slays were a lot more even than Apes, who were pretty stacked around 1 or 2 players.
Yeah, and you know what, Hoops, we're gonna have to bring up the hype a little bit, because we've got 40-42 at the moment. This Slayer game is gonna come down to the wire, and it's gonna get super scrappy at the end. I can't wait, but still, let's focus on the action right now. 41-42. Zay putting in damage across the map there. His shields are flashing, changing angles, but still looking so he can put shots down for his teammates. Easy clean up there. He finds himself Tempest, and it does look like Unite Gaming is holding on by just a thread. 45-43. Apes, they've got to do something soon. Yip Yip puts some shots in the NZ Saka and then just rotates away. He's being so careful. He's waiting for his friends. He's like, waiting for his big brother to help him out. But if that's what's going to win them the game, then that's what's going to win them the game. 1 point the difference right now, Hoots. I'm really my heart's pounding.
And this camo's popping up as well. We've seen Stacker several times in this game just stay alive in really critical situations, but this camo is going to be the crucial thing that could make or break it. We haven't seen someone use the camo super effectively yet in this round, although we do see Millsy pick it up there, and he's popping it in. So this is going to be big here. We have 45 all. Millsy chucking a few nades down. Perfect follow-up with the BR there. If he can use this properly on Akabu, he gets the slag. That's a smart move as well. Opts to shoot. Realized that he had some team shots coming in, so they're pushing out with a big lead, and it's this camo that's probably making the difference, Justin. He's pushing into the flag now. He's going to have a few players in front of him, but what he needs to do is communicate with his teammates, figure out where they are, and I like this play, just holding around the corner. If someone comes around, you can put the rifle straight into them, but this has been really good, Justin, use of this camo. They've slowed the pace down, although camo out now. And the problem, Justin, now is he's actually stuck in this area with all the Apes players. Although 1 Apes player goes down, 1 more kill required, and there's the double. Not the double, sorry, but the final kill. That was great use of the camo there from Millsy. Picked up, I think, 2 or 3 kills on that run with the camo, but when you're at 45 all, a 3-kill run when you're not dying, that can be the difference, and it was there.
Yeah, you just can't allow those power-ups to go. And you can see that Millsy, he managed to just grab that cleanly. He wasn't really challenged, and he was able to scoop that up, and that was the difference maker. He could put so much pressure on the enemy team, and Apes, they were just stuck in their base, and he could just wait for them to come out. His teammates had loads of time to rotate around, and sometimes it isn't good to just huddle around in the corners and wait for the happy grenades to be thrown in to clear you out. And Millsy, he had so much information. He knew where all the players were, and he could, boys, come over here. This is where they're hiding. And he lifted up the blanket and just revealed these guys, and they all pushed in and cleaned them out. And now looking at the stat lines, Tempest with 4,800 damage, Akuva performing for his squad, as well as Zay with 5,400 damage. Not quite as much as the previous oddball games, But we see that the boys in blue, pretty even damage across the board and damage taken. So they spent a lot of time working together. And Yip Yip, despite his efforts of keeping his head down, did collect quite a bit of damage. Maybe jumping over to one of the star players here, Millsy, with 12 kills and 11 deaths, 12 assists. That's the stat line that we need to talk about. Who's a double-digit assists?
Yeah, absolutely. That's huge, and it makes such a difference in a game like that. We saw Zave, he did put up 20 kills, so a really high score amount there. But like we said, when you're the only person doing that, you want to make sure that your other players are contributing as well. Even with 20 kills, if your other teammates are all going negative, that can be the difference and mean that you're not going to get the win, and we saw it there. Look, I thought that was a great turnaround, and even better, Justin, we should probably talk about the fact that we're going into a game 3, so we're going into a deciding game. We're spoilt now. Back-to-back series with Cast have gone to a decider, which is exactly what we want, and the next one being Stronghold on Recharge. But just looking at the highlights here, and it really was the team shot across the board coming in from Unite Gaming that was a real difference maker, as well as a smart use of that camo. We did see, I think it was Yip Yip in the second last camo, probably just didn't use it as effectively as he could have. He ate a few grenades, didn't back down when he should have. Whereas then we move over to, I believe it was Millsy with that last camo, I think it was, using that perfectly. And we can see here was just the perfect time of choosing when to BR, choosing when to melee, and just creating enough of a ruckus that your teammates can come in and clean those kills up and get the win.
Yeah, exactly. Hit the nail on the head there, Hoots. And we are going into game 3. We're spoiled by this first lineup. No more clean sweeps. These guys are really going at it. And jumping into this Stronghold game, Hoots, something I want to talk about is the fact that perhaps this game is more team orientated than the last 2 games with Oddball. Sometimes you can get super scrappy and you can just duck, dive and dodge around the map and build up as much ball time for your team as possible. But Strongholds, you can't scrap time. You can't be desperating into the Strongholds because you'll just get cleared out. As soon as you jump in, the other enemy team's going to be alerted. So you can't scrap time on Stronghold. You need to get your kills, get your caps, then rotate around and apply pressure. And maybe this is going to be Unite Gaming's opportunity to close this series out despite the slaying power of the guys on Apes.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, the one thing you would say is that Zave, he's just going to need to be objective conscious. If he is going to run around and slay like a madman like he has been, he's going to need to put some time into actually capturing strongholds as well, because he can slay as much as he wants, but as we know, slays mean absolutely nothing in this. It's purely if you're holding 2 strongholds or not that determines whether or not your score starts racking up. So Zave can do all the slaying he wants, but if while he's doing it, Unite Gaming's holding two strongholds, then their score is going to keep ticking up no matter how many of them are dead on respawn. So Zave, we need to see some objective mindedness here, probably more than in that Oddball game when he did just slay like a madman, but we are jumping on with Akuva here, who's been probably the backup lead slayer for Apes along with Zave, sprinkling some nades, getting a nice backsmack there, and he should be able to lock down this B stronghold initially, and we will see Apes move out initially as the people to cap the 2 strongholds first and start to rack that score up. Camo in the hand of Tatters here. He's staying alive. Good work here, hiding behind the box, but Zave is going to push in there. He does spot him, but manages to take him
tasty
down.
Strafe.
So, yeah,
tasty strafe.
Good work. He actually didn't even have the leg up on him then. Tatters did have the leg up with that camo, but Zave managed to put a few shots in there and drop him using that really good strafe. And we see Zave can do a lot of damage from this A catwalk here, looking across to B, and now he moves in with the sword. And sword in A is a very dangerous proposition. It's very hard to push up to A when someone's holding the sword, Justin.
It is. Unfortunately, it does go down. But I still think he played that correctly. His teammate was putting shots down. He got a nice grenade connection and went down to try and clean those players up. So he made the right decision, just didn't pan out in that situation. And that shock rifle in the hands of Zay, I mean, those power weapons in the hands of the biggest Slayer from the previous couple of games, that's a recipe for success. He finds himself clearing out that B hill, and it does look like Apes is on to a bit of an early lead here, Hoots. Tatter's trying to get that A hill, but no slays for them, so he's jumping in the hill. 2 players there. I'm not sure that Zay's going to be able to take both of them out. As I say that, he takes out one, Tempest goes down, and he's going to get that hill for almost free there. A little bit of awareness. Maybe turn the volume up on your headphones so you can hear him creeping up the metal stairs there. Oh, classic nade into the doorway and finish with a BR. Will he get the double kill? No, he doesn't. NZ Stacker sending him to the respawn screen, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. Millsy now on board with the sword in that A. He's dropped as well, so three momentarily down for Unite Gaming here. It seems this A has been a big focus, at least of the players we're watching. It looks like Apes have been managed to hold that B side for pretty much the entirety of the game, really, and that's where a lot of their scores come from. So, you know, if you're playing in this and as a team, you can say, hey, you know, let's just forget the C side, for example. Let's just purely our whole time focus on A and B, and if we do that, chances are we're probably going to be able to control it for the majority, and then because of that, we'll score. That being said, we do see a switch right now, I believe, into the Unite Gaming, although just as they managed to get possession briefly of 2 hills, Apes swing around and take back C. So, very good work by them. They're managing to put a pretty big gap on, but the good thing, Justin, about Strongholds is that, you know, we can see some really crazy comebacks here. You know, if you can get a triple cap on and start to score really quick, you can close that gap very, very quickly.
Now on board with Millsy, he does go down, and triple cap for Apes. This is a very dangerous situation for Unite Gaming, Hoots. They're already a full 100 points down, and the triple cap is just blowing out that point difference right now. Tempest rotating down bottom mid. He's getting a lot of flack. I'm not sure that that's the place I would have taken to move across the map, but he does stay alive regardless. Finds himself NZ Stacker. Wow, almost fumbling that one there. Does secure the kill. He's got to get this C stronghold
Triple
here.
cap.
Yeah, another triple cap for Apes. They're starting to run away with this one, Hoots. It's starting to be a bit of a blowout. Unite Gaming, I thought after that Slayer game and the strong teamwork that they were using, that they would be in with a fighting chance here, but they seem to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, Kuva dropped there on the A side, so they'll manage to stop this triple cap momentarily, but just as we say, that B is going to be capped by Apes, so they'll temporarily have a triple cap, and it's just C now that Unite Gaming managed to hold. So they're just going to keep scoring Apes, and that's something that Unite Gaming really has to get into stop, because when you're down about 160 to 3, I did say that we can see some pretty good comebacks here, but that's one that's going to be really hard. Love the jump up there by Kuva. I've seen that post on Twitter a few times recently. That's a really great way to get up to that C site without exposing yourself on that main stairs. But we are seeing finally Unite Gaming starting to get 2 plots, so they're going to rack up a bit of a score. Meanwhile, Rain's just willing to sit here and watch Tempest, knowing he's there, putting shots on him and just holding him down, and Tempest really can't do anything. But that's fine. As long as Rain isn't moving around and doing anything else, then United Gaming is just going to keep scoring. So I do like the route he's taking here, though. Probably not time for a melee, I don't think, at that distance, but cleans up there by Rain. And Rain's actually, he's lifted his slaying quite a bit. He was down and out, or not down and out, sorry, but he was down on his slays in the previous 2 games. And he's the 2nd highest slayer for their team right now, so it's been good to see him shift around a bit. You know, we do see some players just favour certain maps compared to others, so perhaps here on Recharge, Rain is more successful, and it looks like it so far.
Yeah, and as we're saying that, oh no, the Apes strong together. Apes get 3 hills, and they're going to be putting even more score on the board for themselves. And Zay, he's just racking up kills like it's going out of fashion. Same as always for him. Tempest desperately trying to stay alive. And look at this. It seems that Unite Gaming, they're just jumping on hills, and they're not getting their slays before they go in. And, you know, they go in, that C stronghold, they start capping it, and then the Apes cleanup crew just sweep him out and get rid of him. And Millsy, he took that A stronghold, he gets killed straight away, and look at this, Zay just takes it straight back, and that's the reason why they're not able to rack up kills. You've got to get some slays first, otherwise you're just baiting yourself, you're just serving yourself on a silver platter, and it's dinner time.
Yeah, look, I'm loving the control that Zave's having running along that top A catwalk between A and C. He's just been clearing out both and helping his team cap, and we did say at the start, you know, he's going to have to be objective-minded in this game. He's doing absolutely that. He's doing a great job. He's, you know, his slays probably, you know, he's not going as crazy as he did in that oddball game, but he's probably, he's unfortunately dropped before he can get the power up down there with the camo. But he was doing a great job of holding off both A and C. A almost entirely by himself, really, helping out C with his teammates. But that's the reason that we can see Apes jumping out to a large lead here. That being said, United Gaming do have a triple cap right now, so this is time for them to rack up some real score and try and stem this back, although you know, Apes only do need 19 more points to close this one out, so they're going to want to hold this kind of momentum for a long time, Unite Gaming, and we do see two of them are taken down as we do jump on board with Stacker. He's just controlling this A, so doing what Zave did a little while ago. They've got A and C locked down, so Stacker just needs to stay alive up in this A and try and rotate around, but Carnivore is going to come in and probably drop him there, although he does have help, it looks like, from Taters. Taters going up against, he's dropped unfortunately, but we then have 2 down for Apes, 3 down for Unite Gaming actually, so this is a time where we might see Apes start to get a bit of control. Yip Yip, solid out BR there. He's going to get that A back and we're going to start seeing a score for Apes. This could be the final one, Justin.
Yeah, we saw Yip Yip struggle in the slaying department previous game, but winning that critical 1v1 to secure that stronghold, and now they're putting points on the board. Unite Gaming, they put a valiant effort up there, but those points are really starting to tick towards that final scoreline. They're in a bit of trouble here. Zay securing this C heal. Temporarily 2 caps for Unite Gaming, putting some points on the board. 2 for Apes there. They're about to take away this series, Hoots. We're on 246 at the moment, and it does look like that as soon as you get in those strongholds, it does stop the scoreline from going any further. But Zay, perfect flank there, and they are able to clear that out and just jump straight back onto the hill and cap that back. And look at that, they're trying to secure A as well. And it does look like Apes, all they need to do is grab this stronghold and then hold Unite Gaming back, Hoots, and they'll be able to take away this game. Zay putting shots across map like he's been doing all game. But look at that, Unite Gaming, they're holding on by a thread. They're not giving it up. They won't go away. They're like an annoying little mosquito, Hoots. And look at that killing spree for Zay. He is just monstrous player for Apes here. And the Unite Gaming, they're holding on.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be about it. They've got this last point, and that's 250. So Apes finally do eke it out. I did love the fight back by Unite Gaming. They wouldn't go away at all. But you know, Apes really did dominate the majority of that game, and that's why they were able to walk away quite easily with that last one. But Luke, you know, we said we wanted to see what these new teams could do, and we got a 2-1 out of it with 3 very different games, really. We saw 2 objective domination sessions from Zave, but they were all relatively close in their own regard, apart from that final game there on Recharge.
Yeah, I was super glad that we were able to get ourselves 3 maps here between both these teams, you know, Unite Gaming as well as Apes. They put on a show for us here. Obviously, one of our first overkills on the stream as well, so super exciting to have that floating around for us. But I think someone for us to highlight, Justin, is the fact that Izave is absolutely insane. Like, he put up so many kills across all 3 of these maps that he just looks like one of those players, like we were touching on before we got into this, right? Like, he could certainly be a player that maybe everybody else starts to look at a little bit in the future.
I think so too, and for these newer players, getting into those custom 8s and being recognized by players is how you make a name for yourself and you end up on those top squads. I mean, we can talk about Barcode, someone that we've spoken about so many times, and he's at the top of the scene. And when he started appearing in custom 8s, that's where his name came from. It was Alex, and then a default string of like 6 numbers, and that's where the Barcode namesake comes from. And he was just a kid that turned up and everyone thought he was a Smurf. So maybe this is Zay's chance to make a name for himself, and maybe one of these top squads that are taking notice, going, hey, this guy's not too bad. Maybe we'll get him in for a trial, or maybe a fill for some scrims or something like that. And all of a sudden his competitive career is kicking.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the beauty of these online tournaments is you get to see these types of players, they get to flourish, they get to flex their muscles as well, and Hoots, I mean, just across this, it really did feel like that it wasn't just Zave on Apes that was doing a lot of work for them. Obviously, you guys touched on the fact that Carnivore really started to pick up his slaying in this final map here, and that's where it just really kind of felt like their domination came from, right? It felt like they just had Zave as well as Carnivore who were just holding multiple parts of the map, and unfortunately for United Gaming, they just didn't really have a hold on that game.
Yeah, between Carnivore and Akuva, I think they both played a really good second fiddle role to Zave. They were able to both step in when needed and help fill that role. You know, we said before that you can't just have one person dominate and the rest fall to have a successful team. And so, yeah, both Akuva and Carnivore really did step up when required. When the other one might be down, they were up there helping out Zave with the slays and just helping them get that final win on that Strongholds game, which 250 to 83, it was a bit of a domination in the end, to be honest, and it is quite a stark contrast to the oddball game that we had that went to the 3rd round and was quite even across the board.
Yeah, especially with the Slayer being so close as well, Justin. It really did feel like this third map was going to be a little bit closer, but unfortunately the Apes decided to hand out a shellacking today here against United Gaming. And I mean, you know, Apes, they played really well here in this series. They got themselves a dub, but now looking forward into their next round, they've got to go up against R-Rated, which was one of the teams that we highlighted for that third slot. So, you know, maybe a little bit of a kick in the pants there for Apes, but they've still got the lower bracket if they do fall down to R-Rated. And I mean, at this point, from what we've seen, they might be able to put up a fight against R-Rated as well.
Hopefully. I'd like to see these guys come back and they're showing some signs of life. Both teams, they both proved that they're able to put things together and take maps off other teams and work together as a unit. And Apes coming out on top this time around. If they're going up against R-Rated, they're going to have the work cut out for them. But just because Everest is sitting there in front of them doesn't mean they can't climb it. If other people have done it, they can do it too. And they just need to keep their heads on straight and capitalize on the opportunities that come their way.
Exactly. I'm super excited to see what the Apes can do in their next round and in the future as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to a break as we move forward into our bracket. Now, our next series on the stream is going to be Deathruptor fans taking on Direwolves. So make sure you join us for more HCS. Hello everyone, welcome back here to HCS. We were in our kickoff qualifier and we've already gone through one of our series, and now we're ejecting ourselves a little bit forward in the bracket to winners round 3 here, and we get to see a spicy series between the Disruptor fans as well as Direwolves and Hoods. I mean, we touched on Direwolves already being in the hunt for that 3rd spot, but I think, looking across the server here, this Disruptor fans has been a team personally close to my heart because one of their players, Reese, has been a KBM player and has been quite active on Twitter, just trying to show the rest of the world that KBM players have still got it.
Yeah, the KBM allegiance is very strong, obviously, with a lot of players, and we see in the Twitch chat that it's definitely a debate that I don't think is going to end anytime soon. So I love the fact that we've got these kind of players coming in that can play differently, can do different things, and so yeah, interested to see how they actually go because we haven't really witnessed too many KBM players over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm super excited for us to dive into it. So let's get into this series, lads. Disruptor fans versus Direwolves. This is a very, very important series for both these teams. Very vocal on socials have the Disruptor fans been about trying to make it towards a major, and Direwolves, they're still in that hunt for 3rd, Justin, because this is where it becomes all important. On the other side, it is the Disruptor fans, though, and they are super exciting for me personally to watch.
Yeah, and you touched on that mouse and keyboard factor there, and that changes up the gameplay quite a bit. And you know what? Everyone talks about sniping, but I'm watching mouse and keyboard players with their melees. A player is behind them, and they just 180 flick and turn around and be able to smack them. And, if you've tried 180ing on a controller with your little thumb, it takes a fair while to turn around. It's like you're doing a 3-point turn. So I think that that's a strong suit for the mouse and keyboard players.
Yeah, certainly the movement and the melees is something that they can rely on. But on the other side is the Direwolves here, Hoots, and these are a set of lads that I want to see continue their run of form so far, getting themselves 3rd in that 2nd open qualifier, and now in the kickoff, they really need to make sure they have a very strong finish.
Yeah, 3 New Zealanders and an Aussie, and they've got everything to play for. So, they want to cruise through as far as they can in this winners bracket to get through to try and get those crucial points that will help put them into that much coveted 3rd place to get them to Raleigh. Everything's on the line, as we spoke about before. Flights, accom, everything covered. Your team pass, you're straight in. There's so much to play for, and they'll be looking to make quick work if possible, although I think we might see a bit of competition from these Disruptor fans, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Quick is kind of the key word here, especially for those New Zealanders. And all of the New Zealand players have been grinding pretty hard across Halo Infinite. And tonight is going to be, no different for these players, right, Justin? Because it is going to be a long, grueling tournament because we have a double elimination bracket for these guys to play through. Every single series is super important because if you can keep that extra life alive later on in the tournament, that means you can make the slip up against the big teams.
Hey, listen, not to throw shade, but if you can't stay up all night playing video games, maybe esports is not for you. Because, I can still do it. I got a baby at home. I got a full-time job, and, I'm never going to bed on time. I'm always grinding something. So these boys, they better be prepared because if you make it all the way to LAN, guess what? You're going to be playing 12, 14 hours in a single day. Those LANs take such a long time, and it's 2 or 3 days of game time. So you need to be able to keep that energy up. My recommendation, drink some water.
Yeah, exactly. It really does seem that these guys need to start to kick into the game hours. But lads, let's start to look at the maps and see what we're going to be playing here in our best of 3. And Hoots, we're going to start out here with another oddball. We're going to go on to Recharge for this one, though. We're going to head into the Slayer on Live Fire, and then we're going to finish it off with Street Stronghold.
Yeah, absolutely. Oddball Recharge, probably my favorite game type. I think there's just so many different areas to try and hold that ball. Do you hold it in blue? Do you hold it up in gold? Do you just run around and try and move it around as much as you can? There's a lot of options, and then we add the equipment in. We've got grapple shots, we've got repulsors, so you can smash people off the edge or pancake them into a wall. There's so many options, and yeah, it's a great game type.
Yeah, do you feel like either of these maps, or the kind of way that we're going through these maps, Justin, is starting to favour either one of these teams?
Not particularly. I would favour Direwolves overall. I think that they're the stronger lineup, and they certainly have more experience. And then that Vamped, he's a young gun. You need to watch out for him. He could be the next Barcode. But I'm just keen to jump into it, Fluke.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how this is going to pan out, especially with us starting out here on Oddball. And I really want to see how these teams do kind of play around that objective. We touched on it in that first series. It's all about making sure that you continue to hold that objective, because that's the only way you get points is holding that Oddball. And even though that you are slaying and continuing to keep people off the ball, you still need to make sure that you've got the kind of eyes and the info around the team to make sure that the Oddball's in the right position. Yeah,
and we saw it last series with Zay putting up 55 kills in an Oddball game and still managed for it to go to 3 rounds. So, you know, you can slay as much as you want, but if your teammates or you aren't putting in that ball time, then you're not going to get the win.
Yeah, and I'm just excited to see, you know, what Deathruptor fans can try and bring up here against the Direwolves, because, you know, as we did say, it really does feel like that this oddball on recharge is a super exciting one for us to look at, because there is so many intricacies of the map, so many weird places that you can hold that oddball. But lads, it looks like we're getting ourselves into this game. Deathruptor fans as well as Direwolves going head to head.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. We're just loading in here at the start, Justin. I mean, I'll be interested to see at the very start, we see a mad rush for that camo down below, but how many people choose to actually head up top, try and lock down that grapple shot? The ball spawns up near there, you know, and then the initial, after all the chaos is gone and we've got 2 or 3 down on either side and you finally pick up the ball, you know, where do you take it? That's often the really interesting choice you have to make. But we're starting off with Apollo. He's throwing some nades down at Vamped, and Vamped is managing to, he was probably going for the sword at the start there, but isn't able to get it. Sword is going to be ignored at the start, it looks like, while we still put a few shots in. Dino's drops a very strong start here. We might almost look at 4 dead off the very break, Justin. 3 dead, that's a nice double there, and we have a fair few guys on respawn, but isn't able to get the camo. And instead we have, I believe it's Reese who's managed to drop in. He pops that in and he's dropped. I think he managed to, no, he didn't burn it. It's actually down, Justin. And so now his camo's traded hands. 3 people who haven't been able to put it in yet, but finally we might see it in their hands of Direwolves.
Yeah, we'll have to see who jumps on it. And it looks like Dino, he's got so much experience, so I expect him to use his camo perfectly. Mangler, single shot, goes in for the second kill, doesn't connect on that shot. All he needed to do was hit it, but the strafe was just a little bit too twitchy, not able to connect on the first bullet to finish off in the melee. Now on board with Bald, the NZ beard that could. He's trying to find some angles here, finds himself Apollo, putting some shots down on him. That ball, that hasn't been picked up yet. What's going on? Has it got cooties or what, Hoots?
I don't know. It was funny. I was watching Snipe Down, who was watching our tournament on Sunday, and he did note that, you know, there were a few games that where the Australians just tend to really ignore the ball at the start of oddball games. So I don't know if it's just the way we were brought up, but yeah, we have seen most games that we have casted, Justin, the oddball takes a long time for the teams to grab and really start to set up. We are seeing Bald here. He's pinned down a little bit in gold. He's rolling through there with, I think it's Dino he's with, but his shields are getting hit all the time. And a really good heads-up play, turning around there, taking out Jordan and pushing in on Apollo. He's going to drop him as well, pretty much. Unfortunately, able to stay alive, but great nade there. Bank shot, drops the shields up there as well. I think there's one more, and he misses the sword punch, unfortunately.
No, Bald. There he gets
fantastic though on Reese. So great recovery. That nade up the stairs, Justin, was just a thing of beauty.
Oh, that was just gorgeous. He just served that up like he was on MasterChef, and narrowly missing that triple kill, but he still secured it. And Bald, he's really performing so far, and he's still got a couple of swipes left in that sword, putting some shots down on him. Jordan getting the cleanup on Bald, shutting him down. Now jumping over to Vamps, who's starting to get some ball time, and does look like Direwolves, they're starting to rack up a little bit of points here. Vamps trying to secure that kill, but Marzi getting the better of him there. Apollo now, he's getting some points for his team. Deathruptor fans have got a little bit of a setup here going, but Bald, he seems to be running a clinic on how to break this blue setup here, Hoots.
Yeah, and also a clinic on how to nade upstairs. His angles that he's getting on them is just perfect. That one was a little bit more straightforward than the last one, but he's been banking them. It's just exploding perfectly where he can clean up with the BR. But yeah, we do have a ball in the hand now of Direwolves. It's Dino holding, and Ball's just running around the bottom, putting in shots everywhere. You know, they're setting up a pretty strong lead here, Justin, at the start, and it is coming from Ball, who is slaying a lot stronger than we saw last weekend, where he was probably not putting up the numbers we'd expect of a player with his experience, but it was like we said earlier, that as these teams are just getting, you know, days and days more with the game, they're able to really come to terms with it. Aiming does feel a little bit different in Infinite. Little things like that that people have probably carried over from previous Halo. Taking a little bit of time to learn, but once you've got that down, you know, you do see the top players starting to rise to the top. And we are seeing 3 down here for Deathruptor fans. So Direwolves are really starting to take a commanding position here and try and, the one thing they need to do now is just try and convert this into some ball time. And it looks like Dino's probably been the one who's been given the role of objective player. He's got the ball in his hands again.
And something that Direwolves seem to be doing really well, Hoots, is that they're not really just trying to go in and use their slaying power to take over Deathruptor fans. They're giving them the respect that they deserve and waiting for their picks before they push in. And that's why they're a top squad. Like, you need to play like you're playing a top squad throughout the tournament. Otherwise, you're not going to be ready for those higher end teams as you make your way through the bracket. On board with Marzi and Zirkil grabbing that camo, trying to stay alive, desperately trying to stay alive. Marzi getting the help to secure that kill. He gives up his life for it, Hoots, but that is such an important kill. You can't let the camo player get away. And now Apollo, he's got that ball, getting some points for his team, and he's opting to rotate it round into the vents. I like this rotation. You can scrap a lot of ball time just by rotating the ball over to your teammates there. And now they're holding down the red area here. He's getting some pressure. Zirkil there. He's going to try and take on 2 players. Apollo getting a nice clean up there. A little bit of a team shot. He's hyped. He's twitchy. He's wide and ready to go. He's shooting everybody.
He's shooting everything. You're right. Yeah, the orange is a really interesting spot to hold. If you can get a setup up there with your teammates around you, the one negative is that a well-placed grenade can drop the shields of 2 or 3 of you in the one grenade. So it's a tricky one. There's plenty of coverage, and if you can set up properly and you can stop this push down long haul, you can stop this push from the A stronghold, then you can really get a big chunk of time. But 1 or 2 well-placed nades, even from bottom mid that you can throw up through the door, can really drop shields. We are seeing that Diables are starting to pull away. Still have ball in hand. They only need about 10 seconds left, and we've seen that it has been a really even contribution across the board. But Dino, especially, who's been the real ball carrier, is putting up equal high kills for his team. But we do see with that, the Thrupp defense just weren't able to really get into the base at all, and Diables take that first round. I'd say pretty comfortably, Justin.
I agree, Hoots. It was a pretty comfortable round win for Direwolves there, but it's not over just yet. Deathruptor fans, they have it in them. On board with Reese, KBM, Mastermind. You see those flicks. He was able to check his flank almost instantly, just moving his arm across the mouse pad there. Look at that. He flicks over and he's able to move across the map. That's one great thing about the mouse and keyboard. You can just quickly flick around, finds himself balled and puts him down. Vamped is there too. I love that jiggle peek there. Great stuff from Reese, putting in a lot of damage and not taking much in return. And look at this, he's hunting down Vamped. He's like, I've got to clear this player out. There he is, Vamped's trying to stay alive. It's a little pillar dance. Look at that, the help comes in from his teammates. Bald running unaware again as Reese challenges him again. Zirkil able to get the better of him. A little bit of disrespect body smack on his way through out of Zirkil. That's some classic Halo disrespect there, Hoots.
I love that word from Reese. I love the peak shot up at top gold. Like, that's one of the things one of the great things about Halo is the peak shot that you actually can't do in a lot of other shooters. That ability to quickly strafe left and right while shooting and not losing any accuracy. It's great to see a mouse and keyboard player on the circuit here, and just as you said before, Justin, the ability for them to flick around. But you know, he was causing a fair bit of a ruckus there, staying alive, putting shots in everyone, picking up some kills, but they weren't really able to convert it into much ball time. That being said, the Thrupp defense do have the ball in hand now, and we're going to see them try and hold in that top gold area that we were talking about. You can see on your screen there, look at all the red icons up there. They're really bunched up, they're rotating around. When one shields are down, another one's jumping in. And we've got, I think it's Reese was temporarily going ball. So they're sharing the love around quite a bit. But look at that. We've got 3 down all of a sudden. We're watching Dino, but it looks like Direwolves have come in and just cleared house. And look at that. They've got ball control. All alive. 3 down for Deathruptor fans briefly. And they're just going to control this gold area now. And it looks like Dino at least just peeking, but not committing to a move potentially to top A. I think he's going to be pretty happy holding it here. It worked out for them, Justin, quite well last game.
Yeah, and we're all tied up on the scoreline, and Dino opting to throw that ball out into the open. Nice little cleanup working with his teammates there. Marzi's there, little jump strafe there. Nice. Easy killing spree and double for Dino, putting, you know, really utilizing all his guns there to secure those kills. Finds himself another. He's got that mangler. Multiple players going in for the push, and he just gets shut down. If there was only one player there, Hoots, he would have got himself another kill, in my opinion. Now Bald with that camo, trying to stay alive. He's desperate. He does go down, but at least it's not in the hands of the enemy team. Now Jordan putting some shots onto Vamped, backing him down, but Vamped said, no, I'm going to challenge you, and he pushes him back. Jordan, he might end up meeting Vamped in the vents there, and we can see the player outlines on the map, Hoots, and the kill assist is going to go through. Vamped goes down, and Jordan, now he's going to get some ball time for his team. We're all tied up. I mean, the first round went over to Direwolves, but Deathruptor fans, they're not ready to go home just yet, Hoots. They're here to play.
No, not at all. They've had to scrap for their time, but the most important thing is they're keeping Direwolves off the ball. We can see here Vamp, you know, he's making a push towards the ball, but he's really the only one from his team there. Most of his team were on respawn, spawning back in that long haul, I believe, and is starting to push over. But we might have the harpoon. Unfortunately, doesn't clean up with it and gets the trade.
That's so
Oh,
unfortunate.
I know. When you land that harpoon, you just think, oh, I've got them on toast here, but unfortunately couldn't get it, and we're seeing this push up to A, although there's quite a few disruptive fans with low shields up here. Great work, though, of coming in. I think that was Jordan or Reese that came in to protect the ball there. And we are seeing Direwolves taking a few hits here, not being able to actually set up and make a push on this A side. So Deathruptor fans, something switched into gear, Justin. I don't really know what it is yet. They're outslaying somewhat, but only just. But they're able to move the ball where they want it to. Just the one thing for them is to just try and get a good crack of time. We're seeing double kills here out of Reese. That's a triple as well, so triple for the mouse and keyboard player. And we're now going to get a hold on A. And we saw last weekend that this A was actually a really handy spot to hold from an oddball perspective. You're able to drop levels really quickly, use those pillars to your advantage. And if your team's hanging around that area at all, as long as you just snake around those pillars, then you can save yourself a lot of time while your teammates come in and clean up the kills.
Now on board with Bald with that Mangler. He's got the camo as well. He's going to be a sneaky little beaver. And Reese had no idea he was coming. Killjoy medal for him. Marzi, no idea. He was like, bro, there's a camo player down below. Bald picking himself a double kill. Triples there if he wants it. The ball's rolling down the stairs. Boys, quick, get it before it falls down. Humpty Dumpty, not quite down the wall just yet. And Bald, he breaks that setup with the camo and the Mangler. And now he's getting ball times. Bald going absolutely massive for his squad. And the scoreline, it's really tied up. We got ourselves a game here. It's a bit of wild card. We expected Direwolves to really run away with it, but Deathruptor fans, they've got a fragile little lead at the moment, and Direwolves is responding, Hoots, and it's amazing to see.
Yeah, but Bald's running this ball right into Apollo. He uses the Mangler, gets the hit, but unfortunately can't clean it up with the BR. He does drop into one shot, but that's actually going to be 3 down for Direwolves. It's interesting that they chose to run it over this way to blue. I don't really know if they were being forced out of their previous position too much at A, and they actually have handed the ball to Deathruptor fans, and when you do not have a lead at that point like Direwolves had, to hand the ball to them and let them rack up time and start to get in front more. It's obviously not the smartest move, but we do have ball now, Dino in possession. So they've actually managed to 3 down Deathruptor fans, the Direwolves have. So they're going to set up here and usually they can kind of hold around here. The one thing you do have to be careful of, though, is a repulsor player coming in, Justin, and punting you off the map along with the ball.
Yeah, they'll send you flying, but one great thing is that you hang on to that ball for dear life, you take it with you, and then it gets played, and it's back to square one almost. And Zirkle now finding players below him, trying to get some shots down. They're really utilizing their cover well. Marzi poking his head out for a second. Zirkle biting down on that like it's a smacko, taking him out. And he has got that sword there ready to go. Slice and dice. Obi-Wan Kenobi here holding this angle, waiting for the players. And the ball does look like it's going to get played. Zirkle's ears are tweaking. The Spidey sense going off, and he gets the slice. And there's that camo player revealing himself. Killing spree for Zirkle. What an important kill right there, Hoots. And Zirkle securing it.
Yeah, 4 dead for Deathruptor as well. And whilst you were talking then, Justin, Direwolves actually did take the lead. And so with 4 dead, the sword in the hand, playing this perfectly here is Zirkle. If any players do come through from blue, he's going to be able to make a push. Doesn't look like there's actually anyone, so he should try and get back over to the ball. Although he's got a few in front of him. He drops the grenade, and just like that, we get the flick around, and he's dropped. And great work by Bald there. He realizes he's 3 down. He's the last one. He's actually just doing a great job to stay alive here. But plays the ball down below, drops shields of 2 of the Deathruptor fans, players who couldn't take him down, and they're going to have to really make themselves exposed to move across for this ball. At this point, Direwolves have a bit of a lead. It's that conundrum we start to get to when we get to maybe 30 or 20 seconds left of, do I pick up the ball, or do we just want to hold the other team off it and let the time run down? It's that really interesting conundrum that Infinite presents that we haven't had in previous games.
And Deathruptor fans, I mean, they're down a little bit, and they're kind of new to the Halo competitive scene, but they're being very disciplined not to rush onto that ball. They're waiting for their slays before they bother getting any time. And look at that, they get a couple of kills. All of a sudden, Apollo's got that in his hands, and he's going to play it bottom mid. I'm not sure what the strat is there. Is he baiting it out, trying to get some kills? I mean, the scoreline's pretty dire for them. Doesn't he want to get some points on the board, dudes? I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, I think he was 3 teammates down, so he realized he had to do it. But the problem is there's only 8 seconds left, and Deathruptor fans 3 down. I don't think they're going to be able to get a hand on this, Justin. Apollo's going to have to go huge, pick it up, and unfortunately he's not going to have, it doesn't look like he's going to get there. So that will be the round, and Direwolves will take the first game 2-0 in I wouldn't say comfortable fashion. That first round was very with pretty one-sided, although then we had a very close finish in that final one, and it was just a case of running out of time for Deathruptor fans. Like you said before, that decision to play the ball, I think it was the right one. They were 3 players down, so he kind of had to do something just to keep it out of the hands of Direwolves so they couldn't get the win. Unfortunately, though, when you're 3 players down, you're likely to get dropped as well, and then it does make it a lot easier for the Direwolves teammates to go in and pick up that final that final ball for those final few seconds. But looking at the kills here, Dino, fantastic work there. 30 kills, 18 deaths, a positive 12, along with the most assists for his team as well. And I think he actually had a ton of ball time. So doing objective and slaying, Bald was really impressive in that game as well, though, Justin.
Yeah, Bald was critical to breaking a lot of those setups, utilizing the power-ups to their full effect. And, I'm not surprised that Bald and Dino were doing so well for their team. They know how to utilize those things. They grab the camo, and it's like your play style needs to dramatically change when you grab those power-ups, and experienced players like Bald and Dino. And there's that grenade there that we just had an amazing time with, and unfortunate not to get that triple
Should
kill.
have been a triple.
Yeah, it should. Are we going to pay that one,
Yeah,
Hoots? Yeah, we're paying it, mate. I mean, the thing is, we're giving out free triple kills left and right, but it hasn't. I think he was robbed a little bit there. Bull True for Marzi, that's pretty impressive. But Balds and Dino utilizing those camos, as I was saying, to their fullest effect, and that translated to the win. I mean, that second round of Oddball, the scoreline was really close. There was kind of only one rotation of ball time between it, and if Deathruptor fans managed to get their hands on the power-ups and break setups like Bald and Dino were in that last round, then we might have seen a third round. And there's that unfortunate melee, not able to connect there and getting the trade. That was super unfortunate.
Yeah, I think he just hit the melee a little bit too early. It cancelled out the grapple, and unfortunately he didn't get that lunge that we typically get with the melee for the assassination. So, sometimes when you land that harpoon, you can start to get a bit too excited and drop the melee too early, which I think is what happened there. But look, we saw some really clutch doubles, particularly out of Bald throughout that game. I think it was both on offense as well as defense, when he was right around the ball, holding players off it or dropping it himself and clearing out players. His nades on those stairs were fantastic, banking them in, and he really held. From what I saw, most of his damage came around that A stronghold, and it really went a long way to helping secure the win.
One thing I absolutely love from Bald is not the nades, they were fantastic, but when he was getting pushed by 3 players up those stairs and he was just jiggle peeking in and out, he knew that he was going to die, but he's like, if I can get out as many BR shots as possible, I'm going to soften these guys up. And he distracted those guys, and they weren't able to push the other team straight away, because if he just jumps out and shells those 3 players, he's going to get dropped straight away. But he got 5 or 6 bursts out of his battle rifle and lands those shots and did so much damage. Now those players are weak and they can't push. So yes, he didn't get any kills in that situation, not even any assists. But the fact that those players are now weak, they have to wait for their shields to recharge, and they're not pushing and rotating balls and getting points and stuff like that. The real nitty-gritty, dirty work of Halo, that's what wins games.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying alive in those positions to make other teammates lose their power positions to come and finish you off is something that is so crucial. And there's plenty of options to do that on live fire as well, which is the next map we're jumping into for Slayer. Plenty of pillars you can hide behind, be a nuisance. Plenty of little drops. You've got the stairs around the snipe tower where you can run around, and there's pillars at the bottom of that. It's going to be interesting to see who takes this one out. We did see that Dino, in an objective game, whilst running objective, was able to put up massive numbers. Can he do the same in a Slayer? We're jumping on board with Apollo here, moves to the garage, and we've spoken about this before, Justin, is that so many nades come into this garage at the start, and so when you do head there off the spawn, it's often a good idea. Get 1 or 2 shots in and then get the hell out of there, because those nades come in really, really fast.
Yeah, you're almost like the sacrificial lamb going up on the pyre to take your heart cut out. It's like you've got to take that angle and apply pressure, but the enemy team knows that you're coming, so it's such a critical angle to hold. And if you can manage to stay alive and put some damage down, then you've done your job off the opening rear. And that custom's still up for grabs. Vamped managed to grab it, but that's now just sitting on the ground, and it's back and forth right now. No kills, the difference, and that overshield goes in the hands of Bald. He's got that sniper rifle, tries to hit Jordan. Look at that little crouch strafe, and he's diving and dodging, and able to get the better of balls there with the overshield and that sniper rifle down there in the grass area. I'd love to see Reese with that in his hands with the mouse and keyboard player. Does look like he might have it. No, he doesn't. Double kill for Zirkil, putting those two players down. Wonderful flank from him, just completely breaking that setup, Hoots.
Yeah, and that was 4 down for Death Rap defense for quite a while there, and we've even got great nades off the spawn here for Zirkil. They spawned around the nest in that B side, and he was able to hit, I believe it was Reese with a nade almost straight away. You're right, Justin. I'd love to see a snipe in the hands of Reese. We haven't really seen a mouse and keyboard player on the snipe yet, although very great heads-up play by Zirkil there. Drops down, misses the back snipe, and cleans up with the BR, and he's unfortunately taken down. But a really strong start here from both teams, really. 10-9 Direwolves in favour of. And we're seeing Reese look at that mouse and keyboard. How you said before,
here we
Justin,
go, Hughes.
He can jump over.
We're ready. Do it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got Zirkil here in his sights. He's going to back off, but you saw he was able to just flick that mouse around while almost doing a ninja. It just looks so quick compared to those control players. But where's he going to head with this? He's got a few players down long. Dino's hanging around down around the scoreboard, I think, heading bottom mid. So he's got to make a choice here. This power-up's coming here. He's just going to watch it like a hawk as we are seeing Zirkil start to move in. So he'll be wise to keep his sights on that scoreboard area, although he might almost even get this power-up uncontested. And so with a snipe in his hands and power-up, and they've actually gone on a fair run here, Death Rap defense, putting in about a 5-kill run to go up 14-10. We've got Snipe and OS in the hands of Reese, and they're just running around trying to find people to take advantage. He hits him almost, I don't know if he connected then with that no-scope, but cleans up balls. Just putting shots in everyone, and he's dropping shields. No scope, no problem. Dino, unfortunately, he did so much damage then, Reese, Justin, but he just wasn't really able to finish up on any of them, it looked like.
No, not able to get it across the line close, but no cigar. But yes, that, you know, good example of what you can do with a mouse and keyboard. Not connecting on any of those headshots, but just putting damage on so many different players is so critical. And he was just able to 180 multiple times during that fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, like an auto turret, just taking people down. And the scoreline, that scoreline that they had, Death Raptor fans, they had such a solid push. They cleared out the garage area, secured themselves the overshield and the sniper rifle, but Direwolves, they just responded. It's like, we don't need those power weapons and power-ups. We'll challenge you anyway, and the scoreline's basically even at this point.
Yeah, I think Reese just got really unlucky. He seemed to drop quite a few shields, and there was just no cleanups, and his teammates were getting dropped around him. Yeah, it's super unfortunate. But, you know, the interesting thing is going to be as this next OS comes up, is he going to go for that? When the next snipe comes up, is he going to be the one who goes for that? Have his teammates said to him, look, you're on mouse and keyboard. You're the one who's going to be the primary sniper for us when we have a chance. We know that Infinite now has the function where you can easily drop a weapon for a teammate. So do his players make a rush for that and grab that and hand it over to him? It's something we'll have to see unfold. But, you know, I think there are a lot of people who might be in the Twitch chat watching this, wanting to see some dominance from mouse and keyboard. You know, they've had most of the players on controller, and they're wanting to see a mouse and keyboard player get the snipe and just take control. And I'm hoping we do get to see that a little bit longer. We had a glimpse before, Justin, but we haven't actually seen him really be able to drop anyone yet.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Twitch chat is going absolutely ham at each other right now, talking about mouse and keyboard. Vamped with the double kill for himself, and they're starting to eke out a little bit of a lead here. It's 6 points in front. Vamped finding himself Reese, killing spree for him, so he's 5-kill run for those playing at home, and he just cracked the double digits, throwing down that shield to give himself a little bit of cover. Look at that, just utilizing all the geometry on the map. It does poke his head out a little bit too much, and it gets taken off for his effort. But he was really, you know, utilizing the areas on the map to put down damage, and he's crouching and strafing and just head glitching himself. That Mangler now in the hands of Zirkil, and we're at this halfway point, Hoots, and it's a broken record. It's going around and around, and things start heating up at this point, and Zirkil's going in for blood. He's putting in some damage, not taking a lot of damage himself, but now he's being called out, and he's deciding to rotate through a different angle. Smart play from him, and he's going to take another angle, valuing his life. At this point in the game, you can't afford to drop, and it's all about the tail end of this Slayer game. And the boys on Direwolves, they're working as a pack, moving around. They're just waiting for that pick so they can collapse on the rest of the players. And here's Zirkil trying to help out Vamped, who just fell, unfortunately, not able to secure the kill. Jordan doing well to utilize his cover here, getting his shields back, and it does look like Deathruptor fans are keeping up with the Direwolves boys. There's only one rotation of Slays between them right now, Hoots.
Yeah, true. You know, only 4 kills in it now. Actually, we have Snipe coming up soon along with OS. So this is going to be a really interesting one where what do you favor? You know, a lot of the times you can't grab both, so you have to choose to pick one. And it's going to be interesting to see which team chooses to pick which. As we are seeing here, we're on board with Jordan. He's putting some nice kills here and actually bringing this lead back. Although, that being said, I do see Direwolves are in front by 6. So, you know, we're only 10 kills left. We have a snipe in the hands of Vamped, and we've got most, it looks like, of the Deathruptor fans spawning in the garage, although there's an OS there and a punch and a run through and just gets away with the snipe. Though a 7-kill gap now for Direwolves, so they are getting close to closing this one out with Snipe. I wonder if we're going to see some speed taken out of it here as Vamp starts to move in with this Snipe, dropping shields in the garage there. Unfortunately, ball taken down in front of him, 2 dead momentarily for Direwolves, and so that lead is pegged back slightly by Deathruptor fans, but they're going to have to do a lot more. Insane no-scope there, drop shields, and then heads in, and unfortunately can't clean up any of the other kills, but that's huge when you just need just that little thing, and he's going, Vamp's going nuts, Justin. What's going on?
He's going for a clip. That's what he's doing. He knows that the game's being streamed, and you know what? He's like, oh, they're probably watching this time. I'm just going to go for some whippy no-scopes and see what I can land. They got a comfortable lead, so he can go for a bit of style points. On board with Jordan, I did notice before he got back-to-back perfect kills with his BR Hoots, which is pretty impressive. Shots to be putting down, 45-37 in favor of Direwolves. But I mean, Deathruptor fans, it's not over just yet. We've seen comebacks come from higher deficits than this. Jordan desperately trying to get kills. You can't let Bald get away like that. And now the scoreline is 10 points. Zirkle finding another 49, and they're going to secure this series. Who's going to be one to fall? Looks like Reese is going to be challenging him. Zirkle put under a lot of pressure. He gets dropped and not able to secure that last kill. Direwolves, all they need to do is, you know, pack up together and hunt down one more player. They just, and look at this, Deathruptor fans, all 4 pushing and just manhandling the players on Direwolves, trying to take them down. Zirkle, bit of a windmill there, trying to secure that last kill. He didn't want to die there. He's like, boys, I've got to land it, and secure that win.
Yeah, I mean, Zirkle was the last up then, actually. Reese just seemed to get a little bit overzealous out in the open there, while the rest of his team was trying to set up for that OS, because it was popping in 1 or 2 seconds, but Reese probably extended a little bit too far there. He had no shield. He really wanted to get that final kill because they would have been 4 dead then. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out. And Zirkle, great job to position himself where he was only in a fight with Reese, manages to drop him for that final kill, and that's game over. 2-0 to Direwolves.
Yeah, the Direwolves, they really looked
yeah, and you know what? Here. It was 2-0, but the fact that Deathruptor fans were keeping up with arguably one of the top squads in ANZ as new faces onto the scene is pretty impressive. And my prediction is that we'll see them again later on tonight because they still have the losers bracket and they can make their way through, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just looking at the scores quickly here. Vamp putting up massive numbers there, 4,977 damage, far and away the most on his team. And then for Deathruptor fans, we had Jordan, 4,218, so putting up a fair bit as well there. But yeah, look, it was a game that ebbed and flowed quite a bit. We didn't really have anyone jumping out of the gate until, you know, that 25-30 margin. But then it just looked like Direwolves were able to put a bit of a jump on, and whilst Deathruptor fans came back and were able to get back in slightly at certain points, it just wasn't enough, and they were able to maintain that lead.
Yeah, and it really did feel like that as soon as the Direwolves were able to get themselves this lead, it was all too comfortable for them, right? You know, obviously we highlighted Reese quite a lot on Deathruptor fans, but unfortunately just wasn't able to kind of pop off here on the Slayer, and this is where you really want kind of one of your players to really get those Slayers going in. He did a really good job on the opening map of Recharge, but, you know, just coming here onto live fire, just wasn't able to get it done for the boys. But, I mean, Justin, Direwolves, they get this done nice and clean, a 2-0. They get themselves a little bit further on into the bracket as well, and this is where, you know, you kind of start getting the more faith in the Direwolves, right? Obviously the faith was really, really high for these guys coming into this, but this is the good first step, right? Like going up against one of these teams that's starting to nip on their heels, they get rid of them, and now they can set their sights on the upper echelon of this bracket.
And it's important to have people challenge you early on, right? You know, I've encountered it myself, is that if you get a really easy lineup and, you know, you're just 50-10ing people in Slayers and that kind of thing, and you're not challenged whatsoever, you are not prepared for those high skilled teams when you come up. So Deathruptor fans, you know, I said it before, sacrificial lambs. Maybe that's what they were doing to warm up the Direwolves guys, and now they're going to go on a little bit of a run. But as I said, I think we'll see Deathruptor fans later on tonight, because I think they proved that they can hang, and there's no reasons they can't make themselves a bit of a run down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And I really think that they are a type of team that's not going to let something like this get to them, and they'll come back stronger in that lower bracket. But, you know, now that we've got the Direwolves moving forward in this bracket, it is a good way to think about it. This is kind of a teeth sharpener for them, right, Hoots? Because they get themselves against a team that is towards the higher end of the teams we've got in this kickoff qualifier, and now they get themselves in a good groove. They've had their streamed match, they're feeling good, their Slayers are really starting to pop off on the team, and they're feeling good going up into the rest of the kickoff qualifier, because at some point they're going to have to go against Neutral Bull or Divine Mind.
Yeah, it's a great point, Luke. It's they've like you said, they've played a team who is up there, and so I think one of the things you can do is if you're playing teams that are a bit further down the bracket, you're smashing them as you're working your way through. You can get a bit of a false sense of security, and then when you finally come up against a good team, you're thinking, oh, geez, you know, this is a tricky one. Like, these guys are actually able to fight back and push and work together as a team really well. So you're right, to have that early on one where you have to face a team who is a bit more established, that'll put them in really good stead for the rest of the tournament over the next 2 days.
Yeah, especially if they're able to kind of figure out a few ideas that they felt like weren't completely crisp, right, Justin? Because, you know, now going into the rest of the bracket, they can look back at this and go, all right, we felt like that we weren't, you know, doing too much with the old ball control, or, you know, maybe we need to start hunting better and try and get these 2v2s going and stuff like that. And they can really start to iron that out as they go forward, because I know a lot of teams really want to try and level up as they go through a lot of these brackets, right? You want to start facing harder and harder opponents so you don't get towards that very important series and you go, oh shoot, you know, really haven't done all too much today. I've kind of just been stomping noobs.
Yeah, a little bit. I touched on it before, is that you need to be ready for the higher echelon of players. And one thing about games like that, although it's a 2-0, there was plenty of opportunities there to swing things back in Deathruptor fans' favor. And sometimes it's all about going back into the theater mode and jumping in a Discord call and just start talking about where things went wrong. And some advice: when you're looking at your own gameplay, don't concentrate too much on the micro. You want to be looking at the macro things that are happening on the map. You know, where, you know, are we setting up for the camo spawns? Are we utilizing the power weapons? You know, are we waiting for kills before going for ball time and strongholds? Are we collapsing? And, you know, those kinds of things will make you better players. And, you know, theater's such a wonderful tool. I certainly wouldn't watch the broadcast back, because, you know, we're just trying to entertain and put on a good show, and, you know, maybe not the people with the best insight for people going for that top spot. So,
not at all.
No. But that's okay. And Deathruptor fans, I think that they have it in them, and with a roadmap that's a year long, they'll be back not only tonight, but I'd love for them to stick it out and see where they are in a few months' time.
Yeah, I'd be super excited to see how the Deathruptor fans start to level up throughout Halo here. But Hoots, this is something that is super important for the Direwolves, right? Is because obviously they're gunning for this third spot, and they really want to get this done. And this is the perfect way for them to get it done. And, you know, we might be able to get a few insights from one of their players here, because we do have Ball on the line here to have a chat to us in the HCS here. Ball, mate, that was a pretty dominant victory from you guys here against Deathruptor fans. Obviously, it's something that we've talked about quite a lot, is this third spot going to Raleigh. Is that something that's giving you guys a little bit of extra gusto, or do you feel like it's a little bit of extra pressure on you guys to perform today?
Yeah, hey boys, how you going? Yeah, well, in all honesty, we just want the points for the Pro Series, because, like, logistically speaking, we can't really make the event because of, you know, the lockdowns and restrictions and all that. New Zealand, like, basically wouldn't be able to get back into the country if we did leave. So, yeah, we can't really go, but, you know, we're playing and we want to prove ourselves that we're still, like, can be a top team. And, you know, for the Pro Series and the upcoming events further on, you know, we'll be up there, hopefully.
Bald, I'll be interested to hear about, in terms of when you guys are playing objective maps. We saw Dino in particular. He put in just insane, not only slays and assists, but also was leading in objective times. You know, is that typically his role? He's such a strong slayer. Do you tend to make sure he plays ball as well, and he's just that good that he can do both? Or when it comes to objective in a game like ball, are you happy just to hand it around to anyone?
Everyone should be able to do every job on, like, a good team. But yeah, Dino was popping off today. He was hitting the shots, he was grabbing the ball, you know, he was doing it all. It's, you know, it's good to see from one of the older guys, you know. He's been around almost as long as I have, you know, and it's great to see.
Now, Balls, I just want to go back in time, just as you're saying how long you've been around, harkening back to the Exile 5 days where you guys were, you're on top. How do you feel now with the, the NutriBullet and the Divine Mind squads kind of dominating, and you kind of struggled in the first tournament, taking out 8th and then 3rd? Are you, that fire's starting to rumble up and you want to take that top spot? What's your mindset?
Yeah, man, of course, we want to be at the top. They're really good teams, both Divine Mind and NutriBullet. But we want to be challenging them, we want to be contesting them, we want to have close series. And the weekend didn't go our way, but hoping to improve on those kind of performances and get a win, get even a closer series, because we don't want to be getting slapped around like that. Just not very nice, but hopefully soon we'll be able to sort that out.
Yeah, fingers crossed for the Wolfpack to get you guys back into that tip-top form. But Board, thank you for joining us for this interview, and good luck for the rest of the bracket as well.
Sweet. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Cheers, mate.
See you, Balls.
Lovely to hear from one of the OGs of the scene as well, Hoots, because, just getting the insights of these players, especially being, how hungry it seems like the Direwolves are to get towards that top spot. Obviously, they've got a few big roadblocks in front of them, but they can certainly do it.
Yeah, and we saw a market turnaround in Ball's performance, even just compared to a few days ago on Sunday. I mean, I'm not saying he had a bad performance there by any stretch, but there was a big difference between the Ball on Sunday and the Ball today. He was fantastic in every game, in both games that we saw. So that's just what we've been talking about, is the change that we're going to see through a lot of these players over the next couple of weeks. And by the time we get to Raleigh, we're going to have teams that are just absolute monsters compared to the shadows that they were a couple of weeks prior when they were playing in the first few rounds of this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a long time before we get there, and there's a long time for these teams to level up as well. And it's time for us to level up as we go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head into the winners round of 4. So make sure to join us here for more of the Kickoff Qualifier for Raleigh. G'day ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Kickoff Qualifier for ANZ. We're getting ever closer to being able to figure out who we are sending all the way to the pool play, and it's super excited for us to talk about this next series, Hoots, because it is one of our favourites. We've got NutriBullet going up against the Escapees here, the Vanguard Escapees, and I'm super excited about this series because this is the series that the winner of this goes and plays us tomorrow.
Yeah, you can literally finish now. You can go and have dinner and then go to bed. So for these guys, that is one thing we should talk about is like the amount of rest that they're going to get leading in, because for some players, they're going to be playing quite late tonight. So yeah, this is a big one. And look, NutriBullet, they're a team we're very, very familiar with. But we have seen a change that we spoke about at the start of this broadcast, and that's Pip coming in. So Pip leaving Divine Mind and joining NutriBullet. And as we said before, this roster is locked. So the roster they have here is the roster that has to go to Raleigh if they either win or finish in the top the top two on points. So yeah, it's something different, and we haven't seen this team play before. But look, the name's there. If you've been watching any of the last few broadcasts we've done, I think you should be pretty familiar with them. Barcode's the one we always say to watch, and I don't think I honestly need to say anything more about him because we've said enough already.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure his gameplay speaks for itself. But on the other side of the server is going to be the Vanguard Escapees here, Justin. And I'm excited to see what these guys can do because we've had a little whisper in our ear. Now, one of these players, Beeson, has been an ex-COD pro, a very recent COD pro as well, and has been putting up some big numbers in that game as well.
Yeah, it does look like there's some COD names in there, and I got to respect these gamer tags. I'm a sucker for a good gamer tag, and Beaston, what a name that is. That's got a Beaston Halo Infinite montage just waiting to happen on YouTube. And Vanguard Escapees, don't know too much about their skill level in Halo games, but if they're coming from another competitive shooter, a lot of those fundamentals are pretty similar. How you rotate around the map and your communication and getting picks before going for objectives is translatable between many different esports titles. It's why we can see retired Halo players do well in other esports, is because those fundamentals translate. So we'll have to see if these COD guys can use the COD fundamentals to jump over into Halo. But still, against NutriBullet, I'm not too confident. If I'm honest, I want to draw a narrative and get people excited, but they're going up against the top squad in our region. And are they going to have what it takes? I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the players just yet, but if they concentrate on playing their game and not running at NutriBullet's pace, they might be able to take a game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's no mean feat for them to get all the way to this point as well. So they've got themselves through the bracket, and they've got themselves an opponent here in NutriBullet. So who knows, even if they drop down to lower bracket here, it still could be a good run for the boys of the Vanguard Escapees. So let's go and have a look at the maps we're going to be playing here for this series, Hoots. We're going to be going to my favorite map in the streets. We're going to be playing Oddball on this as well. This is where we really start to set our attention onto NutriBullet. How do they get Pip into this roster? How does he amalgamate when we have these objective-based maps on the field?
Yeah, and when we had the series on Sunday when Divine Mind were going up against NutriBullet, it was Barcode on the NutriBullet side was just putting up crazy kill numbers, and likewise it was Pips on the other side doing the same. So you bring these two crazy good slayers into the same team together, what do you get? That's the big question mark. Naturally you'd think, well, you're just going to have an even stronger slaying unit, so you should be fine. But do they potentially not complement each other the way that they should? That's what we're going to have to wait and find out. Oddball, we might not see it as much, but on that Slayer Aquarius, that's going to be the interesting one, I think.
Yeah, that's going to be the real test here for the Vanguard Escapees to see whether or not they can stack up against the best in the region in NutriBullet. And if we go all the way to the CTF, Justin, Bazaar has been a beautiful map for me to play and watch as well. Obviously I was tuning in a Barcode stream just before as I was streaming their other match, and they were playing CTF on Bazaar as well. And it just feels like those guys have the right communications and seem to have at least been able to amalgamate Pip into that roster, at least with the comms.
No surprise that NutriBullet does well on Bazaar with the fruit market there on screen. They're just making themselves smoothies and serving it up to the competition. But we'll have to see if we actually make it that far. I would really like to see it. Hoots, we haven't had much CTF tonight, so I wouldn't mind seeing some flag juggling this evening. But we are jumping onto this game streets. We've got that spanker right there to throw out rockets into your mates' faces. Very powerful weapon. We'll have to see who gets off the rip. I love the start of a game, people's different strategies and things like that. And, that was something I was always a student of. And I'd try and catch players who would always do the same strat, catch them off guard. So I'll have to see how NutriBullet and Vanguard Escapees launch off the rip, and we're jumping on board with Beaston. And love that gamer tag, and here he is being very patient, ready to push up into the arcade, trying to check his angles there. Madzi is behind him, catching him off guard. Madzi getting the better of him. Does manage to get the player no shields, and Doomed gets the clean up there. And we are seeing NutriBullet putting points on the board early, which is uncharacteristic that we've seen in other oddball games, Hoots. You touched on the fact that sometimes you just don't see any ball time until later on and the players are comfortable.
Yeah, us Aussies we're a slow breed, and we often take a while to figure out what game type we're actually playing. But yeah, you're right, Justin. Grabbing the ball straight away, it's not something we do see that often. And interesting, it's Pips the one carrying the ball. So we spoke about how he was one of the main slaves for Divine Mind, but it looks like he, at the beginning at least, is happy to be playing objective while we have the rest of his team going on a bit of a slaying run. Barcode unable to register a kill yet, but it is very early days, and that ball has gone down at the A site. So what we're going to see here is it looks like NutriBullet's starting to swarm back in around that site. They managed to drop a few. Barcode running around, perfect use of the pillars there. Bates makes himself hard to kill while his teammates clean up, and Barcode he's been no shields for a long time now, but still sticking his head out there and getting kills. And we're just going to see this ball hang around while NutriBullet do manage to pick it up now. And so we have Madzi actually who's leading the slay. So they've taken on two big slayers, Justin, on this squad in Barcode and Pips, but Madzi, at least early days, is coming through and showing that he can hang as well.
Yeah, no surprise that Madzi is hanging and he's top scoring right now, because throughout Halo 5 in ANZ, he was arguably the best pistol shot in the region, so no surprise he's racking up a lot of kills. And now Barcode working well with Madzi there, getting a lot of picks, and Barcode utilizing that Bulldog, trying to find the player. Madzi doing well to stay alive, and Barcode so critical there, keeping Madzi alive. Pip does go down, Doomed getting the better of him, and 36 points, the scoreline right now. Barcode just served up a back whack there, and Madzi like, sorry mate, that was my kill. Have the rocket I was going to use on him.
Yeah, I know. He's just trying to do his best, and then he cops a rocket to the dome from Madzi, which is unfortunate. Yeah, look, NutriBullet, pretty big domination from them so far here. You've got Madzi's on 9 kills now. I think he was using those rockets pretty well, despite the fact that he got a betrayal there. That didn't register, luckily for him, but they're managing to both outslay and out-objective Vanguard Escapee here. So we are going to be on board with Madzi here, who is just running around quite freely here, putting shots in bottom mid, and now he's just going to rotate around to that arcade area to help out Pips, who looks like he's taking some shots down there. But they are spawning the Vanguard Escapees back in train, so they're going to have Beaston pushing up on this side street here, and you can see here Madzi gets a call out from Pips and he's helping moves over, and he's going to be fighting both Beaston and Ryu, it looks like. Both Beaston and Ryu are taken down, as are Mads and Pipsy, so a bit of chaos there, Justin, around that arcade area, and the only one who comes away from it with his shield still up is Doom.
Yeah, I don't... for those playing at home, you did see that killing frenzy medal come up on the screen, so 10 kills in a row without dying for Madzi. 12 kills on the board, just Mr. Plowing over everyone, cleaning the streets here. Beaston in the respawn screen, and we do see Prady's getting some ball time. He's only got 2 kills, but he's got the most ball time, so doing the dirty work, getting down and dirty, and he's got this Bulldog here ready to bite some people's ankles and take them down. He's low to the ground, trying to get some shots down. He's just waiting for this spank. It does look like NutriBullet is practicing, getting ready for those weapons to come up, ignoring the ball for a second there, but gave Vanguard Escapee an opportunity to grab the ball, and now they're getting some ball time. So we'll have to see if NutriBullet's gamble for giving up that ball to try and secure that spanker is going to pay off for him, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. They are pinned back in this garage now, this train station, sorry, and we do see Pip starting to walk in with that Bulldog. He's had that in the back of his hands for a while there. Great job taking down there, and now he's just going to hang back while his shields recharge and push out finally once his shields start to come back. And we do see rockets, though, in the hands of Vanguard, it looks like, and there's a trade there. So you'll take that every day of the week. Those rockets are going to go down unless they actually had used them all. I'm not sure, but we do see Vanguard Escapee able to actually get a bit of ball time back here again. So we've got Doom holding the ball there, 4 up, spawning in the tram yard, and they're just trying to eke back this a little bit. And Justin, part of this is maintaining some respect, I guess. So keeping the scoreboard, they were close to getting goosed before from an oddball point of view, but they've been able to get a bit of score back, make it a bit more respectable. They're still down considerably, and NutriBullet, right now, if you're a betting man, you'd say that they're going to be the ones who are likely to come away with the win on this round. But they are getting some time and making this not a complete whitewash.
Yeah, and you saw that NutriBullet, they were able to... No, Vanguard Escapee, they're able to put some points onto the board, and Nutriball, they couldn't just like one person push and break that setup. They have to coordinate as a team to break that out and take the ball off them. Yes, they're about to take out this round at a pretty defined scoreline, but Vanguard Escapee proved that they can actually get some points on the board and challenge them. And as I say that, they're getting some more ball time, Hoots. I mean, 99 to 38, are they actually going to be able to do it? Not sure yet. Barco just checking that his shoelaces are tied there, and Madzi going in, racking up his kill stat. He does trade out there. And that Benji with the Bulldog there. Benji, I believe he is an ex-COD pro. I have to get confirmation on that one. And Barco, a little bit of disrespect on the ground there, and securing the first round here.
Yeah, Barco picks up his 1 second of objective time, so he can say that he's doing that. He's not just
he's contributing, Hoots.
Yeah, he's contributing. That's all you have to do.
What do you mean I never touched the ball, boys?
But that's a good start from Nutriball as we would expect, and strong slays from Madzi in particular. You did say he had that killing frenzy before, and look at this. It's a straight run up the middle from Pips to pick up these rockets, and he's going to get the call out, put one up the road, and actually picks up a double, does a bit of damage to himself as well, but you'll take that every day of the week to drop 2, and they're going to have a prime chance now of getting some of this ball time and getting set up. And this is exactly what we saw, Justin, at the start of last round, is that they come in, they set up early around this A area, and they just rack up the time, and that was where they did most of their damage in the previous round.
Yeah, and this is classic Pips gameplay here. He really just tries to utilize as many advantages as he can, and I think he forgot that he didn't have a BR for a second there, not able to secure that second kill. But so patient, he just lurks in the shadow and pounces when he's ready. Now on board with Dooms with that phase skin, beautiful red and white camo, and he does go down, unfortunately. Looking at the kills department, we do see Vanguard Escapee struggle a little bit. Beaston not so Beaston on 0 kills, and not able to find his bell, unfortunately. And Prady's now getting some ball time for the squad. He's got the most objective stat line for his squad right now, and we're going 45-ish unanswered points in the favor of Nutriball. And look at this, Prady's using all of those grenades to cut off the angles. Easy clean up on Beaston. Seconds there if he wants it. He does get dropped. He was a little bit weak though. And now Vanguard Escapee, they have an opportunity to set up here, Hoots, maybe get some ball time and take it to Nutriball.
Yeah, they're going to look like they stick with this A setup as well, and they're working up well in the stronghold area there, whilst you can see the ball guy not having to move too much because he's got this strong cover, and they're doing a good job of keeping Pips at bay here, really. That being said, though, they are now 3 down. You see the Nutriball team swarm in from the police station area and just say, yep, we'll take that, thank you very much, and they roll in and take the ball, and now, unfortunately, there's no choice but to retreat. So what we see now is Pips just going on a bit of a run, and we'll jump over to Barco. He's got the rockets. We may as well stick with him. Benji, he's actually going to survive that somehow, and match points the second one. Barco cleans up with the BR, but he's probably not going to be too happy that he didn't get all that out of the rockets, but fantastic strafe there and crouch strafe with the 3-shot beatdown, whilst no shield. Staying alive there, Justin, that can be so hard, but for someone like Barcode, incorporating that crouch as well, he just does so well to stay alive there.
Yeah, he whiffed a couple of rockets, Hoots, but it didn't matter. He backed it up with some solid BR and strafing. Look at this. Look at that strafe trying to back down Doom. Sends Doom back down, and Barcode so confident to just check out angles to try and clean up for his teammates. He knew that the player was directly opposite him, and you could safely check that angle to try and get the cleanup. And look at this. He grabs that commando and slaps it onto the magnet on his back, looking for Doom, trying to put some shots in there. Mad's in a little bit of trouble. That ball down on the ground. A lot of dead Nutribullet players in the kill feed. Barcode, last man alive, last stand, he goes down, and look at this. Vanguard Escapee comes in, cleans house. Nutribullet off the shelves. I mean, you're going to have to do a product recoil on those things, Hoots.
Yeah, I know. It reminds me of the Fruit Ninja that my mum got me for Christmas a few years ago. It's, yeah, sometimes they can
an off-brand one.
Yeah, a bit of an off. It's just the cheaper option. But look, we are seeing Nutribullet here. They're only 15 seconds off, so they don't have to do too much more to take the win here. Madzi just holding this ball. He's working with Pips there, I think it is, and they've managed to just work together well, hold the ball. He's dropped, unfortunately, but look, Justin, this is close to being over in this opening round. We probably haven't seen Vanguard Escapee come out too strong in this opening round, but they are a lower ranked team, and it's probably what we expected. But Nutribullet, they're making a big statement here, and this is a brand new team that they've put together. Compared to the last week we had, we've got obviously Seducers no more, Flex Rangers no more. They're bought in Pips, and they look like they're gelling really, really well.
Yeah, and as we say that, Vanguard Escapee putting up their last fight. Barcode comes in to break the setup, And Ryu able to stop that star player from making his push, but Pip, he's probably going to be able to scrap together the last game time here, and NutriBullet going to secure this first game. 1-0 in favor of NutriBullet, but Vanguard Escapee, they impress me, Hoots. They're going up against the absolute best squad in ANZ right now, and they perform admirably.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about Beeston in particular, coming from COD, and that's something that we've seen recently with Halo Infinite coming out. We're seeing a lot of players start to gravitate back towards Halo, which is great for the scene here. If you follow a fair few pro gamers on Twitter, regardless of what game they play, you're seeing them start to gravitate back, and some notable people deciding to move back to Halo, because for so many people, this is where they started. Halo's been such a dominant FPS for so long that when people finally hear that there's a new Halo out, it's fantastic. They just want to get back and be involved, and it's just such an addicting game to play. But look, looking at the kills here, and we see Barcode and Madzi across the board, just racking up big kill numbers, big assist numbers, both going positive. So great performance by them, and a pretty consistent slaying performance from the Vanguard guys, but unfortunately just not enough to get it done there. And just look at that accuracy on Madzi. They're 61.27%. That's a massive number there, Justin.
Yeah, what did I tell you? Madzi, best shot in ANZ, and didn't quite out-damage Barcode there, but both of them, we're splitting hairs here. Barcode with 2 perfect kills and a killing spree, and 1 second of ball time. So clearly,
he's an objective beast.
Yeah, he's an objective beast. So it's good to see him getting down and doing all the dirty work and carrying his teammates to victory in this objective game.
Yeah, I do wonder if that was the thing they were saying amongst themselves on their comms of just like, all right, we're not finishing this round until Barco gets the last second. He's done enough slaying. He needs to put in some objective work. So I like the
yeah, finish your vegetables. We're not moving on to the next game until you eat your vegetables.
Exactly. And look, this was a great performance from Madzi. He really impressed me. That killing frenzy, obviously 10 kills without dying. That's something, regardless of the level of team you're playing, that's something that Chicken looked pretty positively on. So a really great performance there. And as you can see, Barco picks up the 1 second, does a little happy dance, and they secure that first round. And then it was pretty one-sided after that. Justin, they locked down these rockets quickly. They did a lot of work with them, and they were able to just get set up in that A area in particular around the police department and put in some really, really strong ball time.
Yeah, and moving into this next game, we might see more of the same, but Vanguard Escapee, this might be their first taste of what it's like to play a top squad in ANZ. We haven't seen them meet them in the bracket before, and this is a good experience to them. Will they be able to rise up to the challenge? And even if they do fall and not be able to take down this top squad, that's some good experience for them. It's like, wow, this is how the top end of players play, and it's a hell of a lot different from matchmaking, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and we move on to Slayer Aquarius next, and that was one of the first games that we saw NutriBullet actually drop. It was one of the first game types that we saw NutriBullet drop to Divine Mind on Sunday. So look, they're strong across the board, but I guess you could say that if they are weak in some areas, then Slayer Aquarius is potentially one of them. But no objective to distract them. It's going to be interesting to see after that performance with Madzi going so huge on the slays. Does he do the same? I mean, they've just got so many slaying beasts, Justin, that I don't know who to focus on. And I feel sorry for the guys in the production booth for us here with ESL, trying to pick a viewpoint to follow. There's just too many people on NutriBullet.
Yeah, and you can't highlight them all. It's, you got to almost like cut them out even slices of game time. But if someone's gone off, you've just got to show them. And Barcode and Madzi from NutriBullet just putting on a clinic that last game. So we'll be looking to them to continue their slaying performance. But I'd like to see what Vanguard Escapee can do. I mean, if you want to make a comparison to Call of Duty as a shooter, it's a very fast pace. You need to be able to react really, really quickly, and that can translate to Halo too. Is that you reacting to players moving around the map and changing targets and putting in damage for your squad, responding to call-outs quickly for the cleanups. And if they can bring over that skill set and bring it into Halo, they might be able to challenge NutriBullet here a little bit, or we might be having steak for dinner, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's good to see we're starting an Aquarius Slayer with the right game type selected this time, so we're on board with Beeston, the COD Pro. He's starting to move through top mid here, and unfortunately dropped very quickly, and we get actually two guys, the two Vanguard Escapees, who went up top for that power-up, unfortunately dropped. So we're going to have Camo, I think, in the hands of NutriBullet most likely. And we see Barcode here with that heat wave, and that's this is the gun that Pips was using against Barcode only a few days ago, Justin. So we see these team changes so quickly that, you know, people who were once enemies are now teammates, and they're working together. It's something that they're going to have to get used to, obviously, because now we've got this roster lock. This is the team that's going to have to go to Raleigh.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the team change, and it's kind of like you get sick of getting heat waves by Pips, so what do? You just bring him over to your roster. Then you don't have to worry about it anymore, do you? And now on board with Barcode using that heat wave himself. He has got those thruster charges in the corner of his screen there that you can see, putting some shots down. Benji down bottom mid. You know, Barcode going straight down for the challenge and boosting straight into his face. Ryu there for the second kill if he wants it. Beeson up, hiding in the base, and here comes Barcode, ready to clear him out, collecting some shots and using that thruster, very Halo 5 style, and just like going to the side, and the player not able to adjust his aim to combat 11-4 the scoreline. It's still early days, but I can feel a little bit of momentum on NutriBullet's side here, Hoots.
Yeah, they're starting to gel. You got Pips leading the way with 5 kills. Barcode, though, he's got this heat wave, and I'm sure Pips is sitting there saying, mate, chuck it over to me. I want to have a go. You know what I can do with it. But yeah, Barcode just running
Barcode's
around.
the objective guy, isn't he?
Exactly. Oh, yeah, the objective beast. Exactly. So, look, Barcode's running around pretty freely, and he's just been running around this side with the heat wave for most of the map, and unfortunately, he isn't able to find anyone. But, you know, Vanguard Escapees, they've clawed it back a little bit, 7 kills down, so they're starting to register a couple here. We've got Ryu leading the way with 5 kills, and they're now 7 kills down. But Barcode just holding this top area. And look, the fact that Justin, he's up here and not getting hit at all shows how much of a distraction and how much his teammates are running the rest of the map. Typically, if you are sitting in that top area there, you're just going to be, you know, meat for the slaughter. But instead, we have Barcode able to run up there. Pips has gone up there clearly. Now we're on board with him, and he's got the camo in his back pocket. So, you know, I think we're going to be able to see Pips use this quite effectively here as you know, it's probably a team Vanguard Escapees who aren't as set up as some of the other teams we've been watching so far. So to be able to move around, and we'll see here walking up on Doom here, a few shots, chooses, but you can see how he backs away here, and that's just a little bit different compared to what we were watching with Yip a couple of rounds ago, where knowing when you have that camo, when to back down and when to fight is really crucial to make sure you can eke out those final maybe 10 or 20 seconds of a camo.
Couldn't agree more, Hoots, and the scoreline's pretty even so far. I mean, we haven't hit that halfway point, but Vanguard Escapee showing, giving us a respectable showing so far. On board with Beeson, he's got some flashing shields, banking grenades like he's been playing Halo his entire life, and Barco just snapping in there and taking him out. On board with Benji, he falls as well. A lot of X's on Vanguard Escapee. They just dropped all 4 players. Now back on with Pips, new addition to the NutriBullet roster, checking some angles. He's just checking out the scenery, then rotating through. He has got in the corner of his screen a couple of thrusts there, so you might see some classic Halo 5 jump and thrust to the other direction in his strafe, and he's moving through. Nice flank from Pips, able to catch 2 players off guard. Benji desperately trying to cut off the angle, but look at that. He just goes in and challenges. He knew that he was one shot, knew where to aim, and just took him out. Wonderful play from Pips there, Hoots.
Yeah, unfortunately, just it can seem easy because we're watching observer view, but when they just turn their back on someone, we can see that they can't and just gets back-whacked. It's quite anticlimactic. So unfortunately for Pips, he's taken down. But take a look at the scores here, and you know we are seeing NutriBullet start to pull away again. 9-kill lead now, and a pretty even performance. You know, across the board really. You've got Prady's, Barcode, and Pips all putting up pretty high numbers, 8, 9, and 10 amongst them respectively. But we're on board with Barcode here, and he just seems to be really enjoying hanging around this flag area. He gets a lot of protection, and he's just using these thrusters so well, baiting out there while Pips comes in and does the cleanup. And another bit of a happy dance there for Barcode. He's picked up the commando as well in his back pocket, and he's starting to move in a little bit more through this bottom mid area, jumping up top. You can see Pips has dropped, and he has quite a few players in front of him from Vanguard here. So he's going to probably use that very effectively, that thruster. And, you know, he doesn't end up getting any kills, but he puts shots on 2 or 3 players then, and you can see his teammates were able to come in and clean up quite a few. And NutriBullet continue to hold this 8-kill lead as we're getting towards the business end of this game, Justin.
Yeah, we are getting to the business end, as you say, but Vanguard Escapee, they're hanging on. Hoots, like NutriBullet better be careful. I mean, if NutriBullet wins this series, or Vanguard Escapee, I should say, is whoever wins this, they've qualified for further in the bracket tomorrow night. So surely these guys want to go have dinner, maybe have a bit of a shower after being sweaty all night. And NutriBullet, they should be keen to put this one away. They now have an 11-point lead. And NutriBullet, they're really starting to run away with it, unfortunately. Who's Vanguard Escapee not able to hold on. Not a steak dinner just yet. Look at that, 2 kills in favor of Vanguard Escapee. So no cooked cow for dinner for NutriBullet. Going to be smoothies only. And Beaston doing a lot of work for his team here. Nade's come in to clean him out, and he's responding to call-out and other players that are shooting him in the back. And look at this, working for his teammate. And that's what I was talking about. You know, if these guys are from COD, they know that they can push players together. Triple kill for Barcode. And we have that camo about to pop as well. That will be the last camo of the game, and it could be the key for NutriBullet to put this one in the bag and qualify, and maybe sit back and relax and watch the rest of the broadcast host.
Yeah, absolutely. Barcode just really putting in that triple there, I think, is probably going to put it beyond doubt, really. And he's got this camo now, and he can start to move in through the base here and really put some shots in. Ducks out after taking right. He'll just let those shields start to come back, but because he's camo, they obviously can't see him once that camo starts to kick back in after shooting. And so Beaston here going to be caught unawares here. Barcode putting shots, but Beaston really coming back there. The COD pro pulls out the thruster on Barcode and out BRs him. Barcode had the jump, obviously, with the camo, but even then, it was all said and done really leading into that, Justin. NutriBullet take the win, 50-37, and look, a pretty comfortable win there in the end. But, you know, I think we were pretty impressed overall with Vanguard's ability to not let that blow out when it was looking like doing so early on. To be able to maintain that kill gap lead and just stick with that through most of the game, that's something they can take away with as a positive and work on going forward.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see them in the lower bracket, because they put up quite a fight with NutriBullet. They are the top squad, so just because they lost doesn't mean that they're not a solid team. And Fluke, did you catch any of that? What's your thoughts on this COD team?
I mean, it looks like one of those scenarios where you go up against the king and you best not miss, you know? But it seems like the boys here for Vanguard SKPs were kind of just a little bit out of their depth. You know, this is the reason why that we highlighted this team like NutriBullet. There's a reason why they won both of the open qualifiers back-to-back. These guys are absolutely insane. All across the board, they're doing some heavy lifting. Obviously, Barcode, the objective god, just making sure that he's got all those objectives on lockdown, getting the slays as well, just being an absolute menace across the server. And you know, as you guys did say, Vanguard Escapees are going to drop to that lower bracket. They still will be able to fight for their lives here in the kickoff qualifier, but with that, we're going to be seeing NutriBullet tomorrow. We're almost expecting that they were going to be there tomorrow, but just looking across the stats, you highlight Barcode a lot, and he just puts in so much work, Hoots, and it just seems that it's really hard for a lot of these teams to start to step up to NutriBullet.
Yeah, I also noticed on the scoreboard there at the end, Madsy putting up almost 70% accuracy. So, you know, these are insane numbers that you don't often see at even play this high. So to be sort of in tune with the controls and the accuracy so early in the game, when many have openly said that, you know, it does aim a bit different to most Halos and people have taken a while to get used to it. He's taken to it like a duck to water. 70% accuracy is just insane numbers.
Yeah, and it just seems like every single time that we were jumping on board with a NutriBullet player, they were showing us something insane in the way of mechanics. You know, Barcode had some really, really good movement, and that's something that always surprises me with these top-tier controller players. You know, I don't want to throw any flame out there to the roller boys, but, you know, sometimes they do kind of get out-moved by, you know, some keyboard and mouse players, but it seems like Barcode just has none of those hindrances to himself and moves so fluently throughout the map. And I guess that's the reason why, Justin, that he is such a dominant force through ANZ, and I'm super excited to see what they're going to put up tomorrow. And it looks like so far they haven't had any of these hurdles or any of these hitches going into the next day of the competition.
Hey, listen, I'm going to grab a giant barrel of oil and just pour it onto the flame of the controller versus mouse and keyboard. I use both, so, you know, I'm a little bit torn. A fence sitter, you could say, but when we're talking about movement, I mean, you have that thumbstick, you have 360-degree control, you have input threshold as well. You can move slowly, you can move fast, and you know, when these Halo maps are being designed around that core controller gameplay, I'm not sure that the WASD is really matching that left thumbstick at this stage. And, you know, maybe we'll see that in the future. I mean, those snaps that we were talking about before, you can quickly 180 on someone, and that kind of movement is a massive advantage. but in terms of moving around the map, because that's key. A little tip for people at home that are struggling a little bit with their accuracy is aim is all in how you move and less about how you're moving that reticle. If you're trying to track someone strafing and you're moving your mouse arm or your right thumbstick too much, you're not going to hit them. Match their strafe with the movement, and that's where the thumbstick really comes into its own. WASD can do it as well, but honestly, my opinion, I'm throwing it in, thumbstick is better than WASD, and I've got thousands of hours on mouse and keyboard too, so people don't call me a controller guy because I play both.
Yeah, looks like SSJ4 is throwing down the gauntlet here.
I mean, a little bit.
I respect that you can throw out an opinion there. You can throw it in front of thousands of people and you can stand by it.
Listen, go on Twitter and look at my Warzone clips, mate. I rip people's heads off with snipers all the time. So, I can hang with the best of them, controller and mouse and keyboard too. So, my humble opinion. But it is the internet. I'm sure the chat's going off and, calling me all sorts of really lovely things.
Yeah, I'm sure they're loving this this very high-end discussion that we've got going on here. But Hoots, this was a really good showing coming in from NutriBullet. Obviously, we touched on the fact that Pip's coming into this roster. We're hoping to see that NutriBullet can really kind of bring him in. And it seems almost seamless for these guys. It really did feel like that he was fitting into a lot of those roles. He was getting a lot of slays that he needed to. He was controlling the objectives as well. And it just feels like that Pips has been in this roster forever.
Yeah, I really liked it. I mean, keep in mind, they changed this team lineup only 3 or 4 days ago, and before that, they'd changed it once again compared to the first round they played with Seduce. So they've gone through a lot of changes, and regardless of how good of a team you are, to be constantly changing the lineup and everything while some of the other teams in the league right now are staying the same can put you at a fair bit of a disadvantage. So it was really impressive to see how Pips just gelled straight in, and they didn't look like they missed a beat.
Yeah, exactly, and it's super exciting to see what they're going to bring for the rest of this kickoff qualifier. But I know all the NutriBullet fans in chat are going to be wanting to see more of those guys, but we won't see them until tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for us to go to yet another winners round 4 match here. We do have R-rated versus BBR. Top 3 teams are fighting it out for that final third slot, so make sure you join us after this. G'day ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Kickoff Qualifier for ANZ. It's starting to heat up here in the bracket, heat up here on the desk as well. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited for us to jump into tomorrow's games as well, because it looks like so far NutriBullet are one to beat. But Hoots, it has been an interesting bracket for us to look at today, and there's been a few teams that, obviously we've been keeping our eyes on. Our boys on Apes, they're still going hard here in the lower bracket, and they've got a match coming up here. If they do win this match, they're going to have to go up against Deathruptor fans, and that might be a little bit of a test here for the boys on Apes.
Yeah, but I mean, they came out of nowhere and we saw how strong they were. If they're still alive, that's great, and it's showing that they can compete with everyone else. Deathruptor fans, yeah, look, they're a strong team, but we saw just what Apes could do, and that's why, you're going with a massive question mark. But Deathruptor fans, they might look at Apes and have no idea who they are. They don't know who the key players are to try and shut down. They have no idea what kind of strategies they employ. So, when you have that level of anonymity going into a tournament, that can actually be a real advantage. We've seen it even when Australian teams have gone overseas. I think of, back when Immunity first went over to MLG, no one knew who they were, and I believe they finished, I think, top 16 or just outside top 16. But that's in a 256 team tournament. So when you go in with little expectations, some interesting things can happen.
Yeah, especially if you have some star power in the back pocket, right? Like there's no VODs for these people to go over. There's nothing really for them to come into a series with and have a little bit of ammunition against you. So, that might play into the hands here of Apes. A few more interesting results that have been going through here, Justin. Our mouse and keyboard brethren, they've unfortunately dropped down to the lower bracket here. They've got a match coming up against Gears of Halo. So those guys are looking to try and make a pretty strong run to the lower bracket. And I really hope that we get to see them on the second day.
Hey, listen, you brought up mouse and keyboard again. We had that little debate. We went into the break. I ducked for cover after dropping bombs saying that thumbstick's the best, and I'm sure the Twitch stats after me. You just reminded me that I got a target on my back now, Fluke. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, exactly. And lads, we might be able to have a look at our winners bracket from today. So let's go and jump into that and see how these results have been going throughout today. NutriBullet obviously getting themselves a 2-0 against the Vanguard Escape Ease. R-Rated and BBR are going to be the next quarterfinal we're setting our sights on. And Hoots, Divine Mind and Australian Rush going head-to-head, but also the Direwolves, they're ever so close to getting that second day. Yeah,
there's a few names here that are really vying for those top two spots that we spoke about in terms of getting their points that they need to get those tickets booked to Raleigh. And I think that R-rated BBR game's the one we have to talk about the most, Luke. That's the one where these two teams, we spoke about it earlier. I think I'm just trying to pull up my points difference here, but they're only about 400, 500 points separating those two teams for that third place. So there is so much on the line in this upcoming series here, because to be honest, you could find that the person that wins this, they've gone a long way into guaranteeing themselves those tickets for Raleigh.
Exactly, and they do have a fight ahead of them. R-rated versus BBR is going to be the next one we're going to set our sights on, lads. And Justin, as Hoots you just allude to, this could be a very, very important for either of these two teams, because as soon as they get themselves out of this series, they've qualified for the next day, and the loser has to go all the way through the lower bracket, fight off these elimination series, and just try and hold on to their own points.
I'm calling it right now. This is going to be the match of the evening. BBR versus R-rated. Pretty evenly matched teams. Lots of experience on both squads. Highlighting BBR, maybe Hoots, you would be the person to highlight these guys.
Yeah, I spoke about them earlier with Ads, obviously, one of the longest serving Halo 2 players, but let's not forget Dante either. He's been there just as long. Back in the day, he was running online free-for-alls with, the top MLG guys. One of the few Aussies to actually do that back in the day. And so, he's got a storied history, and I've spoken to the BBR guys, and a lot of them say that, he is the king of Australian Halo. Halo 2 God, as you can see on the screen there. But yeah, back in the Halo 2 days, where Australia had a really strong Halo 2 community, he was one of the ones who stood above the rest.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see if Dante can start to put up those old school numbers here in the server, because as we did allude to, this is oh so important for these BBR lads, because they really want to make sure they get this qualification. We've touched on it already with NutriBullet. You get this series done and dusted, you get to go have dinner, you get to go have a shower, you get to go relax, and you get to watch the rest of the broadcast, Justin. And I'm sure R-rated, they're in the same boat.
Yeah, R-rated, and they would be hungry. And someone, I talked about it before, Lunchy would be hungry for it, going away from, joining the competitive side again. So he's hungry to win some things and prove himself again. But I want to highlight Square. I feel like Square is one of those players that's very underrated in Halo 5, and every time he went onto his POV, he was very fast, very reacting to things, and he would clutch up all the time. He seemed rock solid, and he could pull off amazing plays on the tip of the hat where the chips are down. So he's an amazing player, and he started competing all the way back in Halo 3, so he's got lots of experience, and he's looking to make a name for himself. As I said, underrated in Halo 5, and now, you know, potentially he could be someone we're talking about almost as often as we talk about Barcode, for instance.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting little tidbit, making a name for himself in Halo Infinite and just helping you see and qualify. I think that is the perfect qualities that you want in a player. You want the hunger, and you want to make sure that they're playing for the team as well. It's all well and good to have those clips floating around Twitter, getting all the clout, getting the likes, all the retweets, all that kind of jazz. But if you're not playing for the team, that's when it can start to crumble. You know, I've seen across a magnitude of esports that I've covered where teams can have these superstars, but if you're not playing together, these are all team esports, that if you're not playing together, things can start to crumble.
Yeah, 100%. And we actually saw that with BBR a couple of weeks ago when they first were on our stream. A team of really great players, and they just couldn't get that team shot working. And you know, you saw Ads, a player you going into thinking, oh, he'll be clearly the leading slayer for BBR, and he just wasn't able to really get any score on the board. And you know, we don't want to mention it, but similar, we had Lunchy on Sunday, Justin, who, you know, just couldn't really.
You're gonna do that to him?
Yeah,
you guys have already done it.
Couldn't really get it together. So you know, sometimes people just have off days, and it's about just getting that teamwork back together and being able to gel and start slaying together, team shotting, knowing when to run the flag, knowing when to hold the ball. All those things just coming together, and sometimes it just doesn't happen for you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that, you know, if we see a lot of these rosters stay together, Justin, that is certainly something that these players can start to develop. But I feel like that's why, you know, in the infancy and a lot of these open qualifiers, we're really kind of relying on a lot of these big Slayer players and these big kind of names to come out and win the tournaments for them. But now as we start to get a little bit deeper into the game, you know, it's been out for over 2 weeks now. People are starting to get that team chemistry on the line. People are starting to figure out the maps. People are starting to figure out the meta. And that's where it really becomes important for these teams to stick together and learn to play as a team.
It's funny you mention chemistry, because a little bit of backstory for those watching at home on R-Rated. You have Lunchy, and then you have Wrath City, and those two have butted heads more than once, so to speak. So those guys, you know, they're teaming up, they're putting their differences aside, and you know, that chemistry, you know, they might be butting heads like bucks outside the game, but in the game they seem to be holding hands and working together. So fantastic stuff to see. That chemistry just might work for in-game. You know, all that energy translates for them doing really well, and here they are about to jump up against BBR.
Yeah, and especially in such a hype series like this one, like we've touched on it, that there's got this story between all these players vying for that third slot. This is a series where you get to qualify to the next day, you get to take the day off, you get to take down one of your rivals who are chasing you down, Hoots, and I think that is the biggest thing. It takes a whole lot of weight off your shoulders. You know that you're in the right spot, you know you're on the right trajectory, and whichever team comes out on top of this series, I feel like is going to have such a leg up tomorrow.
Yeah, no, that couldn't be more true, Luke. It's, yeah, you push them down to that losers bracket, or that elimination bracket, sorry, and then all of a sudden they're having to scrap it out, and they're down in the pit fighting against all the other people trying to get through there, whereas you're just cruising, sitting nice and pretty up the top. It's yeah, it'd be a good feeling to have for one of these teams if they can do it.
Yeah, especially because there's a few rounds to go if they do drop out of this series as well, Justin. Like, there's a lot of Halo that these guys are going to have to play for the rest of the night. And, you know, if you drop down here, maybe the mental starts to crack. You know, maybe these players start to, you know, as we said, have a little bit of that infighting. Maybe they start to butt heads a little bit more outside of the game. And then you've still got a few best of threes to get through. And at that point, if you start getting towards the end of the night, it's getting very late, especially if there's some New Zealanders in the server, and it starts to get a bit heated because you really need to make sure that you qualify to the next day just so you have a chance to go to the major.
Luke, you bring up a fantastic point. We talked about it before, where, you know, NutriBullet qualifying means that they're done. They can be watching the broadcast. Shout out to them if they are. And that really can't be talked about enough, is that they'll be done, they can get a really good night's sleep, and they'll be ready for the qualifier tomorrow, to everything on the line. And then the last thing I want to do is let the opportunity to qualify for tomorrow slip through your fingers and then have to slog it out into the middle of the night. I mean, that would be a nightmare scenario. And we are going to be jumping on into this game now, BBR versus R-Rated. I'm going to start to bring up the volume because, as I said, I think this is going to be the match of the night, and I can't wait to jump in it. We've got plenty of experience on both of these squads, monster players on both, and we're going to jump on board with Square, who, in my opinion, one of the most underrated players from Halo 5, putting some shots down in Evil. Wonderful prediction aids. He's going to back him off. Ads comes in for the cleaner. Look at this cover that Square's using. He does get naded out, but if that grenade didn't come in, he would have survived that engagement, Hoots.
Yeah, I love the aggression from Ads there as well, popping out there, you know, just challenging whilst no shields as well. We do have rockets in the hands of Brattles. He's going to use them really effectively. He's picking up 2 kills with them. That's a double as well, and an LPR. That's massive there. So they now get ball possession here on this A site, and they're just going to hold it here for a little bit, it seems, whilst the players start to come back. So Brattles, those rockets, they're so crucial, Justin, at the very start of a game to establish some form of map control and help you get ball and get that set up there. And you're going to see here, Brattles, he's got a few teammates around him, and they're dropping the R-rated players as well. So he's just going to play that out in front of the police station. Smart move there. If you want to go and get it, you can. And then it just looks like, though, at the same time, R-rated just being outslayed, really. So I'm loving seeing the development that we've been watching from these players over the last couple of weeks, who might have been struggling at the start with a new game, but really starting to find their feed. And I think Ads is one of them as well. Have a look at that. 2 kills, 3 assists, 0 deaths. So he's really putting in a lot of work at the start to help get his team set up and grab some ball time. And I mean, look, 35 seconds uncontested. That's a really, really strong start.
Hey, listen, jumping, playing Halo is like riding a bike, and at the start of the game, maybe Ads' Halo bike had a flat tire, and, you know, he put a new tube in and he pumped it up and he gave it a bit of spit and polish, and now he's back. You know, a few more weeks and Ads will be at the top, mark my words. And Ingistic, he manages to grab himself one, finds Dante, backs off a little bit after putting in some shots. Ballsy challenge there. He does eat a burst to the face, now on board with Lunchy, and a little bit of a scoreline difference right now, but Lunchy might be able to get some points on the board for R-rated, puts in some burst shots. I love players that have the discipline to put down a couple of bursts while juggling the ball, throws down that drop shield, and it doesn't look like it did much, but the thing is that a couple of grenades went in there and was able to hold them at bay and allow him to keep all of his shields. And look at this, Brattles, one of those players you can really depend on him. He's incredibly consistent and who's doing the right things on the map at the right time. And you could see his brain ticking away, you know, the little mouse wheels going, what should I do to help my team best? And he got a rocket down and he did die, but Brattles, I'd like to see him further on the series once he's a little bit more comfortable in this game, Hoots.
Yeah, he's managed to get both of the last 2 rockets on spawn, which has done a lot in terms of helping BBR get this really strong start, Justin. I don't think we expected them to come out of the gates this strongly. Dante's been super aggressive here. He's dropped eventually, you see, with that Bulldog. 3 down for BBR, but look, they transitioned from A to this train side with the ball. They were downed. I think 3 of them were taken down by R-rated at that point. But then they were able to sweep back in on the next round of respawns, really, and take back control, and that's why they've got this large lead, although we are seeing R-rated now start to come in a little bit. Unfortunately, therefore, Ninjestics, he's just met with several BBR players down at the base here, and then we've got Lunchy with the double, dropping shields with the nades, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. It's 2 down for either side, as we do have a bit of a stalemate here whilst we're having a fair bit of damage done down in this open courtyard here at the palm trees. So no team really in a position to get ball, although I think Dante might be moving, oh, it's Evil actually, he's moving close by, all players up now. But yeah, we have seen BBR take this really strong lead at the start, and R-rated starting to eke their way back in. But it is really, it looks like it's Evil on BBR who's the one putting in all the work. I'm just watching his kill counter just rack up there, Justin. He's already on 11.
11 kills already for Evil, showing up for his squad. We see Square, eating a grenade there, and from Brattles just dropping that down at his feet. And we have Dante, the Halo 2 god himself, waiting for that spanker to pop up. He wants to get some highlight clips for himself. He does rotate through, gets the call out that R-rated players are on the stairs, and here he is, easy backsmack and weakening that other player. Double kill for him. Dante proving that he can hang with the best of them in this game, hunting down one more player. They've got to clear them out. They can't allow players to be sneaking around in the base and getting ball time, and there we go. First round in favor of BBR, Hoots.
Yeah, that was a really strong performance across the board. I don't think you could really find an area where they were where you could fault them there. They've controlled those rockets, and that was really one of the crucial things there. Is Brattles getting a hand to them every single time, and unfortunately, he's not going to look like he made an attempt at them there, but wasn't able to get them. Was down unfortunately before being able to grab those rockets, but he'll be taken down. And right now we're seeing a bit of a stalemate on this ball. as no team really looking to make a move yet. Although Dante, I think, just we've seen so much aggression from him, particularly with that command, that Bulldog. Sorry, he's just really been pushing out. You see they're picking up the double and doing a fantastic job of just causing a real nuisance. And even when it looks like R-Rated are just trying to play a bit defensively and set up before making a push, Dante's the one who's just pushing over there and really starting to drop shields, drop players, and just mean that R-Rated, when they're wanting to make a push, they really just can't get over there at that stage.
No, it's still very early days. And the ball in the hands of R-Rated, so they are racking up a few points there. They didn't put up much of a fight in that first round, but the great thing about the round system, as we keep saying, is you get a little bit of a reset, and it's almost like a new game. And now on board with Lunchy, he's got 2 kills, 2 assists. Ninjistics with that ball, scrapping time again, dropping that BR to check angles. And look at this, they are so well set up, Hoots. They got Lunchy and Wrath City over at the arcade, hanging out, having a few snacks, maybe having a go on that arcade machine in the corner. And then you have Square watching that flank. They're just scrapping so much time because they're just holding down the fort. They're really holding him back here, and Lunchy with that amazing stick too, Hoots, and he's trying to find other players, hunts down Brattles, who was one shot, and look at this run that they're going on. It's almost 40 unanswered points.
Yeah, I'm loving the routes that Lunchy's taking through here. He's just hung around this area the whole time, but he's being really sneaky, hugging walls, peeking in and out, putting shots in. He's gone a long way to putting some time on the board here for R-Rated, and we can see 60-7. So this is actually a bigger lead than BBR were able to put in the last round. And as we always know, he loves holding that Bulldog in his back pocket there and just runs with aggression and is able to set himself up to pick up these rockets. And I think, did he actually end up dropping his BR for the rockets then and choose to keep the Bulldog, which a lot of people, it's not a choice a lot of people would make. But Lunchy, he's a big fan of that Bulldog, as we have seen. And he's unfortunately unable to connect with that first rocket, and it pushed in. That's a really strong bait and switch from BBR there, Justin.
Yeah, a little bit of a fumble on Lunchy's half there. He needed to just shoot that rocket launcher out and worry less about securing the kill. He just couldn't allow them to have it. And you know what? We'll talk a second about which weapon that you would decide to take with you. Something about the rocket launcher. You only get those 2 shots, and sometimes you have to use 2 to take down a player, so you can quickly rotate back to that BR if you need to. That was the gamble that Lunchy took. It didn't end up panning out for him, but this is a decision that these players have to make when they're moving around the map and picking up weapons, and it can dramatically change their play style and how they push players. But Dante here with 4 kills, 2 assists, and doing, he's up there on the top of the leaderboard for his squad. And if we talking about kills, by the way, R-Rated, they're pretty even, except at Ninjistics. He's struggling a little bit with just 1 and 0 assists. So I'm not sure if he's shooting shadows in the corners or trying to get kills on the board. But I'm sure Ninjistics, such a monstrous player like him, I would probably argue he's the strongest slayer on the R-Rated squad. So if you're BBR, once Ninjistics gets going, I'd watch out. Yeah,
it looks like Ninjistics has decided to play the objective in this match so far, it seems, with 81 seconds of ball time. We are seeing now R-Rated start to put a bit more time between, and this has probably been a more dominant performance this round than BBR put in last round that they did win. So R-Rated have really been able to establish a strong amount of time. The ball was actually down at police station earlier, and no one really getting a hand on it for a while, so we did have a ball reset. But Brattles right now, who has been the lead objective player for BBR, holding it here in the back train area, and we are going to have Wrath City moving in a little bit on him, and he's going to push back to start to rotate back around the other side. And you see he has got help there with Evil, so he's going to come around to Evil's side. Evil's going to be able to lay protection from that balcony and the stairs here, but Brattles, it looks like he's going to have to back up, and that's a really good collapse there by R-Rated, dropping BBR. 3 players down, they've only got 1 up, and that's Dante.
Fantastic push from R-Rated, as you said, Hoots, and we have Dante moving in to try and break that setup. Square with 1 rocket there to play with. The trigger discipline there not to use it, tries to back off ads there, and look at this, R-Rated, they potentially can take out this next game, and Square opting to scrap together some time. He's about to take away this round, and it's going to be 1-1 if he does. 99-100, and look at this, R-Rated BBR. Did I say it or did I say series of the night, Hoots, and we're 1-1 in this oddball.
Yeah, that's a great turnaround. And if you're BBR, what are you thinking now? That's a big turnaround where you thought you were dominating in that first round, and then all of a sudden it's taken away from you, and you get stomped pretty comprehensively in that second round. So, all the momentum now with R-rated. They're going to push in on ball here. Dante's dropped, who has been the more aggressive player from BBR from what we've seen so far, and it looks like Ninjestics is going to keep playing that objective role and holds it around the Bulldog here, whilst dropping it. Good call there to fight Ads. Ads, unfortunately, Ads actually very well takes him down, so that is going to be 1 down for R-rated. BBR here just need to get some kind of continuity in their game. They haven't really been able. I think R-rated's turned it into a fair bit of a scrap in the last round, and so BBR have to make sure that they can form some kind of a setup here, because they just weren't able to do that last game.
Yeah, and Ads doing well to cut off the angle. I mean, he didn't know that Wrath City was there, but he was cutting off that angle, so he had time to get his shield. He did end up getting cleaned up, but doing well to cut off those angles nonetheless. Now on board with Lunchy. He's got that Bulldog, and he's just checking all of these angles. And R-rated, they're doing the setup that they had before, just holding it down as a unit. Killing spree for Lunchy, popping off on the stream. Man from Halo Australia showing that he can hang with the best of them too, competing. And one thing I just want to highlight, Lunchy is 5-0 right now on that killing spree, no death suits.
Yeah, it's a map where he didn't have as much success last weekend, but he's definitely turned it around here. And let's just remind everyone watching what these guys are playing for. Justin, these top two teams, we spoke about it before, that they're both in the hunt for that third place, which will secure them all expenses paid trip to Raleigh. So the winner of this will go a long way into helping themselves secure that, although that being said, it isn't over for whoever doesn't win, but there is so much on the line for this particular series, as these are the two teams who are most likely to compete for that third spot. But just look at that, 60 seconds from R-rated uncontested. They're finally going to be down considerably here with 3 players dropped, and BBR should start to try and at least build up some time, but unfortunately they're just not able to get their hands on the ball. As I say that, Dante's the one who is picking it up. He hasn't been able to actually slay that much, and that's something we should probably talk about, Justin, is Dante with 0 kills in this round. They've really been able to neutralize his impact. And we see him now, he's trying to play objective. Unfortunately, he was just trying to run it and get it out of space so that his teammate could set up, but it looks like R-rated have been able to quell that somewhat, and BBR still haven't been able to put any reasonable time on the board. And at some point, not yet, but at some point, time does become a factor as time starts to tick down, and they only have so much to work with. And we know once you pick the ball up that the clock stops. But, there are still going to be lull periods where they're not holding the ball all the time, and the less time they have with the ball now, the less time they have to start to reduce this deficit.
I just want to congratulate Dante on getting onto the board with that single breadstick there. Now back on board with Lunchy, finds himself Brattles, easy kill for him. And look at this, R-rated 64 points. In that first round, we saw BBR run away with it, and R-rated, they're super comfortable now. Excuse me. R-rated, a massive lead right now. They're so much more comfortable on the map than they were in that first round, and that's the difference maker. If there was no round system, would we have seen BBR just run away with it and dumpster on R-rated and win this game out? But looks like R-rated, they're here to play, they're comfortable. As I say that, Evil is starting to put some points on the board, but I mean, 60-point buffer, Hoots, that feels pretty comfortable to me.
It's a good point you make about if we were playing the old oddball, what would happen, and you're right, BBR had all the momentum, but it's been completely taken away by R-rated. That being said, BBR now on a bit of a run, so we had 3 down for R-rated, then again, BBR's just able to start eking more ball time, and Evil's really putting in a lot of work now. And look, this deficit has been almost half now, so they're back in the game somewhat. They just need to make sure they maintain this pressure, but they've got this setup working pretty well here in the back tram area. Just holding there, you can see Evil. He pretty much hasn't dropped the ball since, and look, they're moving in really quickly on this score, as we're starting to see. They do pick up Rockets though, R-rated, so we have Rockets in the hands of R-rated, shifting around here. It's Wrath, and he's on a bit of a run. He'll drop Ads here with the Rockets. Great work. Ads actually survived, so he has to use 2, and that's crucial. That's not a guaranteed second kill that they're able to get with those Rockets. So Ads just being able to avoid the splash damage there is massive. But that being said, Wrath picks up a really nice out BR there, and he's going to be able to start to cause a bit of a ruckus here while Lunchy picks up the ball, and R-rated starts to extend that lead out again, although that was a really good run from BBR.
Yeah, and look at this scoreline. It's starting to tick ever closer to that 100-point mark, and whoever wins this round takes out this first map, and R-rated, they're poised. They must be pretty hyped. 90 points on the board. Lunchy, just hold on for dear life. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. You're going to be hanging on to it like Jack when Rose was on that paddle after Titanic. He does go down. BBR hanging on by a thread. They're getting some ball time, Hoots. We'll have to see. We're going to see a little bit of a choke like I was choking before. I mean, BBR, they've got an and they've just got to play perfect Halo, but R-rated, they only need 3 points on the board, so BBR, they can't let their players drop and they can't let any scrap time from R-rated because they could just get all 4 bodies and just dive on that ball and just scrap out 3 seconds really quickly. So looking at BBR, they've got to play perfect Halo, Hoots.
Yeah, it looks like R-rated haven't really committed to which side they want to push on. They were pushing down the arcade side and then they backed off and sent two around past the Bulldog area. So, you know, they haven't committed yet and they're actually doing this really well. BBR had 3 down just then. Ads has got the ball in hand and hey, they're coming back, Justin. They're only about 15 seconds off this lead. So we could see a big swing here and this is going to be absolutely massive as we have rockets coming up soon and we've got the R-rated guy spawning back at the police station and Ads is still just holding on the ball. Justin, they're about to take the lead. This is massive.
Oh, no, I made a joke about it, but it does look like there's going to be more than one person choking on stream tonight. And look at that. BBR, they clutch it out. 97 seconds.
Wow.
R-rated, they just needed to grab that ball, Hoots, and unbelievably, BBR, they clutch it out and take away that game, Hoots.
Oh,
wow.
What does that do for R-rated's state of mind to have victory 3 seconds away and then to absolutely gas it? I think BBR only, you know, they were down around 40 seconds and they just went 60 seconds of straight ball time. You know, that's an incredible turnaround and the momentum that's going to give them going into the next round. You know, R-rated would be absolutely shattered by that, Justin.
Yeah, I'd be interested to be in the comms right now. I could imagine there's a fair bit of arguing going on because all they needed to do, they had so much time and they could have just coordinated one good push. And they wouldn't have even needed to break the setup. They just needed to get their mitts around that oddball to scrap out the last bit of points. So they're going to be kicking themselves. And with the rest of this series playing out, they're going to be pretty upset if they needed that extra map in the bag. Looking at the stat line now, every player on BBR dropping over 20 kills, which is absolutely massive. And damage dealt on the scoreline. Lunchy topping the scoreboard with 7,200. Sorry, no, Dante, 8,400 damage, massive from him. And you know what? That scoreline was really, really close and R-rated. I don't think there's any other word for it. It was a little bit of a choke there, unfortunately.
Yeah, Dante as well, 17 assists, 20 kills, so he was putting in a ton of work and to be noted, no ball time. So he clearly had a role there where he was just focused purely on slaying and it worked out for them in the end. I mean, I just didn't think we were going to see a turnaround like that. They honestly, R-rated was just so close to getting that win there. And to have that taken away from them, you just have to wonder, what are their comms like right now? And on the flip side, what are BBRs like? I'm sure they're going absolutely crazy. The adrenaline's pumping. I thought Dante was just fantastic in that game. His aggression and his ability to just push. And I think he was one of the ones that caused R-rated to not commit to that arcade push towards the end. And they had four R-rated players ready to go down that arcade, but Dante was just holding them back and pushing them off, and then they ended up splitting, and they just didn't have that time to waste. BBR were just sitting there racking up time, and unfortunately time just got away from R-rated.
Yeah, unfortunate to see, but you know what? I think it's proven, but both of these teams can compete with each other, so this series isn't over just yet. That's just one game. There's plenty more to play. And R-rated, they're going to have their chance to bounce back. I'll have to see if they can. They've got it in them. And as long as they're not bickering too much in the comms, I reckon they'll be able to bounce back in this next game.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, that's a massive win for Ads in particular. I think he probably hasn't had those big wins so far in Infinite, especially from the ones that we've seen. So for him to get that, and Ads was always such a clutch player. I think back to, you know, the first ever Halo 3 tournament we ran was Halo 3 Gameathon in Melbourne here, and Ads had some of the most close series you could ever imagine in that, and he was always the leader who kept pulling his team BBR back then, as they were called as well, through those incredibly clutch situations. He's a great in-game leader, and I'm sure he was just barking like mad down the comms on that game. But look, we move to Slayer Aquarius next. Dante, I think personally, is going to be the one to watch. I was just so impressed with his slaying ability in that oddball game there, and you know, he wasn't objective-minded at all, as we said before. Zero ball time, but Dante's going to be the one to watch for me, Justin. I'm not sure about you.
Well, maybe R-Rated has us to blame for gassing a Dante up pre-game. We talked him up quite a bit, and that's carried him. And, you know, maybe even the guys on BBR that, you know, hyping him up a little bit. And it's like, Halo 2 God, like, are you going to get another kill? You're going to get another kill. And sometimes that chemistry and that banter, and, you know, the guys on BBR, these guys are really close old friends. And that's a reason why they're gelling together so well. And if they're gassing Dante up, like, boy, go get him, Halo 2 God, and all that kind of stuff, it lends to a good performance, and that translated to the win. And they never gave up. They never went, oh, you know, they only need 3 more points to score. They went, nah, boys, let's get in there. We still got this. And it translated to a map win.
Yeah, that's the thing about Halo. No matter what game type, you're never really out of it until it's over. And you made the great point during the call, Justin, that if that was an original oddball game type like we're used to, where you was just one long game, you know, would BBR have walked away with that easily? And I reckon, you know, you probably would have, but they were able to get it back a little bit R-rated, but unfortunately BBR's experience just came through at the end with the old heads prevailing. And so, as we said before, we now move in to Slayer, Aquarius. We've got the camo in the top mid of the map, and that's going to be one of the main focuses off the rip here, off the spawn, as we see the teams try and fight for top mid control so they can make a play at that camo. But Justin, we're one down, BBR in an absolute nail biter. What do you reckon we're going to see in this one?
I want it to happen, and I'm going to say that that's what's going to happen because I believe R-rated with a comeback, and then we're going to go to game 3, Hoots, and we're jumping on board with Square, and here he is with that lovely battle rifle too, lovely red, white, and black, not to be confused with St. Kilda football team. And here he is checking out top mid. He's checking all of these angles. He's not seeing a lot of action, but it's important. Even if there's not plays in those areas, you've got to check for him. And we do see that camo has been scooped up, Hoots. I wonder who managed to snag and get away with that one, because I see the thruster sitting in place of that camo, so it's off somewhere.
Yeah, exactly, and a really strong start from R-rated. Like you said, Justin, your prediction might be coming true already. 4 kills off the break there. BBR not being able to register 1 in that initial fight, so everyone being dropped. And we are seeing a very strong initial start from R-rated. Square here has been controlling this top area here, laying down a fair bit of fire, but I think it's his other teammates who are putting in most of the work. Rat City, we can see already is on 2 along with Lunchy. But we do have the BBR guys being a bit tentative. I'm actually surprised that for an Aquarius Slayer that the start here has been so slow, like really slow. We're not really seeing many pushes coming across here, and for Square to be able to sit top mid like this uncontested is quite strange for an Aquarius game, Justin. Do you think BBR potentially trying to take the pace out of this a little bit?
I'm not sure what to make it of right now. Maybe R-rated, they're pissed. They lost that. They're arguing with each other about whose fault it was, and they, you know, narrowly lost that game. And, you know, they're fired up. You know, they've kicked the Hornets nets, and BBR, maybe they laughed it off and went, ah, those boys just choked that. You know, we've got this series in the bag. But R-rated, they've come back, you know, firing on all 4 cylinders, fire-breathing dragons. Double kills there for Dante if he wants it. He does manage to get it after, you know, a little bit of a missed melee there. But Dante doing his best to get his teammates back into this game, grabbing that heat wave, throwing it onto his back, putting shots into, wow, Lunchy doing his best to strafe, but the horizontal orientation of that heat wave, he was just running into the bullet tooth. He melted.
Man, Dante is doing the best he can to get BBR back into it, and we are seeing that they are. You know, they're only down by 3 kills now, and it's all off the back of Dante and his real aggression. His aggressive work's been something to behold, and seeing him rip out that hit wave and take the fight then on Lunchy is something that just shows how he never does back down. We're on board now with Braddles, and he's starting to put in a bit of work as well. As we're seeing, BBR's actually leveled this out now, and R-rated haven't been able to net a kill for quite a while. Not only just that, we've got the camo in the hands of Braddles, so he can start to push in. And not just that, it's not just him actually moving in, it's the intel he gives his teammates, that he can stand in the middle there and let people know where they are. And you can see he's popped the ping down there, the ping's been placed there as well for him, and racking up the assists and putting shots in on Ingestix as he starts to push up on the side. But look, BBR really have come out to play now, and I think they might have been caught napping at the start, but they've just gone on an absolutely mad run, and R-rated just cannot get a kill, Justin.
Yeah, Ad's probably fallen asleep in his recliner in the lounge room like all dads do. And there we go, Braddles utilizing that throw. I love this life that Braddles has had. He utilized that camo perfectly, and he's just doing work. He's putting himself in the right position, rotating with his teammates, putting shots in, and I bang on about it. He's a consistent Halo player that just does the right things, and here he is putting some shots in, checking other angles, tries to get the cleanup on Square. He does get called out and put down. Square getting the better of him there. Dante going in and cleaning up Brattle's weak player there. Ninjistic desperately trying to stay alive with that thrust that does go down. And look at that, BBR, now they're in front by 6. They're trailing by 10 kills, so it's unbelievable.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic run. I'd love if we could get a shot of Evil's POV at some point if we can. He seems to be putting in a lot of work with 8 kills and only 3 deaths for this BBR squad. And we are seeing every time we look at the scoreboard, it looks like R-rated are a player or 2 down throughout the game. And as we see right now, 3 down. We are on board with Evil, thanks to the guys in the production booth for trusting over, as he's now making a move on that camo, thrusts in, and unfortunately he's ripped to pieces straight away. So the eyes of R-rated on that camo, making sure that he can't put that in, but we see Brattles is there. Unfortunately, sometimes people forget if they have an ability in their back pocket, you do need to trade out for that camo. Brattles walks over, but is able to pick it up actually. So had a lot of time up on top mid, not a lot of fire coming down, and he is getting chased, or at least taking shots, and they are clearly R-rated, trying to focus and get this camo out of his hands. You see shots coming in from everywhere. Not much Brattles could do there, so that's a really great effort from R-rated to be able to take that camo out of Brattles' hands. But meanwhile, we keep our eye on Evil there. 10 kills, 4 deaths. He really is the lead slayer in this one, but he's being assisted by Dante as well, who's got 4 assists. So Dante and Evil really working well to keep this 5-kill lead. And remember, if BBR win this, not only do they go through to the next round in this best-of-3 series, but it puts them one step closer to Raleigh because they knock one of their biggest competitors, R-rated, down to the elimination bracket, Justin.
Yeah, and you know what? The later you sent down that elimination bracket, the easier run that you're going to have. And this scoreline is so tight. And, you know, only 4 kills the difference right now. That's just one rotation of Slayers. And something I noticed is the previous game, Evil didn't have his emblem on the number 4. He had a random thing and it was ruining my OCD. So shout out for him for correcting that. So we have the 1, 2, 3, 4. Ninjistic's putting in a lot of damage, helping with the assists. He does get cleaned up though. Now on board with Evil with that Cloud9 skin. I love the black and the blue. It looks unbelievable. 12 kills already for him in this Slay game. And if you have someone that's going off like that, you just can't let them run rampant. But Evil, he's just putting on a clinic right now. Utilizing his cover here to get his shields back. 4 kills, the difference still. Rotating away. You know, R-rated, they knew that Evil was there. They were going to try and flush him out. But no, Evil rotating, getting a different angle, waiting for a time to pounce in. And look at this, Ninjistics caught off guard completely. That fresh camo's up, and it's 6 kills the difference. BBR starting to get a little bit of a lead going, 7 kills lead. Brattles again with that camo. He's just a bit of a camo hog, but he knows how to use it. He just utilizes it so well that, you know, if Brattles was on my team, it's like, oh, mate, go on. You can have the camo. Go on. And that's what he does, Hoots.
Yeah, and this is a prime camo opportunity here where you see he's sort of right in the middle and actually lands on Ninjistic's head there and finishes him up. But that's what you want when you're a camo player and you can see that you're able to place yourself in the middle of multiple enemies. That's when your eyes really light up, and it's just how many backsmacks can I log here before I'm caught out. But you know, even if you can just net 2 kills that way, that's fantastic. But Brattles has been running some really great routes with this camo, and obviously it's run out now, but he's been able to get behind the setup and start putting shots in and fighting Ninjestics at long range, and he's really great shots there, makes Ninjestics back off, and BBR still holding the 6-kill lead, and Justin, they're coming really close to closing this series out.
Yeah, and if you're R-rated, you're going to get a little bit nervous right now. Might have some bun spaghetti on their sweaters, but not just yet. 7 kills the difference. BBR not far away from being able to knock R-rated down into the elimination bracket. R-rated struggling just a little bit. They're not far off, but with each kill, BBR seem to be extending their lead. On board with Brattles, who is just putting damage down across the map, catching Ninjistic's, peppering him with shots there. Not cleaned up just yet. Brattles teaming up with Ads here. The duo going to be trying to sniff out some players. Brattles, his shields is flashing. He just keeps getting pinged by little shots here, not able to get his full strength back up. And Brattles, he's on 11 kills right now. Dante, the only player on BBR without 10 kills. And look at that. 45 to 39. R-rated, they can still do it. They're still hanging on. But BBR, they're getting very, very close. Only 5 kills to go. And they're going to be able to be done for the day and qualify for tomorrow night, Hoots.
Yeah, there's a fantastic trade there. We're moving on with Ads. He's going to be looking to finish this up. Only 2 kills left for BBR for them to make a real statement in this tournament and move on to the next round. He's got shots on Rat City, but he's just going to wait. And the comms have been fantastic here. Just 1 kill left for BBR. Ad's putting shots on Injestics long range. I think he's almost naded himself there, so he better get out. But look, they're all swarming. Look at the collapse coming in here on R-rated. There's players everywhere, and as we can see there, final kill delivered for BBR. So they move on, Justin. That was a big statement. This is one they needed to win that, could have gone either way. And that Slayer game, it was a very dominant performance from BBR in the end, primarily because we saw the amount of assists they had. The assists were off the chain there for BBR, and R-rated just couldn't really get that team shot going as much. So Luke, we see BBR now moving on to the next round, and R-rated, unfortunately, they're going to have to fight their way down through the elimination bracket.
Yeah, an absolute gut-wrencher there in that first map as well, losing that oddball the way they did.
Luke
it really
doing his best mime impression there. I'm not sure if that's coming through on stream.
I did a Josh, guys. I did a Josh. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to impersonate in Maniac whenever I came in. I had to fill his shoes here, so I thought, why not do a muted impression here? So thank you for covering just for a second there, Justin. But it was a really kind of gut-wrenching series that we had there for the boys of R-rated, losing that first oddball and now coming into the Slayer. Another kind of close one, but the boys on BBR locking it down, getting themselves towards the next day, Justin, and now they get to rest easy. And unfortunately for R-rated, they've got to fight for that elimination bracket.
They do, and heartbreaking is the right word. That oddball game, they were just so close. They were right there, and they just let it slip through their fingers. And then this game, scoreline wise, the slays were very even. It was very close, but I think BBR may have gotten every single camo. Correct me if I'm wrong. Rattle's got 3, I'm pretty sure. He was being a camo hog, and he was utilizing them perfectly as well. Couple more camos in the favor of R-rated, and they might have been able to take that game away, and that's the difference maker. A couple of little plays there, one push goes another team's way, and the dynamic completely changes, and BBR able to just stick it out, utilize those camos, and take away the win.
Yeah, exactly. And, even after the red hot start they had on this Slayer as well, Hoots, it looked like R-rated were in the right mindset to get it done, but there was 7 or 8 unanswered slays in a row that just meant that BBR were able to get all the momentum back, and then as soon as they got the lead, they never let it go. And then we see the final moments here of this Slayer map where it was just BBR locking it down. All they needed to do was get a few more frags in, and they got it done. And now with a 2-0, again, they just get to rest easy, set their sights on tomorrow, and R-rated, they've really got to start to recoup. They need to have somebody who can pull the boys together, give them a good hype chat as they go into that elimination bracket.
Yeah, you're right. It seemed like it was going to be a 3-game series at the start there. I think they were down something like 11-2 or 11-3, but it was that kill run then that they had that got them back even, and then they got in front by 5 or 6 and just never looked back, and it was almost an even kill from there. So it just does show that in some of these games when the teams are so tight, that those little runs you can have when you can net 4, 5, 6 unanswered kills together, that can be the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, exactly. And, Justin, I'm going to pose a nice little question to you here. If you're in the camp of R-rated, they just dropped that heartbreaker in the map number 1. Now they've gone down 2-0 to BBR. They're in the elimination bracket. They've got to play a few more series to go through here. What are you telling the lads in the chat right now as we're getting ready for the 3rd series?
I know what they should be talking about, and is the next series, but I'm sure they're telling each other to pull their heads in, because as I was detailing before, that some heated personalities in that squad. But honestly, they've just got to brush it off. They can't let it weigh them down, because now they're in that elimination bracket. They can't afford to be bickering about how close they were, or dwelling on mistakes they made, or teammates that they may have not made mistakes. They need to just look on to the next match that they have. Otherwise, their tournament lives are going to be over, and I'm sure that they want to be back on broadcast tomorrow night, and I'm confident that they'll be back here, but they need to keep their heads on straight, because the tournament's not over, and that's what they should be concentrating on.
Yeah, exactly. There still is more Halo for these guys to play, and there's more Halo for us to talk about as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break here, and on the other side, another qualification match. This time, it's going to be Divine Mind versus Australian Rush, so make sure you join us here for more of the Kickoff Qualifier. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're still deep here in the kickoff qualifier for ANZ. We haven't secured some tickets just yet because we've got a whole another day of competition ahead of us after this. But Hoots, it's been a pretty long day for us so far. We've seen some really, really good series. We've seen some back and forth series as well. And I think that's the best part that we've shown so far in this kickoff qualifier is the fact that some of these teams are still going all 3 maps and still so close.
Yeah, and we've seen established names, we've seen new names. That last series was fantastic to see BBR, who's a stalwart of the Australian Halo scene and still going strong. And you've got names like Ads and Dante, as we spoke before, and even Brad, he's been around for a long time. And it was just a fantastic series to see. That oddball game was right down to the wire. But yeah, I've loved even just watching Apes. The first series we had, a team we've never heard of before. And we see a couple of guys just going absolutely crazy, putting up numbers that we haven't really seen on any of the casts so far.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be exciting to see if we get to have the Apes back on the stream, maybe somewhere down the road here. But lads, let's go and have a look at the bracket. We've already sent 3 of our teams into the next day off stream. The Direwolves were able to get a 2-0 victory over the 16-20 Kings here. And Justin, this is where we get to set our sights onto Divine Mind and Australian Rush, because this is going to be the last qualification that we're going to see here in the winners bracket.
Yeah, and one would favour Divine Mind in this, but we'll go into the highlights soon. Australian Rush, they've got some talent on that squad. Once we bring them up, you'll recognise some of these names. So love to talk about them. But Divine Mind, they're clear second place favourite at the moment. So will Australian Rush be able to challenge? They've got some talent on the squad, but sometimes that's just not enough when you have a gelling squad with plenty of chemistry, with just as much talent, if not more. It's going to be a hard-fought battle for Australian Rush.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be a bit rough for these guys to try and get the qualification and join into the next series against the Direwolves, who, congratulations to the Wolfpack, getting themselves into the next day. But lads, let's dive into this series. Divine Mind and Australian Rush are going to be head-to-head here. Winner of this will qualify to the next day. The loser will have to go into the elimination bracket, fight off a few more opponents to see if they can get themselves into the next day. And Hoots, this is going to be an absolute banger, especially if Divine Mind can show us with their roster changes that they're still up to the task.
Yeah, and we saw a really strong performance from them a couple of days ago. So, it's not too far-fetched to think that they can hang just as much with the top teams, with your NutriBullets, etc., in the next series, but in the next time they come up against each other. But yeah, the real interesting change for Divine Mind has been they've now gone through another roster change. Slays is in, but Junior in particular, who's staying with the team, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in terms of previously he'd said that Raleigh might be too tricky for him for a number of reasons. He's got work and quarantine that he'll have to do coming from South Australia and things like that. But look, he's locked into this squad, and if Divine Mind do get their ticket to Raleigh, that's who they have to go with if they want to go and compete there. So there's a lot of things to unpack there, and if we potentially can get a chat with Junior later on in the show, it'd be great to ask him about that.
Yeah, exactly. And, who do you feel like is going to be the kind of highlight player for us to watch here in Divine Mind's hood?
I think it's Junior. I love watching him play. I found, on Sunday that some of the routes he takes, and he's so sneaky. He was locking down that camo so often whenever it was up, and I just think he's got that level of aggression, but also he's very smart with how he plays. So he's the one who I'm looking forward to watching.
Yeah, I'm super excited to have a look at Slays on the other side of this for us Hoots, because I really do feel like the Slays has been one of those players for Divine Mind that's been doing quite a lot of work for them. And obviously Divine Mind has been a team that has been showing up in a lot of these open qualifiers. And I think it's exciting to see that across this entire roster, that Slays has been one of those players that was a little bit absent from Open, so obviously wasn't in playing it, but now coming back into it, can he be the difference maker for Divine Mind? And I think that's the question with these roster locks, Hoots, that Slays is now here, and he's going to be the one that's going to be playing it in Raleigh if they do get there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that some team changes, NutriBullet looked like they didn't miss a beat when they have added in pips. And so, is it going to be the same for Divine Mind? Because the game's so new, can we have new players popping into teams and it just works pretty seamlessly? That's something we're going to have to find out. Yeah,
exactly. It's going to be exciting to see if Slays can come back in and fit like a glove for Divine Mind, because it's all on the table here. On the other side of the server, Justin, we do have Australian Rush, who are going to be head-to-head against our second team, and I'm excited to see what they can put in the server.
Yeah, and I want to highlight Alejo. He's a star player, plenty of LAN experience, and pretty respectable placements too. One thing I do want to talk about is, I remember a couple of years ago we had a Halo 3 FFA at the Melbourne Esports Open, and over the 2 days you had to qualify for the final game, and he managed to take out first place. beating out Berserk from Divide Mind. Berserk taking out second place. So Alejo showing that he has enough talent and enough shot to challenge these guys, because Berserk came off second best in that instance. And yes, it's Halo 3 and it's a FFA and all of those different things, but he's got the raw talent there, and we'll have to see if Australian Rush is able to translate that into putting a fight up to Divine Mind. And as you can see on screen, top 4 finish at Sydney World Qualifiers in 2018 for Alejo and Avank too, so they know what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly, and obviously he seems to have a lot of experience under his belt as well. With being able to compete multiple times internationally is a really big up for a lot of these players, being able to have that kind of cool, calm head, especially in these long qualifier suits, because it's all about making sure you're in the right mental space, making sure that, yes, you do have the frag power in the server, but you need to also make sure that you're keeping everybody in line throughout this whole series.
Yeah, LAN stamina is something that a lot of people probably don't think about until they actually get to a LAN and see how tiring it can be. So you're right, to have that experience overseas as well. I mean, keep in mind, a lot of these guys who do travel overseas to Raleigh for the first major there, they're going to be dealing with jet lag among multiple things. And I think just overall, a big international major is such an overwhelming experience in terms of everything that's going on around you. So to have that experience for him is a massive part.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see if it does play a part here in the server. Let's go and have a look at the maps here, lads, because I'm excited to see where we're going to end up. Obviously, we're in the same round, so we're going to end up on the same maps that we've had for our previous 2 series. And Justin, coming out here, Oddball has been a heartbreaker for us tonight, and obviously for the boys on R-rated as well. And I'm sure that might be playing in the minds here for Australian Rush and Divine Mind. But do we feel like, looking across these maps, that anybody's really got an advantage?
Many would argue the Divine Mind has the advantage just purely from where they stand on the pyramid of ANZ Halo. So I would favour them. However, Australian Rush, these guys have had plenty of experience playing these guys too. I mean, you get into custom 8s in our region, it's not segmented. It's basically whoever's available gets in, right? Like you just post, it's a big group chat for a lot of the ANZ competitive guys, and it's basically, we've got 7 people in the lobby, we need 1 more and someone jumping in. And, it's not really segmented in that same way that maybe other regions are, where the population's massive. So all the players on Australian Rush, they have plenty of experience playing against Divine Mind, and that might be enough to scrap together enough ball time to take away a game here.
Yeah, and I'm super excited if this is going to be a super tight series for us, Hoots, because we actually get to see Bazaar here on the stream. We've only had 3 different maps for us today. We haven't gone through the entire map pool, and I personally want to see some Bazaar, especially CTF. Like, we haven't been able to see any capture the flag for today, and I want to see if we can get all the way to that 3rd map, just so we can see how these teams do play around on Bazaar and CTF.
Yeah, there are more maps, believe it or not, beyond Streets and Aquarius. I know I think we've seen Livefire as well at some point. But yeah, I would be looking forward to seeing a CTF. It's a completely different game type that we haven't seen tonight, obviously, and just the way teams set up, particularly on Bazaar. We've got the rockets and the grapple shot there, added together with the flag and a whole bunch of other things going on. So that's a map that I find the long sight lines on there lead their way back to Halo of the past a fair bit more, rather than the tighter confines of a Streets. But they all bring their different elements, and they're all really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I just want to get into that Bazaar map just so I can pick up a few tips and tricks. I think that's the biggest thing for me tonight, Justin, is I feel like I've found so many different hops, jumps, different things that I can do all throughout. Maybe I might be a lowly little mouse and keyboard player and can't grind too high, but maybe with a few of these hops and special tricks from the pros, maybe I might be able to get up there one day.
I got a vacant spot in my backpack, mate, so I'll carry you up into Onyx if you like.
Is it big? It has to be huge.
It's big. Don't worry about that. And I don't know if I'm just getting hungry, boys, but I want to see those chickens on Bazaar. I'd settle for some rats down in the sewers, boys, but I really hope we get there. I'm keen for some CTF action. That is just pinnacle Halo, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful getting to see the chickens. Obviously, some people are leaning towards you got to save the chickens. Some people are leaning towards you got to kill the chickens as much as you possibly can. I'm personally a chicken saver. I try and make sure that I don't actively go out and get rid of those chickens. But some of these players, some of these people like
turn them into nuggets, mate. Into nuggets. Dip them in some barbecue sauce. But then
I've got to do extra work, Justin. I don't want to do extra work. I just want to have some chicken friends.
Panko crumbs. Drop them in the deep fryer. Delicious.
I think that's the first time Panko Crumbs have been mentioned on stream.
It won't be the last, boys.
And potentially the last time. But lads, let's jump into this series. Fingers crossed we get some Bazaar.
And Sorry to cut you off there. It's just having too much fun here, folks. I apologise about that. But we are going to be jumping in with Australian Rush versus Divine Mind. Those for the just tuning in, Divine Mind, second-ranked squad in ANZ right now, and Australian Rush, plenty of experienced Halo players on that squad too. But Divine Mind probably poised to, get this done so they can have a rest for the rest of the night and think about tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting off with Chef here, and I think we might be having a few little issues at the start there, but we're back on board now with Berserk, and he's obviously the rockets have already been taken. We just missed that in that initial spot. I think we're actually going to have a restart because we have had a lag out. Apologies to everyone at home. We have spoken about several times. Unfortunately, Australian internet is just not as good as what most other places in the world have. But look, we'll get that started up straight away. But Justin, let's just talk again about Divine Minds quickly. I mean, is it a complete foregone conclusion that they will be taking one of those spots to Raleigh? Obviously, we've spoken about the winner of this tournament gets tickets to Raleigh, but then the next top two teams also, based on points, get tickets to Raleigh as well. So is it a foregone conclusion that Divine Mind will get it, or is there a scenario where they actually might drop out and have someone else take their place?
Look, potentially. You just never know how things are going to play out. And I might just reference the start of Halo 5 in the NA region is that you had the Evil Geniuses squad. Throughout H2A, they were super dominant. Like, they just won absolutely everything. And then X Games, after losing Lethal, they still managed to take that out. But then after that, their placings just started to falter a little bit. And you just don't know when a team's momentum is just going to start tanking and another team kind of rises up and challenges for those top spots. So yes, Divine Mind is probably the favorite to come up and take that second spot, but you never know what's going to happen. And all it takes is one team to be doing the right things at the right time in the right tournament, and they're the ones that get to go overseas, and the other guys have got to sit at home. So Divine Mind guys, I have no doubt that they're like, boys, we haven't secured it yet. They've got to take it seriously, and I think that that's what they'll do.
Yeah, and look, Australians on the international scene, for those who are watching at home who aren't super familiar with the Australian-New Zealand region, Australian teams and New Zealand teams have competed internationally quite a bit, and we do go back to the very, very early days. We actually even had a Halo 2 player way back in the day competed in an MLG event, but most notably we had Team Immunity, who were the first group to go over and compete, and we spoke about it a little earlier. They were able to go over there and actually perform quite well, and it is worth noting that the Australian-New Zealand scene here compared to, say, the North American and European leagues is so much significantly smaller because of the size of our population. And so, I think we interviewed Barcode at the end of the tournament on Sunday night, and he said, make no mistake that, he's aware of where the Australian scene is at, and right now, the quality-wise, it might not be at the level that our North American and European peers are. But, given the opportunities and what the HCS season provides that they've given us through this roadmap, the avenues now for ANZ Halo to get back up to that level has never been greater. And Justin, I think you can speak probably from personal experience in terms of what the Halo scene was like here prior to that HCS roadmap being put out, if you did want to speak to that for a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there was a lot of people that were banking on Infinite going in huge, and like they're just waiting for that to come and to see what 343 and the HCS team were going to do for the future of Infinite, and it was all good news. And that roadmap, in my opinion, the most important thing for those players. It just means that the next year they can concentrate on playing Halo rather than questioning whether or not they're going to be able to compete soon. And you know what? Just because Australia is behind right now, they know where they need to get. And they've got to climb up the mountain, and these guys, they're the self-improvement type. So we'll see them continually get better, and other people have done it before. Even up-and-coming players in the NA region, you've seen them come in and take over. Players like Frosty, he comes in and he's just this dominant force, and maybe ANZ and Divine Mind and NutriBullet will be able to do it, but we are jumping in. Chef not lagging out this time, getting some crispy BR shots out. No one dropping just yet. Chef doing well to put in a lot of damage. Slays with the first kill. Junior taking one for himself, and it does look like Junior trying to get some ball time there, but Chef, I love Chef's patience here. He's doing really well to hold the correct angles and gets the better of Slays too, and gets that Stalker rifle as well. Well positioned by Chef, and he was just doing so much work for that Australian Rush squad.
Yeah, and he was doing it whilst obviously being aware that his teammates were down. You know, we've seen the rockets getting picked up right now. It's taken about 30 seconds for someone to even make an attempt at going for these, but we have Divine Mind Jr. He has the rockets in his hand as well as the ball, so you'd assume that once he gets a chance and a teammate coming, he'll get rid of that ball, but instead he has to blast one at his feet and is pushed back. We're seeing quite a bit, Justin, that with these new rockets, people still becoming used to the difference in splash damage from some of the previous iterations of Halo. Not often picking up kills when they think they will, but also doing a lot of damage to themselves. So the rockets, the function of the rockets has changed slightly, but Junior, we now will see as he gets reinforcements from his team, will drop that ball and hold on to these rockets here, and he's in a great position here to take out. Unfortunately, misses the rocket a second time, so these rockets haven't been that good for Junior. Misses the rocket on Bananasaurus there, and will instead back up a little bit with this BR, but unfortunately is taken down by Evan with this Bulldog. So he has unfortunately not been able to utilize those rockets as much as he would have liked, Junior, but they still were the Divine Mind squad able to get some score on the board, Justin, and that's the most important thing in this oddball game.
Yeah, sometimes with that rocket launcher, you don't even need to get kills for him. You just, you know, you round a corner and you see that up on a Spartan's shoulder and you just go, nah, I'm going to let someone else deal with that. Rated with the double kill there for the Divine Mind squad. 30 points the scoreline. Divine Minds, they are out to a quick lead. Look at that. Rated quickly snapping up that kill with the Bulldog, switching over to his BR and putting off shots across map. Bananasaurus is there if he wants it. Unable to connect on that third shot. Maybe backing up a little bit and getting outside of that range, unfortunate. And Bananasaurus, one of my favorite gamer tags in the ANZ scene, putting in lovely shots into Berserk, backing him off. Berserk just lurking on the stairs there, trying to stay alive. And here comes the call out from Rated. Berserk and Rated, such a deadly duo there, Hughes.
Yeah, look, the Divine Mind started really strong here with the ball there. They've been able to position in this tram area the whole time, and they're just doing a really great job of knowing when to drop, knowing when to fight, and knowing when to go for those long periods of ball time. You can see here a teammate coming in on Slays, which is never something you want, but we are going to see here, I believe it's Alejo pushing in to try and take this ball, but we're going to have Berserk and Slays here fighting him off up on this stairwell here, and that's always a tricky situation there, Justin. That's that core part of Halo is 2-on-1. It's so hard to win a fight when you're that single person there, and you know, double teaming in Halo is so critical. That being said, we do have a triple in out of Evan, and so he's going to now be able to pick up the ball here in this tram area, and we're going to see a bit of a setup here for Australian Rush finally, Justin. This is the first time they've been able to get some solid ball time in.
Yeah, Avank just going in, getting that triple kill, just dropping all of Divine Mind. And that's what I was talking about. These guys know how to play. They've got plenty of talent. And Avank just goes in and cleans house on the second best team in our region right now. And they're getting some ball time as a reward. And, you know, Divine Minds, they've got a pretty comfortable lead right now. But Australian Rush, they're not down and out. And they're racking up some kills and putting up a very respectable fight. On board with Rated, he gets a kill and an assist. Hanging out with Berserk there. Chef, a couple of shots into him, and look at that. Chef desperately trying to get him, and that was really good effort from Chef to be really annoying kill there, milking as much time as possible as he could. And now Rated putting points on the board for his squad. 40 points, the difference right now. Not long until they click over to that 100-point mark. And Australian Rush, they've probably only got one more push in them, Hoots.
Yeah, I think you're right, Justin. It's interesting that we haven't seen the ball really leave this tram area at all. It's just stayed here the whole time, and it's whatever team wants to come and hold it, they can. But also interesting for Divine Mind, they're really happy to leave the ball players stuck in the garage here and be themselves out and about in, you know, amongst the palms and up around the alleyway and everything like that. They're not focused too much on cramping around the ball. They're letting the ball guy move around and saying, you know, if we're out of the base, we can be taking the fight to them a lot earlier, so they have to wait, get their shields back before they can push in, and hopefully we're starting to come back in on a respawn at that point. But look, we are seeing Divine Mind start to race away with this. They've only got 5 seconds left, and from what I can see, it doesn't really look like Australian Rush is going to be in a position to stop him. And as you can see, the pure confidence of Slays there, just jumping out in the middle, even when the game wasn't yet over. He still had a few seconds left, but that's a pretty comprehensive first up round from Divine Mind, Justin.
Yeah, comfortable win there for the Divine Mind roster. And Chef trying to look over that spanker, make sure no players get it. Wonderful shots onto Rated there, really backed him off. So Chef doing well to put shots across map there. And here comes Berserk trying to clean up Chef. I mean, Chef, he's both rounds so far, he's had such strong openings, and Berserk waiting for him to come out, and look at that. Chef sniffed him out and challenges Berserk, one of the best players in the scene. Beautiful shots from him. And look at this, Australian Rush. They're starting to put some points on the board, Hoots.
Yeah, exactly, and they've got rockets as well in the hands of Evan, so he's going to move into this police department, and Berserk's going to be pretty much right underneath him, so he just needs to turn around and look at Berserk, who's throwing nades through this wall, and you can see he clearly knows he's there. He sees the grenades coming up, and smart not to go for the prediction rocket. He's just waiting, trying to conserve these as much as he can, but he is getting shot from behind him. Berserk, no idea where he came from then, forces the trade, and that's actually going to be 4 down for Australian Rush. So Berserk, I don't know, was he climbing up in the walls, Justin? What was going on there?
I'm not sure. Sometimes you just bamboozle yourself. There's so many neon lights going around in the map, and it probably just got a little bit flushed in the face there, but we are board with Slays. He has that one rocket, does connect with it. Scoreline is pretty even. Look at this Australian Rush rushing in like Australians do and trying to push them out. And Divine Mind, they desperately need to rotate this ball. Slays trying to back up his teammate, and Junior running that ball back. He's trying to scrap some time. He's gone back the other way. He's ran the ball straight to them, and so I'm not sure what Junior was thinking there, Hoots, but Slays doing his best to stay alive and put in damage. Junior still alive?
Yeah.
How is that possible, Hoots?
And this is what we saw last Sunday, was that he was just able to stay alive in these ridiculous situations. You're right, I'm not sure really what the call was. They're bringing the ball back. I would have thought the communication would have said, you know, let's not head that way. It's pretty hot, but Junior, I thought he'd been dropped, and then you turn around and he's still just sitting there with no shields, obviously. So fantastic work to stay alive there, and he still hasn't been dropped yet. Now he's actually picking up ball time. So that's just a fantastic effort to stay alive there. Divine Mind have really been able to get themselves back into this game, and they've got rockets now as well in the hands of Slays. In fact, he's actually just picked them up off the respawn to reload. He had the old one still in his back pocket, so that just shows you how long Slays has actually been alive for without dying, and using these rockets to strong effect. Unfortunately, can't get that second shot off, and Junior will be the only one still alive momentarily for Divine Mind, as we do have rockets now back in the hands of Evan, Justin.
Yeah, Vank, with those rockets, he's only got one to play with, but that's enough to break a setup. He does send it over into a wall instead of a player, unfortunately for him. That ball is just sitting there, Vank choosing to try and respond to some call-outs, rotating around Australian Rush, putting some points on the board. Junior caught unawares there. Vank grab himself a kill, and look at this, the scoreline's starting to tick up for Australian Rush. They're doing very well against this Divine Mind roster. Vank just moving around the map so freely. It's kind of surprising he's not having a lot of pressure put on him. Yes, he just popped a grenade then, but you know, who doesn't throw a grenade in there when they're going past that area? A double kill there if he wants it. I love that sneaky play. Just hug the corner, an easy back whack, and you know, every player, doesn't matter how good they are, it's only one smack to the back and they're into the respawn screen, Hoots.
Yeah, it seems like Australian Rush is starting to get a bit of momentum now. They're about to take the lead back in terms of this round, and they've just had 3 or 4 dead momentarily for Divine Mind. So they've got this A set up, and this is working really well for them. It's interesting that Divine Mind haven't tried to actually bring the ball back to the tram area. It was really successful for them last round, but Australian Rush more than happy to hold it, and it looks like they're actually starting to rotate it potentially down to that tram area. That being said, we are on board with Chef. He was the one holding the ball, and he's dropped it just to get it out of there. Does really well to take down Junior there. Unfortunately, he's dropped it. That's a really big one to try and stop Divine Mind from being able to arrest some momentum here with the ball in the tram area. We're on board with Berserk, who's running down through the alleyway through the tram, and we are going to see, unfortunately, Bananasaurus taken down there at tram. So rockets are up, and we're going to see, I believe, Berserk start to move in there. Really great back on Evan. That's crucial. He should be able to make a play for these rockets as he picks them up and just gets to safety. Also picks up the grenade kill on Chef. Randomly, Bananasaurus is dropped with the double, and he can push in here and look for a triple if he can get a prediction rocket. He's gone for it, Justin. He really wanted it. Unfortunately, it just wasn't going to work out for him.
Yeah, he is a few seconds too early there, Hoots. We did see the player come up in the spawn, so it does look like Berserk has been learning where each of those spawners are going to pop up. And look at this, Australian Rush. They've actually got the lead right now. Unbelievable. You know, we're alluding to Australian Rush being able to put things together if the opportunities arise, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. We're on board with Slays. He's got 9 kills on the board, and he's putting damage across map, and looks like Rated is going to start putting some points on the Divine Mind side of the game. And, you know, we're all even at the moment. Australian Rush, they're really performing, Hoots. I'm hyped.
Yeah, this is great from Rated. He observed that there was just a lot of chaos happening around that cafe area, and he said, I'm just going to try and get it out of here while everyone else fights. So he takes the ball, gets out of there. Everyone else is fighting around that cafe area while he can just put distance between himself and all the enemies and really start to rack up time. And look, this is a massive amount now, Justin. They've put about 30 uncontested seconds on this one run here, and they're closing it on 90 seconds. They're about to close this round out. So we're going to have Rated moving into the police station. Great work to stay alive and rotate the ball through there as he holds and starts to move through to A, but just keeping his head down. And Justin, I think that's about to be it. That's going to be the round. There's no one in position from Australian Rush to drop him, and that will be it. Divine Mind will take the second round and the victory. That's a great performance and great final rotation there from Rated with the ball.
Yeah, Divine Mind, they were, they were lagging behind just a little bit, but what they did is that they waited for the weapons and they waited to make their push, and they executed perfectly, got the ball, and then just went on this massive run. They didn't just keep challenging and scrapping, and that's the thing. All of that scrappy fighting, maybe that's what how Australian Rush managed to rack up so many points, because Divine Mind wasn't taking them seriously, and then they went, hey boys, they're actually 10 points in front of us. Are we going to take this game seriously or not? And then executed correctly as a team, and then rotated that ball perfectly and just went on a massive run.
So Junior only with the 8 kills, but 12 assists. I thought, I didn't even notice that his kills were so low in that game. But look, you see the damage being put out there. It's berserk with 5,726. He's topping the leaderboard there. But what we're going to focus now is on Junior. He did put in a lot of time as carrier, Justin, over a minute, almost a minute and 10 seconds there. But he was just putting in a lot of work, Junior, and his ability to stay alive throughout that game at really crucial points, I think, was a massive difference in them being able to maintain some kind of setup at crucial points there. And that was what enabled Rated to actually take that ball and go on that long run of about 60 seconds.
Yeah, nail on the head as always, Hoots. Love your work running through some of these highlights here, and we are gonna be moving into this next game. It's not over just yet, and it's nice to see some signs of life from the Australian Rush guys. They're just gonna get the pan out and see if they can find some gold.
Yeah, it's a very good, a Sovereign Hill analogy for the Victorians who are watching. But yeah, look, the other thing that was of note as well was, I believe it was Slays who was just able to go on a run of not dying for so long whilst putting shots on. We saw that he had the rockets in his back pocket that were empty and was able to hold on and stay alive for so long that he ended up picking up the next rockets off respawn purely as ammo rather than a weapon pickup. So the inability, I think, of Australian Rush to shut down some of the key players on Divine Mind and not finish Slaves was a really crucial loss there. But as I said before, then it was that final push, I think, that was the real difference between Divine Mind winning and losing that game, that rotation down to Tram.
I absolutely agree. And you know what? Quick tip about the rocket launcher. Don't grab the ammo. You can drop guns in Halo now. So just toss the spanker to the side and scoop up the next one. It's going to be ready to go. So Slays, if you need some coaching lessons, you can hit me up. I'll let you know my hourly rate. But anyway, Divine Minds, they're 1 up in the series so far. And are we going to see that trend continue, Hoots? Many would argue yes. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Australian Rush. They're doing a lot of right things. I talked about it early on in the first couple of rounds, that Chef, his angles that he was holding off the rip and doing damage for his teammates and suppressing the pushes from Divine Minds. That's some classic Halo. And if you are able to keep up consistency with that type of gameplay, you're going to start taking maps off people. It doesn't matter who you're fighting.
Yeah, I thought he did a fantastic job there. You're right. We watched him several times holding around that A stronghold, just peeking around that elbow there, down towards the Bulldog area. So yeah, his positioning was fantastic. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out across the board for them. But look, they've got a chance to redeem themselves now as we move into this Aquarius Slayer game. All's on the line here. All is on the line here for Divine Mind. If they win this game, they go straight through to the next round. Australian Rush, they need to win this one to stay alive. We're moving straight to Slayer. Names to watch in this one, Justin. Who are you wanting to focus on?
Oh, wow. Well, we highlighted Chef. I'd like to see what he can do. I know he didn't stop grinding towards the end of Halo 5. He used that opportunity to try and hone his skills a little bit. Skills while everyone was sleeping and napping. He was training during the off season, and it does look like it's starting to pay off for him. And Chef with that lovely space station skin, the yellow and the black looks fantastic. And look at this, he's taking angles and putting damage down on the map. And look at Rated just doing the classic Halo 5 thruster, really taking Chef off guard there, but doing the right things off the rip. Now on board with Slays, back on the Divine Mind roster after a couple of weeks off. Gets a nice little clean up there, slides past the second players, tries to whip around Alejo trying to stay alive, but the team shot is too strong there. Him going down. 2 kills already for Slays, and it's 5-0 in the scoreline, Hoots.
Yeah, I'm loving the movement around the map here. I mean, we just saw the thruster pack before where he just completely seizured off our screens pretty much and shot across, and then the slide through as well to avoid the back smack. He's just moving around the map really well, but I think we might be having potentially a little bit of a technical. We've just changed over, so I think maybe just Slave's just having a little bit of an issue there, but we're back on with Chef, who is just hanging out. I think we might be looking at potentially a bit of a restart here, as we have had a player drop. So look, we'll continue casting just in case we can get a reconnect soon. But I think we're gonna keep going. So we're on board with Evan here. We do have the 9-5 lead for Divine Mind, as we're on board with Evan with the perfect on Junior. But I think these players are still just trying to figure out exactly what is going on, as we have a player down here. So Berserk's going to be dropped. Raiden dropped as well. There's a double. That's a great effort there from Alejo, and Bananasaurus were now on board with shots onto Junior at the flag there. He gets another perfect. So we've seen quite a few of these today, Justin, already. In this game, sorry, I should say. And we have that camo popping up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, and now back on board with Chef. I seem to be gassing up quite a bit this series, putting shots down the map, using that new threat indicator there. He's highlighting players across the map to ping them for his teammates, and combine that with some callouts, you can get solid information. It looks like they're all getting poised to grab this camo. Chef he's baiting it out a little bit. He didn't want to be the first one to grab it. He does manage to grab it. He's going to pop it onto his chest and try and stay alive. It's critical that he doesn't go down here. Berserk trying to find, Raiden trying to find him. He does get the trade, but Berserk, you know, his duo just comes in with an easy cleanup, so not able to utilize that camo all that much. Junior comes in with the backsmack, killjoy for him, and Junior, how many kills has he got right now? He's got 6 kills, 6 and 4, so he's still doing pretty well, even though they're playing 3 players down, and he's finding himself a Alejo, or the bait and switch comes in and Vank gets an easy cleanup on Junior, and that's the problem when you're a player down like that. You haven't got as much backup. It makes it really difficult. But look, Divine Mind, they're still 2 up, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. I have just had in my ear confirmed from the admins that play will continue as per the rules, so we stick with it here. And we do have Divine Mind still holding this 2-kill lead, so even though a man down, they are doing really well to maintain this lead and not get overrun here. And we're going to see, it's going to be interesting, Justin, are we going to see them try and maintain some kind of a distance and stick to further range fights where they can be ducking out? Because a lot of the time we do see when players get up close and personal, that's when it can get pretty messy. And if you're in a 2-on-1 up close, that can be a really difficult battle to win. So are we going to see Divine Mind try and take this a bit more passively, fight from a distance? The one thing they do need to worry about, though, is obviously they are a man down, so they can easily get overrun, as we are seeing here Berserk being pushed in here by Chef, and Chef is able to take him down. So they are going to have those issues where they do just get easily collapsed. On that being said, though, they're still maintaining a lead here. They've actually broken out to a 3-kill lead, so it was getting close, but they're staying alive here. And Junior almost out-BRing Evan there, but they're just doing their best, and that's a typical thing we've always said about Junior, is his ability to stay alive long enough that even if he can't win the fight, a teammate can come in and easily neutralize it, and that's so important in some of these fights, especially when you're a man down, Justin.
That's a good analysis of Junior. You are spot on, in my opinion. That fresh camo is up, though. Chef going in to grab it again. Berserk's got to clear him out. He's so weak. That grenade that he threw out a good 10 minutes ago, getting the cleanup on him. Berserk does go down. Divine Mind, they're hanging on by 2 kills. And look, this is a good test. They're 2 kills down. And a player down. No, sorry, 2 kills up and a player down. It's a good test of them and their teamwork to work together as a trio to take down the full strength Australian Rush Hoots. They really need to be on their toes, have their communication flowing, and not make any mistakes. Yeah, absolutely. And what we've seen here is that it looked like Australian Rush thought they were moving in for a push on that flag there for a bit of a collapse. Unfortunately, they got it wrong, and they've started to spread out now. And so they're going to be able to, if Divine Mind can work together well, they can isolate these guys, because they are in the pushing in as a 1 or a 2 in some instances. Look at Junior again, just staying alive on this box, Justin. He is finally taken down, but it does take them a while, and Australian Rush
Rush now do take the lead. So, this one-man down situation that Divine Mind do find themselves in, it can eventually start to become a little bit overwhelming as you find yourself having to take fights so many times. But a very, very lucky spawn there from Divine Mind. I didn't actually see who that was, able to get behind and get a quick kill. And we do have here still just this 1 kill gap. So, Justin, this isn't blowing out by any stretch, even though they are a man down.
No, and I'm not sure if that's impressive for Divine Mind or embarrassing for Australian Rush, because it's completely even right now. I'll let the chat decide on that one. Start a Twitter poll and find out. And 30 points apiece is the scoreline. Junior putting some shots into a bank. But here comes Bananasaurus. This is the problem when you're a player down. You get 1 week, 2 kills in favor of Divine Mind there. And Australian Rush, they've just taken the lead again. Chef cleaning up kills with Alejo there. And look at this. Chef trying to shoot the spawners. He's doing a little bit of prediction here. Trying to stay alive. That camo is about to pop. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to bait a little bit? Alejo still top mid and primed to try and get this camo. He does grab it. Did he manage to get it on? No, it's on the ground. Ready to be scooped up. I think Divine Mind, they've got to get up there and they've got to get that camo so they can create some situations for themselves. So
yeah, that's going to be absolutely crucial here, especially when you're a man down, to have someone that can sneak around and provide assistance without getting seen, especially when you're a man down, is so crucial. But look, we are seeing they're hanging. It's still 36 all, and for Australian Rush, at what point does this become frustrating when you find no matter what we do and we're a man up, we still can't force a lead? This has got to start to get on their minds. And we are just seeing some really great teamwork of trying to stay together as much as they can. It's almost like, Justin, when you are a man down, that your teamwork just goes up another level, because you know that you've got no chance trying to take individual fights and you have to stick together as a team. We do have a camo in the hand of Bananasaurus here. Australian Rush have opened up a 2-kill lead, which is one of their biggest, and we do see that now. We have Junior and Berserk dropped here, so Bananasaurus has this camo but doesn't even really need to use it right now as his team's running around. And I think, Justin, we are starting to see Divine Mind start to fall a little bit, and Australian Rush starting to put a bit of a gap on as they start to roam around here and pick up a fair few of these kills on the bottom. And as we've seen, Bananasaurus hasn't actually been dropped yet for quite a while.
Yeah, and perhaps we can use this opportunity to highlight something for the people at home and players that are, not as highly ranked as the guys on Divine Mind, is that they lose a player and all of a sudden you can prove that they can be taken down. It was like, oh, well, SSJ4, of course we can take them down if they're down a player. But the point is, if you wait for a pick, you get them a player down and then push as a unit, then you can do the same thing. It just means that player is in the respawn screen rather than sit at home waiting for the internet to turn back on. So get your picks and collapse, and these players can bleed. If you 2-stack one of these guys, it doesn't matter how good they are, you're going to take them out faster, because 2 BRs is better than 1 Hoots. Yeah,
and we are seeing Australian Rush. There's actually only 1 kill in it now, Justin, so this is getting intense. Australian Rush up by 1, but we are seeing Divine Mind really holding this staircase here. They don't want to give up any kills, because once one of them drops, it's a 4-on-2 effectively. So look at the team shot coming through on Evan there. Really good work by Divine Mind. We see there must be a camo player around here, because we have Junior, who's going pretty crazy with the BR, taking a few pot shots. He's dropped to 1 shot, and unfortunately it looks like Evan's going to come in, but he's using that thruster perfectly. Justin's able to escape a few times, but it looks like Australian Rush are able to put a 2-kill gap on here. Alejo's dropped, so now we have on board with Rated. He's dropped as well, so only 1 kill left for Australian Rush. This is going to be really hard for the Divine Mind to come back from. They're spawning on the opposite side of the map, and we're going to have Bananasaurus starting to move in. As you can see, the rest of his teammates following in on the right-hand side of him, so we're going to see a confrontation between Berserk and Bananasaurus here. It looks like Bananasaurus gets the first few shots. I mean, Berserk just has to try and get away and stay alive. 47-49, Australian Rush just need this last kill to come through, although strong team shot there on Bananasaurus, so 48-49 in favor of Australian Rush. They just need that one more, but Divine Mind managing to eke out and stay alive whenever they can. Shots on Enchef across the way from Junior. He can't finish him off. Gets the assist, or actually at 49 also. This is the last kill, Justin. We don't know what's going to happen here. Junior just hanging out very out in the open. He's got shots. He sees Alejo at the distance. Berserk putting shots on. Junior's coming in on the flank, actually. And we can see he's putting in shots, and he actually gets it. Junior 50-49. Out of nowhere, a man down. I think they were down 3 or 4 kills towards the end there, Justin. And they managed to pull out one of the more insane wins in one of the more insane games you could ever see.
Yeah, look, it was an unfortunate series of events having that player disconnect there and not be able to rejoin as per the rules. And it ended up being a bit of an interesting game, the 49-49 finish. Yes, there was a player down, but as I was saying, it's a perfect example. You have numbers on the map and you move around correctly, you're going to be able to challenge these guys. So get your slays and make your pushes. It's that simple, the Halo fundamentals. I bang on about it all the time. We do have Fluke here joining us. What did you make of that?
That had everything, lads. I've seen quite a lot of Halo. I've seen quite a lot of esports, and that had literally everything and the kitchen sink thrown at it. But congratulations to the Divine Mind boys for qualifying over to tomorrow. Obviously, the disconnect is something that we never want to see from these players, especially not being able to rejoin the lobby. But outside of that, Divine Minds, they still got the second map victory. It's a 2-0 for them here as well. Had some big heavy lifting here from Berserk as well, and Hoots. I mean, like, the mental fortitude, the tenacity, the skills, everything. These Divine Mind guys, they've got it all.
Mate, I thought, and we'll probably get to it in the highlights in a second, I thought that was all over. It wasn't just the fact that they were, I think they were down something like 49, 46 or 47 or something like that. But there were several instances there where Divine Mind guys were taking hits and were no shields, but they were able to back up and just the coordination to get those last few kills. And we saw, I'm pretty sure it was Junior that got that last kill. You could see on the heads up that his player marker had managed to sneak up top mid while all the focus was on Berserk and Raided. So for him to be able to just get up there and take on a fight and get that final kill is incredible. And it's it's not just that, they've won the series as well. We haven't even mentioned that. That's them. That's 2-0. So look, I feel for the Australian Rush guys. It's got to be a hard way to go out, but wow, for the Divine Mind guys, I think that does show sort of the kind of company they're in at the top of Australian Halo. Like, them and Nutribullet really are the top two teams, it seems like, when we see performance like that.
Yeah, that's really got to be a massive hype up for the boys. Unfortunately, we don't get to see them anymore today, but going into tomorrow, this is going to be a really massive boost for these guys, being able to come back from the brink, pull it forward, get to 2-0, make it, push themselves into the next day, and I think it is just absolutely insane that these Divine Mind guys were able to get this done. 50-49 on a Slayer is an absolute butt pucker for anybody who is playing in competitive Halo, and it is insane to see that we got here in one of our qualification series, Justin, because I think it's just a massive relief for Divine Mind fans, and everybody in chat just to be able to see Divine Mind come out against all odds.
Yeah, it is very fortunate for them, and you know what? Slays may have lagged out, but he got 2 kills before he did. So there's the difference maker, even sitting at home, cheering him on from the sidelines as the water boy in that game. Maybe those 2 kills was the difference, only 1 kill difference at the end. So, Slays doing work for the squad even when he lags out.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a big kind of follower of angry gaming. You're just being able to funnel everything that you've got, all your emotions, and getting it into the game and utilizing that to power up. And it seems like the Divine Mind boys did that to a T, Hoots. And I'm just excited to see what they can pull out because, so far, outside of them, playing on that Slayer match, they still showed that they have a massive amount of coordination. And I think that's a good thing for us to touch on is them coming in with a brand new roster as well, slotting in a few players that they've had floating around. And now they're looking good, especially going into the rest of this Kickoff Qualifier where they're going to be, jetting off to the USA pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying on the call, it was just when you are that man down, it's your teamwork just kicks into overdrive, and you could see just they were hanging in really tight packs and just eking out every life they had. There was Junior several times, no shields, just ducking behind tiny boxes just in the hope that while players rushed him and got out of position to finish him off, that someone from his team would come in and be able to help out and maybe at least get a trade. And they were in that position for so long where the score was even or they were up by just a kill that you'd take trades every day of the week because that'll get you towards the end and eke out that 1 kill victory. And that's pretty much how it ended up. Some of those trades were just crucial in getting them that 1 kill win.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good kind of highlight of being able to have this idea of your life is much more important than you trying to secure a kill, about, making sure that you're taking cover, you're regenerating those shields, you're coming back in to take that fight. Instead of peeking when you're one-shot, Justin, and I think this is a good show for a lot of the players out there. Obviously I've learned a lot from these pro players today. I'm sure Twitch chat can learn a few things from these pros, just making sure that your life is much more valuable than taking that fight. Listen,
don't peek. The doc says it all the time. Don't peek. If you want to keep your head, you don't peek. And, Junior, as Hoots was saying, putting on a clinic on that, utilizing just a sliver of cover. Like, if all the cover he had was a blade of grass, you would see Junior ducking and diving around that blade of grass trying to stay alive. And, you know, that's what it takes to win 3v4. And they managed to do it. And it was a good test for those guys as well, is that they needed to coordinate and play the game seriously rather than being a little bit more relaxed. Because, you know, if you're a top squad and you're like, oh yeah, boys, you know, like we'll just casually take these guys out, but all of a sudden you're a man down, then you need to, you know, pay attention again, because they probably thinking, you know, we'll finish off, we'll have some dinner, we'll watch the rest of the broadcast. But no, you have to put the NOS bottles back on in their cars and go for it.
Yeah, exactly, and it just shows a whole lot of mental fortitude, and I'm sure that's going to give them a whole lot of wind in their sails going into the next day of our kickoff qualifier. Divine Mind get themselves into our second day of play, but it's time for us to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so we can reset ourselves and set our sights onto the elimination bracket. We're going to be heading into R-rated versus Strafe. Make sure you guys don't miss this.
Halo Infinite does a great job at balancing both the mechanics of Halo 3 and Halo 5. Bringing those two worlds into one is like such a great thing for Halo Infinite and for the player base in general. Infinite seems a lot more about exactly what they've tried to design it to be, which is, you know, you spawn in with a battle rifle and you've got to go around and pick up whatever grenades and other weapons you want. And then you're really just fighting for the best parts of the map and the power positions.
Definitely the movement aspect. I'm glad they stuck with sprinting and sliding. So I feel like if you've got that cracked movement, it's just, yeah, you can be an absolute menace on the map.
Seems a bit similar to Halo 3. Obviously, there's these new mechanics in there, but I'm really liking how it's a bit of a slower game. Your BR start seems a bit more strategy and sort of more of a calculated sort of team pushing. I'm really liking that aspect to it.
The Slayer game type is a staple of competitive, but I would like to see it just in the series once, like in a best of 5. I think it would be really awesome to see that as a game 5. I've never been a fan of Slayer as an objective just because of the way it plays, but I still think it belongs in Halo to a degree.
On the larger maps where you have a lot more space to kind of like hide, it doesn't really play well. It creates this weird, like, really slow and passive Halo dynamic.
I wouldn't say they're not skillful, but I wouldn't say they're as skillful as objective game modes. And I think they'd fit a perfect tiebreaker for a series. So putting them as the last map that's played, if the series reaches that point, would be a perfect spot for them. I feel like it's essential for Halo. It's always been there. It should be there. You can't have a lot of Slayers in like the best of 5 or the best of 7s. You know, you're gonna have like a Slayer, an objective, then a Slayer again.
I really enjoy Slayer. Like, you have to work as that, you know, the core 4. You have to really work together to get those 50 kills.
I think Slayers should honestly only be for game 5. I don't think there should be 2 Slayers in a best of 5.
I guess the gripes with Slayers of all the time is that there can be an element of randomness to it. So, you know, if a team gets on a roll, gets some power weapons, they can sort of almost steal the game from you if you're a lesser team. In saying that, I do think it does belong. So far, though, it does seem to be a bit of a trade fest, and it has been hard to sort of get a bit of ascendancy and sort of set up. So it seems to be sort of going back and forth and just trading rather than, you know, getting it set up and, you know, focusing on power weapons.
I love Slayers because, I mean, I still think it takes skill. I mean, you have to spawn in, you have to collect things around the map, whether that be grenades or weapons. You need to earn kills. I think it's fun.
For the future competitive Infinite, I think they need some more maps, maybe 1 or 2 remixes from some old Halos.
I do hope there's going to be more partner teams, especially like for the ANZ scene. This will be huge to have partner teams, and then to have like an ANZ like team skin would be mind blowing. So that'll be freaking cool to see as well.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are getting ever close to the end of the day number 1 here for the kickoff qualifier for ANZ. We've already punched tickets for 4 of our teams to head towards tomorrow. Now it is time for us to set our sights on the elimination side of this bracket and see who is going to be going ahead to the next day. Hoots, it has been a long, arduous day for us here, and this is how our upper bracket did pan out. NutriBullet, BBR, Divine Mind, and Direwolves, all who we'll be seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't say there's a huge amount of surprises to see these guys through to the semi-finals, but the big question has been and will be for the next, rest of tonight and tomorrow is which of these teams doesn't get in the top 3, pretty much. So we've got NutriBullet, who we think are probably going to be almost a guaranteed top 1 or potentially 2 if something goes horribly wrong. Divine Mind up there as well, but it's that BBR and Direwolves that are the 2 that we're really keen to watch and see how they go.
Yeah, especially because that fight for third is still raging hot here as we look towards the second day and set our sights onto the elimination side of this bracket as well. Obviously, we've only got 16-20 Kings right now. The winner of the series that we're about to cover, lads, will slot into that bottom slot there in round of 7. So we are going to be jumping into the round of 6 here in the elimination bracket to see who else is going to be joining the 16-20 Kings over there. And that's where we get to start to look towards a few more of these series, Justin, because this is where it starts getting a little bit spooky for some of these teams, right? We touched on R-rated being in that race for third. Even if they do make their way towards that second day, they're still in the elimination bracket and they still need to make sure they win every series from here on out.
Yep, and when you're in that elimination bracket, you've already pulled your parachute. So if that line gets cut again, you're straight down into the ground and you're gone. So these guys, their tournament lives on the line. If they want to make it till tomorrow night and have the beautiful casters Hoggy and Bluey say wonderful things about them, they need to show up and make their way through the bracket.
Yeah, exactly, and it's all about that important major slot on the line as well, lads. So let's jump into this series. It is going to be R-rated taking on Strafe here. This is going to be an important one for us to touch on. Obviously R-rated is the team that we've covered so far, Justin, and I'm sure this is going to be a team that we're probably going to be covering a lot more for the rest of this kickoff qualifier.
Yeah, R-rated. We've talked about them before. Ninjistics, Lunchy, Square, and Wrath City. Plenty of experience. And we've talked about Square, we've talked about Lunchy. I want to talk about Wrath City. He's a resident cheeky boy, a little bit of a troll living under the bridge, but he is a monstrous player himself. And that cheeky mentality translates into his gameplay as well. He's an annoying kill, and he does things that are a little bit unorthodox because, you know, you're fighting him, you know, like, Wilcox, what are you doing, mate? Like, why are you making this push? Why are you here on the map? And that's his plan. He's like, I'm going to hang here. This is totally off meta, and it catches people off guard. And sometimes that can create opportunities for your squad. So, you know, Wrath City might be a key player in this next game.
Yeah, he might be somebody for us to watch. But on the other side of the server, Hoots, we do have Strafe here. They're able to eke out a victory up against Degenerates in that elimination bracket to get themselves in this series here. And I'm excited to see what they can put into the server.
Yeah, we spoke about them a couple of weeks ago. Noble, Nexus, Jellybean, and Mantis, who is someone who's been around the scene for a long time, and he's a super animated player. He's one of the biggest trash talkers on the scene, at least from my memory 10 years ago. I'm not sure if he's still the same or if he's matured somewhat. I kind of deep down hope he hasn't. But yeah, he's always been a fantastic leader of his team, really amps them up, and I can just imagine on the comms he's exactly the same now.
Yeah, it feels like, that kind of cockiness, that little bit of, arrogance is always something that's nice to have in the server. And I think I always like seeing some of these game attacks. Obviously, Justin, you were touching on it today. I really like Jellybean. Like obviously Bananasaurus was one of my favorites as well that we've seen out through today. And I think that's the beautiful thing about me jumping into Halo is I get to see all these new sick gamer tags. I think some of the nice ones we've seen today has been Jellybean, I think, for me.
Yeah, and if you've had your gamer tag long enough on Xbox Live, you can have some OG tags. Whoever has that OG SSJ4 tag, hit me up. I'll give you so many Microsoft points if you hand it over. But we're touching on Mantis before and talking about his competitive side, but I want to talk about him as a coach, because he's coached Immunity and Mindfreak all the way to Worlds. He has loads of experience, and you have someone like that who's looked over the shoulders of the best players in our region and coached them and made sure that they were doing the right things and keeping their communication clean. He's a fantastic player to have on any roster because he keeps everyone focused, and he's like, boys, we are doing the wrong things. Set up for camo, what the hell are you doing? And he's not going to apologize to it. If you're doing the wrong thing, he'll tell you. And I know from experience because I got him to fill for me once, and he was ripping into me for the mistakes I was making.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice little advantage for the Strafe boys to have somebody with that kind of coaching mind in their way and just be able to bring that all together and get everybody done. But lads, let's go and have a look at the maps that we're going to be looking here for this best of 3. We're going to be changing it up a little bit here, Hoots. We get to see some more streets. There's going to be a Recharge Slayer in there, and hopefully, please, can we get a CTF?
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I mean, even Slayer on Recharge. We haven't seen Recharge for a little while, so I'm keen to see that as well. But yeah, let's just pray to the gods that CTF Aquarius, it happens. You're not going to get your Bizarre, Luke, but Aquarius might have to do. At least you'll get your CTF, though.
I mean, it's a little unfortunate. Luckily enough for me, I do get to go across both days of the broadcast, so maybe we get a whole boatload of Bizarre for the second day. But Justin, I'm just excited for us to start out this first map of Oddball, because I think it really gives us a kind of deep dive into how these players play these kind of objectives, right? Like, we've seen a few different strats that's been floating around. Obviously, you guys have touched on it. ANZ might be a little bit slow to the ball, but it's all about, trying to make sure that you control the ball, having those good hiding spots, and making sure you get the slaves when they matter.
Yep, and one thing that those viewers at home will be able to do is, I hope they've had their notepads out, because they've seen so much Streets Oddball today that they're seeing how each of the players in this region like to play this map. So if you're wanting to take these guys out, you need to look at, how previously Chef, the angles that he took off the rip. So now you know where to take him down. Now you've looked at the starting strats of all the top squads on what they like to do to secure the spanker, or where they like to rotate the ball and all that kind of thing. So, it's getting drilled in. Repetition is how you get things drilled into your mind. And, maybe we're going to have a lot of viewers that are going to be very good at oddball streets after this. So matchmaking, watch out.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point for us to touch on, is the fact that we've seen quite a lot of oddball across the entirety of today. And that means that some of these teams are starting to get a little bit more info across some of these players. And obviously, looking forward into the roadmap as well, Hoots, there's going to be a lot of competitions that are going to be flowing through. There's going to be a lot of competitions where some of these up-and-coming teams are going to start to face against the big dogs. And this is where you want to make sure that you have a lot of info on those scary teams so you can start to take them down. But this is the step that R-Rated needs to get themselves to the major. R-Rated and Strafe, game number 1. Let's jump into it, boys.
Yeah, you're right, Luke. So much on the line here for R-rated. If they lose this, then Raleigh, they can kiss it goodbye. So there's so much to play for here for them. And also for Strafe, it's just about staying alive and getting as much experience as they can through this bracket and getting those HCS points, which everyone's looking to attain over the next couple of tournaments. So, Justin, we're just getting started on this one. It's going to be really interesting to see Mantis in particular. I'm someone who I'd like to focus on, but we are starting off with Nexus here as he heads up to try and sprinkle some grenades along here to keep players off the rockets. But Rat City, we see, manages to grab them and jump back into the sneaky. So we have rockets in the hands of R-rated. He's going to work at Square over the top of Square using that thruster. Unfortunately taking down, but Rat moving with the rockets and picks up a really solid double kill. And that's going to be 3 down, 4 strafe off the start. Wrath goes down as well, but to be able to, I guess, Justin, establish that early map control, and you can see here we have Ninjestics with the ball, and they're going to be able to take it wherever they choose, and it looks like they're choosing the A stronghold.
Yeah, and I love that Ninjestics, he has that bullfrog in hand underneath the ball, so you can bait people in front of it. Oh, and he came out a little bit prematurely, and Jellybean able to catch him there with his pants down. And back to potty training for you, Ninjestics, and Noble able to get a perfect kill on the cleanup there. Wonderful stuff from him. And now he's able to get some points. He's opting to rotate to his teammates who have just spawned up, which is a good idea from him, because those players from R-rated would have been spawning over in the market area and would have been able to push it. He's throwing it out in the open rather than trying to rush it up the stairs, and a lot of players are dropping left and right. That's all 4 dead for Strafe Hoots. So R-rated, they're poised to go on a bit of a run here. They scoop up that ball, no problem, because no one's going to shoot at them from the respawn screen. They rotate it into the back of the subway, and they're going to start racking up some points. Yeah,
so we saw Strafe were actually able to completely wipe R-rated earlier when they were holding the ball at the A side, and then flip it around and R-rated goes sweep straight. But unfortunately the melee missed there. But we are on board now with Mantis. So Mantis, the player we spoke about before, probably the spiritual leader of the Strafe squad, I think we could say, in terms of his ability to amp his teammates up. And he's moving into this tram area, but he's going to be pushed back. And good decision there to move back rather than put himself on a 10-second respawn. And look at that, he's able to put shots on Lunchy as well. And Lunchy, just trying to escape, ends up leaving the ball behind while Mantis is putting shots on him. So great heads-up awareness by the Mantis. Unfortunately, just can't take down Square. He obviously got the call out, turned around in time, but just missed that final headshot with Square on no shields, and unfortunately he's dropped. So that's going to be a big loss for Strafe as they try and set up again with this ball, but they don't have it. And we have, it looks like Strafe actually setting up with the rockets in the tram area now. So these rockets are going to be really handy, as we can see. They stop the push from Square coming through. He didn't get the kill there, but he manages to push him back, and we have Jellybean picking up a nice double there with the BR. So back on board, still with Nexus. We have 2 down for R-rated, and Justin, looks like they're just going to wait for a little bit, regroup before starting a push here, but a lot of time now coming in on this run from Strafe.
Yeah, look at that Nexus using that Stalker rifle to deadly effect. He finds himself 1, Squares there, dropped as well, and R-rated's push doesn't look like it's very effective. Not getting their typings right and trying to get some shots over there. You can do so much damage, but one thing with these single shot weapons that you need to land multiple shots is that sometimes it's hard to just get damage down on the map, and sometimes you're better off with that BR, but it looks like Nexus has been very effective with it and getting a kill with that Bulldog too. And look at this, Strafe, they're in the lead. R-rated, they had about 30, 35 points on the board in front of the Strafe guys, but they just went on this huge run because R-rated, they waited to make their push, and then their push failed. So they gambled with getting set up for the push, and it seems to be paying off in favor of Strafe right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have the ball in the hands of R-rated now, though. They're starting to put a bit of a gap between them. Just managed to take the lead back, and they're setting up in this turn. But I really love this from Lunchy, pushing out with Wrath. So real aggression there from Lunchy, but he knew that if he pushed out, he'd be able to get that last kill there. And we do have 4 down momentarily for Strafe. So they need to try and grab some ball time here while they've got all the Strafe players coming off the respawn. They're spawning on the complete opposite side of the map, but still able to get some shots from that A stronghold down on Lunchy, but Lunchy just hanging out here. He's doing well. The Spanker's coming up now. Wrath's got that again, so he goes absolutely flying with the rockets there. I think he managed to pick up 1 kill on Jellybean, but the rockets now in the hands of Ninjestics. He uses them incredibly well there, dropping down 2 members of Strafe. And so we're going to have all of our rated up, and they're just going to be positioned around here again. And Lunchy's just held onto that ball the whole time, Justin. He's putting up a good amount of time, only 10 seconds left of this round, and they've got it.
Yeah, R-rated on a little bit of a run there. They were completely even at a roughly 50 points, and R-rated has just gone on this huge run And Ninjistics, he's poised here to scrap the final points together. And look at that. Jellybean comes in with a stop. He goes down too. So many red X's on our screen. The ball is just waiting there to be grabbed. Lunchy going for the back wave, but just out of range. Finds himself one, and another player there, Noble, he's getting pushed back as well. Lunchy's just hanging out at the front, being a distraction, so Square can get this one in the bag, and that's going to be round one in this oddball game in favor of R-rated Hoots.
Yeah, and just having a quick look at the scoreboard then in terms of kills, it's pretty much even slays across the board, to be honest, for both teams. So it was just knowing when to grab that ball, use your positioning well, and when to take advantage of downing multiple strafe enemies that made R-rated able to take that win. But we are on board with Square. He's dropped, unfortunately. So we move on to Jellybean down in palms, putting in shots. Really good assist there coming through. So 2 down, 4 R-rated, and we should see Strafe start to take a play with the ball here as we have Jellybean taking this back to the tram area. You know, this is where R-rated were able to do a lot of damage, and so Strafe looking to employ a similar strategy. Meanwhile, Nexus with the Rockets is going to come in and provide some support for Jellybean as we do see the R-rated team start to put down the alleyway here. So great use of the Rockets there. That will keep R-rated somewhat at bay while Strafe really starts to put a pretty big chunk on here, as we can see, Justin. And I love Nexus' position here, picking up what essentially is a double, getting the assist, obviously, but dropping a few R-rated players and now coming in to assist, and that's 3 dead for R-rated. So we're going to see another big chunk here, Justin, of ball time for Strafe.
Yeah, and Nexus, as you were saying, he was just a monster player there. He was holding the right angles, he utilized these rockets well, and then he didn't hesitate to scoop the ball up as soon as he was there. He just slapped it in his hand. So Nexus doing everything on the map that he can to help his teammates win, and throwing that ball out to make sure he can get rid of Square. Easy double kill, and the killing spree triples there if he wants it. Rat City does shut him down there, but you know, Nexus, what a monstrous life that was for him. He just did so much work for his squad, and it's translated to a 42-point run for Strafe Hoots.
Yeah, they just haven't really been able to get any form of majority control around the ball of players. It's very scrappy for R-rated here, and you're right, Justin, it's Nexus who's the difference maker with 6 kills, not getting as much support probably from Jellybean and Mantis, although Mantis is racking up a fair few assists, but we do have Wrath City with the ball now, so R-rated finally been able to get on the scoreboard. Look, he's got nowhere to go really. You see he was heading towards tram, probably got the call that that's not the right move to go, went back, and unfortunately was dropped on those stairs. Those stairs there, Justin, near the palm can be a really exposed area when you are trying to get away, and unfortunately for Wrath, he's dropped. So we do have 2 down for Strafe, and this is a time where we should hopefully see R-rated begin to bring back a little bit. They've got the Rockets, unfortunately Ninjestics wasting that one there, but gets the call on Jellybean. The prediction comes in, and that's just great teamwork. So clearly the call was coming and he was sitting there waiting for that. Now they're going to establish around this police department /A area while Ninjestics putting in a bit of work with the BR, and then a great melee there and an assist. So that's 2 down, 4 Strafe, and R-rated I think we're going to see really start to eke back this lead somewhat, Justin, because they did get caught unawares I think at the start with that 42-0 run from Strafe.
Yeah, their slow starters, a little bit of turbo lag there, and the scorelines have come back up. I mean, Strafe, they went on a 42-point run, and then R-rated has responded with a 43-point run, so one better. So clearly R-rated the stronger squad there, Hoots, and you know, Strafe putting up a strong fight. And we saw that same scenario in the previous game. Strafe had a really strong start, but then R-rated just put things together in the end once they got more comfortable and warmed up and the communication was flowing. So, you know, Strafe, are they the better scrappy team? But, you know, R-rated's the better team once they get coordinated. The scoreline and the round score count does lend to that assumption. And now we're on board with Square putting lots of damage across the map as trying to stay alive. Nexus almost on 10 kills. Square too, we'll have to see who's the race to the double digits. But Strafe desperately holding on here. They can't afford to lose this round, Hoots, because R-rated has already got a round in the bag. If they want to be able to take this game away, they're going to have to win back-to-back rounds, while R-rated, they've just got to close this one out. They've got a fragile lead, but it's a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly, and we do have Rockets popping up in a second, so it's going to be interesting to see if R-rated turn their focus towards Rockets rather than the ball momentarily, because we have seen before with those Rockets, they can pull out a setup, but we just hit Lunchy with the perfect there on the last shot. So fantastic RBR in there. And he picks up what effectively is almost a double. So Lunchy just single-handedly holding this police area down, and now he's going to get ball. And we do have rockets in the hands of Ninjestic. So he's had them a few times now, Justin, and has been able to really put a lot of work in, as we see here. Unfortunately, can't connect there on straight. I don't know what that rocket was about, but
they must have black holes at that cafe, because that rocket just disappeared.
Lucky we don't have the voice comms going for R-rated there, because I think we might have had to put the bleep button on a few times there for Ninjestics. Very unlucky there. Sometimes those rockets just don't behave how you want them to, but Lunchy doing a great job just hiding in this corner, staying alive here, and isn't dropped. You can see he actually comes around there to assist on dropping, I think it was Jellybean. So great work by Lunchy. He looked dead to rights effectively, but managed to stay alive in that corner. And now they've locked ball in that police department, Justin. You can see Nexus scrambling in, trying to get there. Gets a really great melee there on Lunchy, and now starts to push out on Square for the RBR. Just misses, and unfortunately is taken down. But you know, he's trying his best there, Justin. He's leading his team for kills, trying to get in to break this setup. Unfortunately, though, there's just too many R-rated players around there, and they've still managed to hold this 20-second lead.
Yeah, double kill for Mantis though, and now they're holed up in the police department, and Mantis, that double kill there, cleaning out house and then now getting ball time. That is the key play of the game right now for Strafe. If they didn't get that ball, it would be very dangerous, but now they're all tied up essentially. The grenades are coming in, and look, he's got this Bulldog ready to bite anyone that comes in. He just gets dropped straight away. I don't even think he's able to put a shot out of that Bulldog. And now we're on board with Lunchy. He grabs the Bulldog. I'll have to see if he can bite someone with it.
Yeah, it was like Fight Club in that police department there. It was just everyone coming in just belting the living daylights out of each other. And luckily for R-rated, they came out on top. And this is where you start to worry if you're Straight, because this is where the game can really get out of hand. You've got R-rated needing only 10 seconds to go. And then you've got Lunchy here just patrolling perfectly with this Bulldog, and gets the double. And that's a massive trade. Look, that's 4 down there. And that, I'm going to call it, that's going to be game, Justin. And Lunchy, we know he loves using that Bulldog, and him just holding that area there was the single-handed reason that Strafe weren't allowed this final push. And they get the win and go up 1-0 in this series. But Justin, across the board there, look at Lunchy. I mean, we saw on Streets a few days ago, he couldn't even grab a kill. He managed to be the equal leading kill scorer on his team there.
Yeah, and we did see one of the players performing CPR on that poor dead player, so hopefully they're okay. But that is still only game 1. It is going in favor of R-rated and Strafe. They put up quite a fight. Both those rounds of oddball, they racked up plenty of points early on, and it was just R-rated. They were the better closer in the end, and that's what got them across the line. So if Strafe, they managed to be a little bit more consistent and string together a strong performance over an entire game, they're going to be able to take a map from R-rated, but it depends who's hungry about it. Who wants to win this game, Hoots? And right now it's proving to be R-rated.
Yeah, we see Nexus in the stats there with 6,068 damage. You know, we were watching him earlier, and he was putting in a lot of shots across the map, and also, you know, not taking as much damage as taking the least amount of damage on his team as well. But look, I think Nexus, he clearly was one of the keys there, but just wasn't able to get his team over the line in the end. Unfortunately, we had some of the replays here, and I think the rocket control was something that was really massive. We saw Ninjestics using it. I guess mixed results, really. I guess you could say. You know, he was able to at one point use it really effectively. Great call-outs from his team. Another time he wasted 2 and didn't get a single kill out of it. So, you know, those rockets can be a temperamental beast to try and tame sometimes. But Lunchy as well, we spoke about Justin during the call, you know, able to lock down with that Bulldog and stop a couple of runs in a row from Strafe, trying to get into that police department. And that seemed to be the area that really worked well for Strafe. That police department was a good hold for them. They were able to rotate it through to the A side when they needed to. Just a lot of cover in that area, and Strafe just really couldn't get a solid hold of them for those last couple of minutes there.
Yeah, and we did see that unfortunate rocket there, a spanker not behaving. And what do you do to a spanker that is not behaving, though? You can't spank it and give it discipline, can you? Because that's the, you know, it's a weapon does the spanking, Hoots. And a few of these highlights here. I love this angle from Lunchy, and that strafe. Imagine out-strafing a gun that has bullet spread like that. So Jellybean doing so well to get the trade on Lunchy. But the thing is that all Lunchy needed was the trade in that situation. So although Jellybean did well to challenge Lunchy with that Bulldog, it didn't matter in the end, because all Lunchy needed to do was hold them back so they could scrap together the last few points and take out that game.
And that's a big win for R-rated as well. You know, they've been pushed down to the elimination bracket. They might not have thought they'd be getting there as early in this tournament as they would have liked. So to be down in that elimination bracket, you know, morale might be a little bit low, but to eke that first win of the series back and say, you know, like, hey, we're back. You know, we've still got another chance, as you used that analogy before of the parachute. You know, the parachute's still up. It hasn't been pulled away yet. They're not down to just complete free fall yet. So they go up in this series and, you know, one more win, Slayer recharge, and they move on to the next round. So they're still completely alive in the tournament. You know, dropping down to the elimination bracket by no means affects their overall point score. Once this whole tournament's done, you know, they can still go all the way to the end if they're good enough. But to be able to get that win, I'm sure that'll do a lot for their confidence.
Yeah, and moving into this next game, the oddball game, it was pretty even in the Slayers department. You know, maybe a little bit in favor of R-rated, but, you know, Strafe, they proved that they could get the kills, and we are moving into a Slayer game. I don't think we've seen a Slayer on Recharge yet, and I know you really love Recharge, Hoots, so I'm sure you're excited about this one. I've been missing it too. The streets is nice, but you've got to adventure out into other areas. And Strafe, they are down and out right now. R-rated, only one game away from pushing forward in the bracket. And Strafe, they're hanging on for dear life, and I think that they can do it. They just need to string things together a little bit more consistently, and they can take away a game, Hoots, and we are on board with Ninjistics. Take it away.
Yeah, we can have Ninjistics moving across here through to the goal. A really quick rush up there to try and get some top control here. He's going to be looking down, moving over to pick up that assist there, and then unfortunately he's dropped by Strafe. So interesting, he wasn't going for the camo at all, and it looks like we have seen quite a few of his teammates drop down in this area to try and pick it up. But you know, even Stevens right now, 2-all, Lunchy with that camo, he's the one who's picked up both kills, and he's going to look to creep up on Noble here, but unfortunately can't get Strafe there, sorry. But will control this top gold area. Shots on Jellybean across there. He's still got this camo in his back pocket along with the commando, so he can just start to walk around this top mid area pretty freely. Shots on Mantas using the commando instead of the BR. Interesting call there, but it looks like he's happy just hanging out in this top area, as is Jellybean on the other far side on that A window. Unfortunately, we see here, Nexus rushes in, unfortunately can't drop Lunchy. Really great heads up play there. Hits him with the beatdown and follows up with the headshot. That's got to do a long way for his confidence, Justin.
Absolutely. When you get snuck up on like that and just 180 him sitting down, it's like, excuse me, young man, I'm trying to play Halo Infinite here. So a very big ego boost for my boy Lunchy, not that he needs it. Now checking his sightlines, 5 kills each, and it's all even Steven right now. He has got that commando in his back pocket. Look at this double player push from Strafe and Lunchy. He's not ducking and diving too much. He's got Ninjistics to help him out here. You know, he looked like he was about to cut and run, but then, you know, Ninjistics came and was like, Lunchy, I got your back, bro. Let's take them on. We can take these boys. And look at that. Lunchy's patience pays off, and he nabs himself a kill. Now on board with Ninjistics, who's rotated away. He's like, Lunchy, you'll be fine. Yeah, you got one of them. You can 1v1 the last guy. And he has got that shock rifle, very powerful weapon in the right hand. Trying to find one. There's a sword player. Unfortunate. Not what you want to see when you're looking down the elevator. I was watching Aliens there. You just like look down the elevator, and there it was.
Yeah, that's something that'll put an end to your run, because Lunchy was on a pretty solid run there, and unfortunately that sword's just going to be the thing that takes him out. But we are on board with Mantis now, so Mantis doing a pretty good job of maintaining this A area. But we do see again, it is a camo in the hands of Jellybean now. So this is Strafe's first camo for the match. We're 1-all in terms of camos, and you can see Strafe has the ability to just walk directly over the middle of the map here to long haul. Knows that Lunchy's coming through, gets the call out. There's someone up above, so he's going to have to figure out a very good way to play this. Great work there on the 2-shot beatdown. Turns on Ingesting. Unfortunately can't get the finish there. Was in a bit of a difficult position there, Jellybean, was pinched between about 3 players. So to even eke out a kill out of that there, Justin, I think is a pretty impressive achievement.
Yeah, and that camo, it was starting to run a little bit low, so I think he was feeling the pressure of it. Any time, you know, they're going to see me and I'm going to be caught with my pants down, so he was pretty desperate to get a kill. And one thing I did notice is that he took note that player that he did end up killing was pretty weak, and excellent push from Noble there, taking him down. We'll forget about what I was just saying because Noble's putting on a clinic. That grapple is just sitting down there, Hoots. No one's really utilizing that so far in this game. Looking at the scoreline, it is 20-11 in favor of Strafe. So what did we say? Is that Strafe has it in them to take a game off R-rated. And they're stringing things together. Nexus on 6, Jellybean on 6. And you're looking over to R-rated. Unfortunately, square on the old goose. And that's a bit unfortunate for him. Hopefully he'll be able to warm up. 0 and 7's not a stat line you want to have in a Slayer game, Hoots.
No, not at all. I mean, he has managed to rack up 4 assists, but yeah, we did see him slaying out pretty hard in the previous match, so not something you expect for him to be goosing it. But Lunchy, meanwhile, trying to do his best to keep the team in there. You know, look, it's only an 8-kill gap, so it's not over. Lunchy's got some interesting choices of weapons to use, and he goes for the gravel shot to try and just throw himself in there. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, and we do see 3 down, 4 are rated, so they are getting outslayed quite consistently here. A 9-kill gap now that they have to try and bring back, and we are going to see Lunchy hanging out bottom mid. He's dropped, so good work there by Jellybean to drop down, get the kill, and we do see the camo is popping up, but unfortunately not able to grab it. So 3 down for Strafe. We are hopefully going to see R-rated here start to make a move on this camo. Square grabs it and is going to put it in right away as he regains his shield. So Square's now we spoke just before, Justin, you know, 0 kills, but Square's managed to put 3 in, has the camo. That's going to be a 4th with the backpack, so great use of the camo there. And now has 2 players above and manages to somehow get away. Justin, how did that happen?
What a slippery gypsy. He just got out of there. He got his caravan, you know, put it back on the trailer and just got out of there. Unbelievable. He's got a little bit of camo left too. And the thing is that when you're down, you can scrap together a couple of kills. And look at that. Square heard me talking a bit of smack, and killing spree for him. 5 unanswered kills. He's now only neg 3, but that's what happens if you've got a lead and it's fragile and one of the players is struggling like that. As soon as that player wakes up, they're going to be able to carry that momentum. And look at this Square. I like that ballsy challenge that he just had. He knew that he was weak, and sometimes it's good to challenge someone that's unaware, because they're going to expect, oh, this guy's one shot. Of course he's going to try and hide and get his shields back. But no, Square went in and tried to do as much damage as he could, because he wasn't confident he would be able to get the kill. Now on board with Ninjistics, he's got that Mauler in his back pocket, ready to go. It's a 3-shot kill, 1-shot beatdown weapon, so very, very powerful. And it's such a strong secondary. He finds himself Nexus, only gets the 1 shot, 3 shots in, unable to connect on that last shot, so that player getting away. And look at the scoreline, 32-24. Strafe really turning on the burners now. Almost a 10-kill lead, and on board with Mantis with 7 and 4 assists. And we'll have to see if he grabs himself another one. Easy 2-shot beatdown on that one. Now he's going to be moving in with his teammate, looking for those other players, and maybe getting the call out that there's a player up in gold. Square now with that camo. This is critical for R-rated. They've got to utilize this camo well, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, Square went on a big run before, but it hasn't really equated to any kind of reeling back of the scoreboard here. They're still down by 9. They haven't been able to pull back despite Square going on that big run, but does still have this camo in hand, so pushed up on Nexus there, was able to get that good assist there, and now can take top 8 control here. Unfortunately puts a nade on his teammate, but will work together with Wrath on Jellybean. Jellybean's dropped Nexus there as well. Unfortunately couldn't get any of the kills there. Square put up a fair few assists, as we can see, totaling 6 assists here, and Strafe a few down though momentarily there. So R-rated starting to pull back a bit, Justin. We can see there's a 6-kill gap here now, and R-rated starting to motor a little bit. They were able to maintain a bit of that top control there, and work together to start to bring this back a bit. And we are seeing now Wrath manages to get the beat down there on Mantis and moves in here, and a big double kill there on Jellybean. So look at this. This has now dropped down to a 3-kill gap, Justin. They're really pulling this back quickly.
Yeah, I blinked twice, and that 10-kill lead has now gone down to a 3-kill lead. R-rated starting to turn up. Lunchy with that slice and dice, ready to take someone out. He takes down one like Obi-Wan Kenobi, takes down Anakin Skywalker, but he does trade out that kill. 5 kills the difference. Strafe just hanging on Nexus with that sword, ready to slice someone that comes through. Ninjistics caught out, challenging 2 players. We will see him try and rotate away. And look at that call out. So many players, they just went, hey, he's over here, boys. And they all just went, get him. And they went after him. And now Nexus here holding this angle with the sword. He wants to get a sneaky little kill. And I like that when the scoreline is this tight, it can be so frustrating if you're trying to mount a comeback. And they're like, boys, there's a guy hiding here with sword. Of course he's hiding here with sword. So Nexus doing all the right things. That camo is up. Shields are flashing. He's out of there. He's like, see you boys. No, it doesn't matter. The cleanup nades come in, and scoreline is really starting to come down to the wire. R-rated. They're only down by 2 kills now, Hoots. They're mounting a massive comeback. And look at Lunchy. 16 and 7. Oh my God.
Yeah, we've seen a few comebacks on TS already tonight, and this could be another one. Only a 1-kill gap in it now, and so Lunchy's just done a great job staying alive here. Several times he's been taking shots. He used the grapple shot just before to get out of an altercation that would normally end up with him dead, but he's now holding this top gold area. Mantis, as you can see, is across the way there. Lunchy trying to put shots on him, unfortunately not connecting. Mantis is taking hits, so Lunchy, great angle there with the assist, and this is going to bring it to 43. Also, they've actually taken the lead now, Justin. 43-42. Lunchy pushing it a bit too far, unfortunately getting a bit overzealous, but does pick up the assist. And we do see Square pushing in, and that's not a trade, that's actually a +1, so they take a 2-kill lead now, so they're looking to close this one out. They were down by 9 or so kills, Justin, and now they're only 5 away from victory.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. You know what's R-rated? The movie Jaws, and there's blood in the water, and the boys are smelling it. Only 5 kills to go. They have managed to take the lead here, and Square, he's warmed up. He went from 0 kills to 7 with 9 assists, so things are really starting to stack up for him. And on board, he's checking his angles, being very, very patient. You can see Wrath City over there. They're holding this angle. They just want to get a couple of scrappy kills. They're waiting for them to be pushed. They want to fight on their terms, Hoots. And with only 1 kill the difference, it's slowed right down. So maybe I should slow my voice right down. I'm yelling, and these guys are just kind of chilling. You know, they're trying to relax, and here I am screaming down the microphone. And they're only peeking out for a second, a little cheeky shot. And it's like, hey, boys, are you going to push us, or are we pushing you?
Yeah, this is probably the slowest we've ever seen play go in the last couple of tournaments that we've had. There's just no one really wants to make a move. It's interesting, Wrath actually is dropped there, so we do have a move here coming in from Strafe as they start to, we see R-Rated starting to back out from this top A area as Strafe are pushing in very fast. Although that being said, there is an assist there as Jellybean has dropped, so we see 3 kills now just for R-Rated as they're dropping down. We're picking up a camo here actually in the hands of Square. He's going to chuck that in there, so we have camo. This could be the big difference maker here, Justin. 2 kills, we've got Mantis just sitting here. No shields for Strafe.
Do it to him, Square. Perfect shots in killing spree for him.
That is a fantastic way to use that final camo there, Justin. He was waiting for his shields to recharge before putting any shots in, worked with his teammates to get that final kill, and then we see the victory. And again, we're just seeing these comebacks in TS that we haven't typically seen in the last few days, where we're seeing big margins opening up and they're not able to be closed. But the 2 Slayers we've seen in the last 2 series have been absolute nail-biters.
Yeah, it's been nuts
absolutely. And Fluke, you're just joining us here, mate. And what a comeback by R-Rated. I mean, Strafe, they had it. It was right there. And just like in the oddball games, they had a really sizable lead. And then, boom, it just slipped through their fingers. You know, maybe they're eating at the same time, Vegemite sandwiching it and butter on their hands because it's slipping straight through their fingers.
It's worth talking about Strafe Noble in particular. Look at that, 15 assists there. So 9 kills, 11 deaths, but 15 assists. I mean, that's some crazy numbers there. And then just in terms of looking at the damage output there, we had Nexus and Noble leading the way for their teams there. But the big story, I think, was across the board, the consistency, I think, Luke, was across the R-Rated squad of damage there, pretty even across the board.
Yeah, exactly. And then one player to really highlight is Lunchy here. You know, Justin, you did touch on it. He was absolutely popping off on that map there and getting himself 18 kills, only 8 deaths as well. And I think that's super important in these Slayer matches as well, is just valuing your life and making sure that you get these multiple peaks from multiple members so you can continue to get those frags going and continue to get that scoreboard ticking over. And yeah, yet another nail biter, and that means that R-Rated is going to push themselves further into the bracket. They send themselves into the round of 7, and boys, they're only 1 match away. And Justin, I'm super excited to see the R-Rated lads can keep this hype train going.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. We did see R-Rated go up against BBR, and we knew that both teams were just as hungry to make their way through the bracket because they want that trip to Raleigh. They want to play some Halo over the States. They want to do the whole, you know, sleeping on the hotel floor room and having their, you know, their Xbox and their monitor in the bag and no sleep and then, you know, playing Halo all day. They want that too. So both teams just as hungry, and it looks like R-Rated, they're making their losers bracket run to qualify for Raleigh.
Yeah, and they really need to keep this train going because it still doesn't stop here. Even if they do get through their next series, it's going to be a hard slog for them to get all the way into the points where they need to make sure that they get themselves a whole bucket load of them, Hoots, because they're still a little bit behind the pack. But if they can have themselves a good little run and maybe Dire will start to drop down into that elimination bracket, they face up against them, that's when these storylines start to build up, and that's when R-Rated are really in for a good shot.
Yeah, and we're talking about what Justin said at the start of the broadcast, where, these guys are actually just getting more time to play together as a team. So they're getting practice in throughout tonight, whereas some of those top-rated teams have gone straight through to tomorrow and aren't playing anymore. So for these guys to be able to get real competitive hitouts over these next couple of series while they fight their way through the elimination bracket, that's just an opportunity that a lot of the other teams aren't getting, and who knows, they could be all the better for it come tomorrow if they're still there.
Yeah, exactly, and it's all about looking forward to tomorrow. It's all about us looking forward to our next series, ladies and gentlemen. Got one more to go here in the broadcast. We're going to have R-Rated once again here on your screens. We're going to be going up against the Vanguard Escape Ease. Ladies and gentlemen, join us after this short break for more of the Kickoff Qualifier. Hello everyone, welcome back here to HCS. We're in the Kickoff Qualifier and we've got one more series before we get into tomorrow's festivities. I've got my lads back here. Coots, that was an interesting series for us to partake in. You know, obviously R-Rated get themselves the dub. Now they move forward into the round of 7 in this elimination bracket. It was a tight little Slayer match, but they're still looking crisp, they're still looking clean moving forward as we have a look at our winners bracket from today as well.
They're still alive, yeah. They're doing everything they can to stay in the tournament, and all they can do is just keep winning and keep pushing through in the hope that they can get through back to this top end of the bracket in the finals. But yeah, no, it was super impressive. We've seen Lunchy. I think the development we've seen in his play over just the last couple of days or weeks even has just been really incredible. And it's what we've spoken about a few times now, is these certain players who are just adapting to the game and getting used to the mechanics and really starting to find their groove. And I think Lunchy's a prime example of that. He absolutely dominated that last series.
Yeah, exactly. And as we have a look at this elimination bracket, Justin, this is where we start setting our sights towards the bottom side of it. We're in the round of 7 right now. R-Rated, they're still alive. If they win this series, they go into the quarterfinals there of the elimination bracket, and they stay alive. They get to play tomorrow, and they still have their hopes for Raleigh as well.
Yeah, but we do have that other spanner in the works, is that Vanguard Escape E, and we did see them perform pretty well. I think it was against NutriBullet. Correct me if I'm wrong, Internet, but they played surprisingly well. They came from the Call of Duty scene and are adapting very well to Halo, and here they are, round 7 in the HCS Raleigh qualifiers. So they're pretty close as well, but R-Rated, they just came out of that previous game and they're red hot, ready to go and hyped up from that previous series. That was a bloodbath between those two teams. They were pretty evenly matched, and when you win an evenly matched series like that, it just gets you more and more hyped, and that's the best way to gain momentum, is to win out games that are super close. So, you know, Vanguard Escapees, are they going to be ready for R-Rated when they're, you know, chugga right into the qualifying bracket?
I mean, that's the kind of question we've got to, you know, think about now as we set our sights on this series. It is going to be R-Rated taking on the Vanguard Escapees. And Hoots, this is an interesting tale for us to tell, right? Because obviously Vanguard Escapee, they've been able to watch R-Rated play. They've been featured the most across today in this kickoff qualifier. But R-Rated coming off a hot win, a 2-0. They've got the match fitness. It's all about whether or not Vanguard can start to match that. But R-Rated, I mean, they've just looked so good throughout today, and they've just had some shining stars as well.
Yeah, I think Lunchy and Square have probably been the two to speak about the most. Just in that last series as well, we saw how much they dominated in terms of slaying power alone. That enabled themselves to, the rest of their teammates, to pick up some of the objective work on that Streets oddball game. And then when it came to the Slayer, it was just Lunchy pretty much going to work by himself and doing an amazing effort of just staying alive as well. Some of the times he's able to stay alive, using that grapple hook so effectively to get out of sticky situations, is what we haven't really seen from him in the last couple of tournaments. So yeah, you know, they've taken pretty much a booking on this whole broadcast. This is the 3rd series we've watched for them. So yeah, they're overexposed, I'd say, but yeah, no, they're doing fantastic.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're starting to show up. And I think it's nice that we are covering a team that still is in this hunt for the 3rd slot, Justin. But on the other side, we do have the Vanguard Escapees. And I think, you know, you touched on it a little bit. They had a really good performance up against NutriBullet in that winners bracket. But now they've dropped all the way down into this elimination bracket. And it's do or die for them here in this kickoff qualifier.
Yeah, Ryu, Beast and Doomed and Benjen, doesn't that just roll out the mouth? Vanguard Escapees, and they're escaping right into our welcoming arms and making their way through this bracket, and really surprising a lot of people, because the thing that some viewers at home might be forgetting is we're seeing the bracket at the top end now. Yes, this is the losers bracket, but there was over 40 teams that signed up for this. For the fact that these guys have come from COD, they're not long-time Halo players. They are adapting so well, and they're down to the last handful of teams, and they're pretty close to making it to the final round of qualifying tomorrow night. So pretty impressive stuff from them. So, you know, maybe it's going to be a shake-up. A lot of people would say, R-Rated, you know, they're hot, they got the star players and all that kind of stuff. But you know what? There's a reason why Vanguard Escapee have made it this far into the bracket, and maybe we'll find out the exact reason that is.
Yeah, exactly. There could be a real dark horse here. And lads, let's go and have a look at the maps that we're going to be having here for our final series of the Kickoff Qualifier. We are going to be getting ourselves into a stronghold to start here on Recharge. Finally! Hoots, thank God that we get
I've been
to see
waiting
some
all
Bazaar.
night for my nuggets. God.
Ah, let's go. I'm super excited about Bazaar, Hoots.
Yeah, I can tell. Oh, I can tell, Luke. You haven't mentioned it at all on this broadcast.
Yeah, no, I've been calm about it, you know, the whole time.
No, it's going to be good to get a different color palette on the screen for a little bit. Yeah, no, really excited to see how that plays out. And the good thing is we're going to get it regardless of how this series goes. If it is a sweep or if it is a 3-gamer, we're going to see Bazaar. So, Luke, you can rest easy tonight.
Hell yeah, I'm going to be super excited. We get to see where these players are going to stand, whether or not they're #free the chickens or #chicken killers. So we'll figure that out in our second map. But also interesting enough, Justin, we get to start on our strongholds as well. So we're not going to be seeing the massive amount of oddball that we've had so far. We get to see ourselves onto another strongholds.
Yeah, and I do enjoy strongholds, and I think R-rated is probably more poised to adapt to strongholds because they're so familiar with it as a game type, and it plays a little bit differently than other hill-based game types in other games and previous Halos as well. And if you don't know how to maximize your effectiveness on the map for strongholds, then you just get rolled over. You need to know when to push and take strongholds. You need to know how to rotate. So right now, I'm favoring rated pretty hard on this one.
And absolutely, we're going to be kicking off this one shortly, Justin. Interesting. So we've just had in our ear come through. We obviously spoke about Beeston before as a big COD player, but apparently the entire squad here are all very seasoned COD players. So it's one franchise against another, and it's great to see that Halo's just taking in more players. But we're going to get kicked off with Ninjestics doing some great work down from this B side as he's capturing it and managing to stay alive as well. So the double cap's going to go to R-rated. They're going to start scoring. Though that being said, we do have Vanguard who are in both spots and almost going for a triple cap, but they're going to take control now on that A and B side. And we have a camo in the hands of Lunchy. So Lunchy being very sneaky here, just moving around, capturing this point, and he's going to now start to make his way up to A, but he does have to be careful. Smart move there, jumping up above and then putting work into Ryu and dropping him, moving down onto Beeston now. And Beeston's dropped as well, so that's great use of the camo by Lunchy there, Justin.
Yeah, Lunchy doing extremely well, and I love that little angle. He's up on the perch there to secure his first kill. And look at that, Vanguard escapees. They're like, boys, we've got the triple cap. This game's easy. But no, R-rated. They were just making sure they secured all the power weapons, and then they used those to take it right back. And we are seeing that R-rated, they've got 2 strongholds. But unless they've got those completely ticked over, they're not going to be scoring points. So they had to get the reset on that one. Excuse me, Wrath City holding down the A stronghold there. Oh, not able to get the trade. That second melee not connecting there, Hoots, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, sometimes if you do melee just before that second burst fully goes off, that can be the difference between trading and staying alive or completely losing. So, yeah, unfortunate for him, it just doesn't look like he got that second burst off. But meanwhile, we do have R-rated starting to put in score now as we have their control of B and C, and we have Square at the top here in gold, just putting in shots across the map on that A area. That A area we've spoken about in a few previous matches is a real path between the A and C sites that a lot of teams like to use to rotate between those two. So if you can keep the other team off those off that A street, then they really do have trouble moving between those A and C sides. But instead, we see Square with the grapple onto the camo guy, beats him down in the back as well. And he's going to hang on to that grapple hook instead of that camo, actually, because he says, if I'm doing work with that, I may as well keep it.
Yeah, Tom Holland, eat your heart out. We're going to see a 4th Spider-Man in the upcoming movie. Square just doing work with that grapple hook, just swinging himself around the map. And scoreline right now, 34-41 in favor of Vanguard Escapee. So R-rated a little bit on the back foot right now. And Vanguard Escapee about to cap A and B, and they're putting points on the board as well. Ryu in that B stronghold, a little bit of a sit and duck. He does manage to dip out of there, Hoots, and he's rotating up into gold, trying to find players, and he's not sure where that player who was just fighting ran off to. His shots down across map onto Lunchy, and look at that Ninjist. statistics like, hey, Lunchy, you got that guy one shot? Yeah, he's one shot, bro. And he just pushes in one shot burst to take him down. Now switching over to Doomed from Vanguard Escaped E. And they've got a little bit of a lead here, Hoots. They've got about 20 points, 20-point lead. And Benji really trying to get this A stronghold. And look at that. Lunchy with the clutch stop. And there we go. And just like that, R-Rated are putting more points on the board, Hoots.
Yeah, they had a good run, Vanguard, there. They managed to maintain the BNC control for quite a while, but Lunchy, just that was a massive fight to win, and now he's got control of the sword, and we've spoken before about the sword and the damage you can do in this A side in particular. There are so many pillars to hide around and corners to run around in. Lunchy right now, he's just trying to keep his shields alive, hoping a teammate will come in and help him while he's holding this sword, and it's a very smart move we do see there. Wrath unfortunately gets dropped, but he keeps Lunchy alive, and Lunchy with that sword, you'd probably take that every day of the week. You'll trade, and Lunchy hangs onto the sword in this A side. And have a look at the score, Justin. They've managed to maintain this A and B control for quite a while now, and their score's now jumping out to about a 20-30 point lead whilst Lunchy hangs onto this sword in A. So, you know, couldn't be asking more from Lunchy. That ability to stay alive that we've spoken about so many times just comes up trumps here, and you can see he's unfortunately not going to get the lunge there. The pole gets in the way, and he's just running around like a madman and a cat and a mouse, and manages to stay alive as well. So Square comes in with the assist, and the teamwork there and Lunchy's ability to stay alive, Justin's just made a massive amount of difference in terms of R-Rated being able to maintain and build on this lead.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a few punched walls from players of Vanguard Escape E trying to take down Lunchy there. He did eventually do... Oh, no, he's still got that sword. He's done a lap around the map. He was all the way over on the B side that I just... Oh, it's a sword fight on guard. And look at that. Bull True for Benji. You know, Lunchy really utilizing that sword. He had it so long that a second one spawned up. You know, Duel of the Fates there.
It was. I just, chuck the Star Wars music on and let's get it going. That was, what's one way to take down a sword? Another sword, and that's exactly what happens there with Lunchy. And we are seeing now that sword is out of Lunchy's hands, we're seeing Vanguard Escape is starting to come back. So they've got two controls. They're starting to build a score back and bring it back into this lead. And only about 30 seconds off now, 30 points off now, should I say. And we are seeing that players are starting to drop from R-Rated a bit more commonly in that kill feed. As Lunchy was going on that run, he was able to cause such a distraction that, you know, R-Rated were just able to the remaining members of R-Rated were just able to outslay at will. But we do see now that Vanguard Escapees are the ones who are staying up and still holding this control. And Justin, they're about to take it back. They're only about 10 seconds down now.
Yeah, Vanguard Escapee really starting to oppress. I mean, scoreline may as well be completely even. And look at Benji. He's just been such a nuisance. He was holding out that turbine for so long, and R-Rated just could not rotate through that area of the map. Lunchy utilizing that grapple to rotate through. Could help out Wilcox here. Here he comes in with the assist. Double kills there if he wants it. He's opting to try and get away with that grapple shot. Pre-nade there to try and get the cleanup. He is one shot. Lunchy, this is just his favorite spot. He can stay alive here for so long. It does just jump out a little bit prematurely and gets taken down. Now on board with Benji, and look at that. Vanguard Escapee with 2 more caps on the board, and they're about to cap B. They could have a triple caps on their hand, Hoots. And R-Rated, they better watch out, because after a triple cap, those points start racking up pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. They have managed to stop it slightly on this A cap, but at the same time, we will see Vanguard keep scoring because they do hold the other 2 points. So we have Benji here moving into this A side. They're going to try and get this triple cap back, actually, and does well to take out that player there from the A side. And we are going to see, meanwhile, though, the distraction as they do move onto that A side and get distracted, several of the Vanguard players moving there, we do see R-Rated able to actually shift in and take this B and C side. So that's just one of the interesting things about strongholds, Justin, is how quickly the momentum can swing. You can move from being down a triple cap to all of a sudden within a few seconds having the double cap and being scoring yourself, because to triple cap you really need to spread your resources out across all 3 points, and that means you're easier to be isolated by the other team and taken down, and then when you're on respawn it's just open season for the other team to go in and cap.
Yeah, sometimes you can see with the triple cap is that you can end up ruining your setup because you extend to get that third stronghold, but you just create an opportunity for the other team to break your setup. And it's kind of, if you're going to go for that third stronghold, it's to apply pressure, not to get points. You're putting pressure on them to not be able to get the 2 strongholds, and you keep them on the back foot. It's, you know, you're not, yes, the objective is to rack up as many points as possible, but it's all about pressure. And if you can't be applying pressure while you're going for that third stronghold, then you're better off just holding 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing, just looking at the scoreboard quickly as well, pretty much even slays across the board, really, for both teams. There's only probably 2 or 3 kills separating either team. So, in terms of slaying, they're equal measure. And then we look at the score as well. It's reflected there. We're about to see R-Rated potentially take this second cap, and right now 149, 149. So these two teams are really evenly matched. And I don't think we expected to see this. We thought R-Rated, they're feeling pretty warm. They've had some good wins. They're coming up a group of, as we said before, former COD players who have probably some experience in Halo, but not as much as these guys. But they're moving and transitioning their skills to this game really well. And we have a camo now in the hands of Benji, and he's going to start to make his way around to A, as we do see that being captured by Lunchy. So we have now almost a double. Yeah, we have a double cap in the hand of R-Rated. They're starting to score, but this scoreline, Justin, really hasn't blown out beyond 10 points either side for the last 2 or 3 minutes.
No, it's going to come right down to the wire, and we are going to have to start building our excitement levels, because I don't think anyone was expecting this game to be so close. And you know who wasn't expecting? I bet you R-Rated. They probably thought, oh, easy win, boys, our night's done. But look at this. Vanguard Escapees really taking the fight to them, and they've actually got the lead right now, Hoots. Roughly about 20 points in front of R-Rated, and there's not much time left in this game to rack up points. And look at this Doom putting down damage across the map there. 2 strongholds in hand. They're going to be racking up points. He's got that phase skin. Beautiful. I keep going on about it. Might be my favorite BR skin, Hoots, and maybe I'll stop talking about it for just a second. He is holding his angle. I really like this spot because you can duck down out of cover and you can just suppress people. There's Wrath City and Ninjistics coming in. Could be an easy double kill from him. Wrath City trying to value his life here. Should be an easy cleanup. And Doomed, he's really holding down this area, Hoots. We haven't had R-Rated be able to push in at all. Doomed, he's just a one-man army.
No, we're finally seeing R-Rated now get a double cap, but that was about a 50, 60-point run straight by Vanguard Escapee. So they've put themselves in a really good position to win this game. We have said R-Rated are starting to make a little bit of a comeback with these 2 caps on the board, but we have another camo in the hands of Benji. So I think that's his second one, and he's going to be able to start to move in towards this A area. You've seen Ninjistics creeping around, but Benji goes for the shots early, whips a little bit on the BR, still takes down Ninjistics, so that's a big win. Didn't go for the back smack. Shots out on Wrath, sticking his head out with no shields, gets a double kill, and he's going to be able to cap these points. So that's massive, and they're almost on the verge of a 3 cap, Justin.
Yeah, he was making that play heavily leveraged, but it does pan out for him. Poking out one shot with the camo, you lose that camo. That's a big loss there. But he was confident backing up his shot, and look at that, challenging Ninjistics across map there. Benji doing so much damage, and look at this scoreline, Hoots, 222 to 177. R-Rated, they're in a little bit of trouble, and Vanguard Escapee, they're proving that they can be a top contender.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I don't think we have either team scoring, as this B hill's going to be contested, but we do have now R-Rated getting it back. So Vanguard Escapees, they're not too far off the win, although 3 down temporarily for them. Then they're spawning on the A site, which is the only site they have. So we are seeing, look at the screen here, we're seeing a pretty strong push by 2 or 3 of the Vanguard Escapee members across to that C site. Square trying to hold them off with shots, but I'm sure he'll be giving the call out to his teammates that that's where they're heading. He's getting them slightly weak, trying to stop them from being able to push straight into C, waiting for their shields to recharge. But in the meantime, we do have R-Rated holding the majority of the sites as they're about to cap this A and start scoring. So they're really bringing it back, Justin. There's only 20 points left, and they're in the scoring end. And if you can maintain just this control for about another 30 seconds, you've got the win. And right now, look at that score start to creep up. They're only a few seconds away from tying the lead, and a lot of it's been down to Square holding this top gold area here. And we can see, look at the Vanguard Escapees players. They're all pretty much stuck over around that C area, which is useless to them because they're already capping it. And now we see the lead starts to change. Justin, take us home.
Yeah, and Square, as you said, he's been so critical. That wingman medal coming up, so he's racking up quite a lot of assists, securing that B stronghold, and it's like, boys, I'm just going to hold down B. And Lunchy with that camo, yeah, again, easy backwhack there. Stops by to grab himself the Mangler. Easy kill for Lunchy there. Doesn't even get a chance to respond. And look at this. This is what we all dream of. You've got camo, 3 guys in front of. He's like, which one am I going to backwhack? Easy play there for the cleanup. Takes him down, and he's going to do a little jump up into the vents. And watch out, there's an old crocodile in the sewers there. Another player for the backwhack. Lunchy getting that killing spree for him. And look at that, R-Rated, massive comeback. They're going to be able to take this one away, Hoots. And look at that, Vanguard Escapee, they had it in the bag, but no, R-Rated clutched it up and take away game 1.
Yeah, that was just fantastic control of the camo there at the end. That was probably the difference maker. You saw that it was the Vanguard Escapee guys were trying to shift from that A site through to the C, but they just weren't able to get across without taking shots. And then, when you are going into a fight, as crucial as that for that final stronghold, if you are taking shots in your half shields, you have to wait, you got to recharge, and time is of the essence in a game of strongholds, especially when you're down a point and down a stronghold hold. And so to not be able to get across there and get that final cap made them start to really get frantic and lose their heads a little bit, and R-Rated just capitalized on that. So that was a fantastic effort there.
Yeah, you could see towards the end there, just the way that they were playing was very team focused. They were working together, put shots in on players wherever they were, and just peppering damage to help their teammates out. And that translated to a lot of assists. And looking at the damage dealt now, Ninjistics with 6,800 damage, and Beaston with quite a few himself. But look at this, Ninjistics 24 and 18 deaths and 10 assists as well. So as I was saying, their teamwork just started coming into their own, and I think that was the key there. And there's Squared doing his best Spider-Man impression to take him down, and Lunchy with this sword was just such a nuisance. It's get out of the elevator, Lunchy, but it doesn't matter, that was his. And then we had the old sword fight come in, and there we go, Jewel of the Fates. Dun, 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 dun.
I think that was one of the massive difference makers, was Lunchy's control of that sword at the A side. We spoke about it during the call, and he was able to stay alive there for so long and cause such a nuisance. And not just that, the help he had from his teammates, I think it was particularly Rat City, who was able to just provide cover fire from a bit of a distance away as he was regenerating his shields, but also when we saw several times stuck down on those pillars around the bottom A side. The help he got from Wrath was huge in that game. And him controlling that A side had a pretty good run of score for R-Rated. I think they put on about 50 points there. So that went a long way in winning that game, especially when you consider how close that end was. But hey, look, if you Vanguard Escapees, you weren't out of that by any stretch, and that was a close game going up against a team who, from what we've seen so far in the broadcast tonight, for the most part, has been in pretty hot form.
Yeah, and Vanguard Escapees, if you're listening, you should be concentrating on your gameplay. But if you're listening, it wasn't because you guys weren't doing the right things. There's some fantastic gameplay from you guys, but R-Rated, they just hit the NOS button at the right time. So, Vanguard Escapee too soon junior, and got pipped at the post on that one, Hoots.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. But look, they've got Slayer Bazaar straight after this. We did see some pretty even slang work across the board in that game. So this is a toss of the coin, and we have a fair bit of things to deal with on this map. We've got rockets popping up, we've got overshield, we've got grapple shots, we've got repulsors, we've got everything. It's pretty much the entire sandbox of Infinite in this one game, in this one map type. So the Slayers have been pretty interesting for the series we've had so far. They haven't always gone the way we planned, and you just have to look at the Divine Minds game we had when they were down a man and managed to still eke out a win 50-49. So Slayers have been the real flip of the coin so far. I think the teams we've gone into thinking they were the strongest have typically come out strongest on the objectives, but Slayer's a different beast.
Yeah, as you say, it's a bit of a wild card. You just don't know what you're going to get. It's a coin flip, as you said yourself again. And Slayer on Bazaar, we haven't seen much of Bazaar, and neither has any of these players. You got to remember that because the bracket is so large, and to move through each round, you see a lot of games on the same map setup. So a lot of these players haven't seen any Bazaar. So it'll be interesting to see who's most prepared to jump into this map, because they haven't had any attention on this map at all tonight, Hoots.
Yeah, I know. I do wonder if that is an issue going in cold. I mean, they do play it so much, throughout the ranked playlist and everything like that. But R-Rated alone, we've watched them play on streets that many times so far. So you'd think they'd be getting pretty used to that, as well as I think we have seen them on Li-Fi maybe once earlier in the day. But we're heading to Bazaar finally. We've wanted it. It could be the last game of our show tonight, depending on how the result goes. But that's what's worth mentioning as well. R-Rated, they win this, they stay alive, they keep fighting their way through the elimination bracket. Whereas Vanguard Escapees, they lose this, and unfortunately for them, that's curtains on this tournament, Justin.
Yeah, and Vanguard Escapees, I don't think they're ready to go back to where they came from just yet. I think that they want to stay here in Halo Land, and we're jumping on board with Square off the rip. And look at this angle he's going to be taking. He's going to be getting prepared for this spanker. jumping up on the ledge and really taking his time. He does nab the Spanker out, finds himself one, sends off the second one, only getting some splash damage there. 3 players going down for R-rated. 1 player that's up right now for Vanguard Escapee is Ryu. I think he was thinking, oh, maybe there's 1 rocket left, but no, they're all gone. And he's checking his angles here. The scoreline still very small right now because the game has just started. And Ninjistics trying to stay alive, and Beeston responding to that call out and taking Ninjistics down 5-1. And Ryu, he hasn't seen a lot of action yet. He's 0 and 2 assists, but at least he's putting some damage down on the map.
I was going to say that it's a strong start for Vanguard Escapees, but I'm pretty sure every Slayer we've seen so far, the team who's gone out to a strong opener has actually ended up losing. So I don't want to jinx anything yet, and we'll just say that, you know, at very early days, and the scoreboard, as you said, Justin, is quite even. We're on board with Ryu putting shots down. Several players. Actually, he's got to confront with Wraith on those stairs there up to the Rockets. Great teamwork there by R-rated, and we are going to have be on board with Square here, who was one of the leading Slayers in some of the previous series we've seen, but right now just on the 1 kill. He's hanging out in the side here, just, you know, letting his shields come back, and we do see his team are starting to move in through that bar area, so they're going to push down onto Palm here. Can't find anyone, unfortunately, looking in the wrong spot there as Benji catches him unawares, but we do have Lunchy who's jumping in and is taken down as well, so unable to help there, but good cleanup there by Square on Benji, and he's going to now look across back to his base where he can see Wrath. But 9-7 now, R-rated starting to move a little bit. They started off a little bit slowly, Justin, but they've gone on a pretty good run here. I think it's about an 8 kill to 1 run.
Yeah, R-rated, able to respond pretty well to Vanguard Escapee's early lead. Wrath City going down there. Square doing his best to get the cleanup kills. 2 kills the difference right now. Now jumping on board with Benji. He's bottom mid, trying to get that overshield. He did have enough wrinkles on his brain there to do the swap to try and get it over, but he didn't manage to slap it on his chest before he dies. Rat City hanging down there with the rest of the rats, trying to get shots down on the player in front of him. He does go down, all tied up at 12-12 right now, Hoots, and I'd like to see Vanguard Escapee. Can they hold on this time? Can they string it together and be consistent and close out a game?
Yeah, interesting. We've seen Ninjestics, who in previous games has struggled a little bit on the slaying front, being the lead Slayer right now for his team. He's just racked up his 7th kill over there on the Rockets, and as we can see here, Beeston looking across him, but Ninjestics doing a great job of just staying alive and being a distraction. We are having these Rockets pop up rather soon, so we'll probably see teams start to set up there to make those Rockets, but as we do know, going for those Rockets, you are very exposed, but they are up in 7 seconds. Ninjestics still hanging around that rocket ramp there, just trying to get ready to make a move on them, but it does look like R-rated are going to be in a better possession to get these Rockets, and maybe Vanguard probably a little bit slow in reacting. They did have a fair bit of map control, but didn't start to make a move over onto those Rockets. Although that being said, we do have Benji has them in his hand, so he's managed to get over there and get set up with the Rockets, and he's looking across at Square, knowing that he's there somewhere, but doesn't want to waste one of these Rockets on him, because obviously with a game this tight, only up by 2 kills, they want to make sure that each of them count.
Yeah, and you know what? It's good to see such trigger discipline from these Vanguard Escapee players, is that they need to utilize the power weapons. They can't just throw them away willy-nilly. And his patience pays off, and he does find Ninjistics. And I do like how he has rotated, he's changed positions, because he would have gotten called out from Ninjistics, and now he's hanging out with the rats down in the sewers. And look at that, he gets called out, and he's like, nope, 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 and rotating around. Going to find a different angle. He's still got 1 rocket to play with, and he just wants to make sure that he utilizes, and he's trying to pick his players there. Overshield's about to pop. Lunch is there if he wants it. Does manage to get the kill, and Beeston, he's got that overshield and ready to go claw the competition, Hoots.
Yeah, and he can just, with this overshield, he's got that added protection that he can just hang around bottom middle like a madman. He picks up this grapple shot, and he can start to push in. We see there are 3 R-rated players stuck at the back of the flag here. Very good choice not to call the shots there too early. He unfortunately doesn't take lunch down. Not a great use of the grapple shot there. I'm not sure he knew exactly what he was doing putting it into that wall, but really great RBR there. Wow. Perfect on Ninjestics. That's great work. And that overshield was so crucial in keeping him alive in that fight. He didn't get the kill on Lunchy, but to take 1 down on Ninjestics without that overshield, that wouldn't have been possible. So great work there using that overshield. And he still has that grapple shot in his back pocket for a quick escape. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be in a position to get away. Square throws a grenade at him, although pushes out and manages to get the kill on Square. Square as he drops in one shield, and this grapple shot, probably not the most creative use of it, just getting from one point to another, but hey, Justin, it's working for him. He hasn't been dropped yet, although being down his shields several times.
Yeah, he's used it to just make quick escape. I mean, that's what they do. They're escapees, right? So they know how to duck, dive, and dodge out of there. And now Beeston with that Bulldog in hand, the new bullpup shotty here. And he's going to do a bit of a flank here. I like this rotation. Not a lot of players have been doing these long flanks. And there he finds one. Killing spree for him. And now they're hunting down the other ones. Beeson, how many kills is he on currently? And he's on 7 and 7. Pretty good, strong showing from him. And look in the scoreline. Vanguard escapees, they're almost 10 kills up right now, Hoots. I think we've got ourselves a game. I don't think it's bedtime just yet.
No, absolutely not. But let's hold fire on it because we have seen comebacks come from scores actually bigger than this. So these rockets are popping in 5 seconds. We're seeing Vanguard are starting to get set up, and being 2 down for R-rated, it is going to be tricky for them to try and get back in and get some kind of map control to make a play for these rockets. So Overshield and rockets both popping at the same time. I think rockets by now are going to be in the hands almost once they do pop of Vanguard, although they may have dropped down and no one's been up there to get it. I don't know who actually has managed to take them. They're still just sitting up there, so no one actually able to pick up rockets yet, although we do see, I believe it's Beeston picking up those rockets and jumping down. We do see him here, so holding these rockets, and a great rocket. They're using the cover there of the stairs to be able to survive that blast radius whilst being no shields, but the rockets will now be traded over to Ryu, so they stay in the hand of Vanguard escapees. So Beeston manages to get a trade, but also keep the rockets, although that being said, he's assassinated Ryu by Wrath City, and he's got the rockets now, so he really needs to do something with these, Justin. They're down by 10 kills, but these rockets, they can at least establish some kind of map control if used correctly.
Yeah, he's got one to play with, but sometimes that's all you need to break a setup and start collapsing. 9 kills the difference. R-rated Wilcox managing to grab himself one, and 8 kills the difference, putting in some nice shots into Doomed, and he looks like he gets cleaned up by Ninjistics. The team call out coming out, and look at this, 7 kills the difference. And R-rated, if they're going to bring this game back, they're going to have to do it now. And you know, that's another player falling for R-rated. Vanguard escapee, they're starting to put things together, Hoots. We might have ourselves a game here. 7 more kills for Vanguard escapee to go 1-1 in the series. And Square with that kneeler out, I'm not sure that's what you want to have out when you one shot and he goes down, and it's bloating out to almost a 10 kill difference here, Hoots. And Vanguard escapee, they are so close to securing this game and take us to a game 3.
Yeah, Beeston's just absolutely roaming through the map, and he's going to have this overshield popping in 10 seconds. He might not even need it. They might finish this up by then. This lead's blown out to 11 kills. It looked like R-rated was coming back, but Beeston's just gone huge, and you can see here we have R-rated pretty much primarily held in their back flag. They're Square pushing out. He's taken down. He's pretty much by himself there. Beeston with this overshield, Justin, I think this is going to be pretty much it. With this overshield, he can push in right into this bar area where he has Ninjistics and I believe Wrath City. But look at the grapple shot here coming out from Doomed, and he follows up with a fantastic beatdown there. Just 1 kill left for Vanguard escapees, and there it is. We see Beeston taking the final kill there, and gee, Justin, that was impressive. I didn't expect to see that. That Strongholds game was really close, but just seeing them pull out that domination really, and being able to maintain that strong lead in that Slayer game, and the control of the rockets, of the overshield. Beeston was trying to use that grapple shot, probably not super effectively, but their control of the map overall in that middle part, it just seemed that R-rated were never really able to get control of anywhere in that center map, and were held at the back and in their bar a lot of the time.
Yeah, and you know what? I wonder if fatigue is starting to set in for the R-rated guys. They've had to play for so much longer, and they're probably kicking themselves a little bit that they let that BBR series slip through their fingers. But now looking at the stat lines here, and the guys on Vanguard escapees pretty even across the board in terms of damage dealt and kills, and they're just working together as a unit. I imagine these boys are good mates, and they're just bantering and having a lot of fun, and that translates to good chemistry, and that's what probably a key for victory for them. And 14 and 10 for our boy Doomed here, so really performing for his squad. Just a single double kill there, probably a little cleanup or something like that, but you know, sometimes consistency is the best thing, and 14 and 10, not a bad stat line.
Yeah, no, not at all. I think that it was a pretty even contribution across the board from Vanguard Escapees. You know, there wasn't any real standout there. We saw Beaston sort of going pretty huge at certain points, but you know, across the board when you look at the scoreboard at the end, pretty evenly contributed. I did notice in the post-game stats there, Lunchy not really putting out a huge amount of damage, only around 2,000 damage, and took the most on his team. So when you see stat lines like that, you just think that maybe pushing a little bit too hard, overreaching a bit, trying to get out and about in the middle of fights and just copying it too easily from the enemy team. So that's, you know, it can be a frustrating time sometimes if things aren't working for you. You feel like you need to do more rather than just, you know, sit back a little bit, stick with your teammates and work together. So it didn't work too well for Lunchy on that one, but yeah, look, you know, that's a great win for Vanguard Escapees, and we should be seeing a pretty intense final game here, Justin. We haven't had a game 3 for a couple of series, and so to get one now, it's all on the table, and loser goes home, winner stays in with a chance to make it to Raleigh. So anyway, I think Justin might have dropped out, so we'll keep going briefly here. But Luke, I don't know if you're online as well, but in terms of what you saw from that game there, I think it was the overall power weapon control and overshield control that really helped Vanguard Escapees get through on that one.
Yeah, and I really think that that's something important for everyone to start to look at across these series is a lot of these kind of controls and all the power-ups and these special kind of points of interest across these maps, right? You know, obviously when we look at Bazaar, this is the first time we've seen it today, Hoots. And I mean, it's interesting to see the fact that, you know, how important it is for that rockets control, how important it is for that overshield control, and even just the grapple. Like, just having these extra power-ups across the map just makes it so much easier for your players to maneuver around the map, get those extra frags in, and just make it a lot easier for you. But Hoots, I'm super excited that we get ourselves our third map here, and I'm excited to jump into it because we get to see Oddball, another one of those objective-focused maps, and, you know, maybe this is where R-rated can start to glitch out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have to ask you first, Luke, did you enjoy your time at Bazaar? Was it everything you'd hoped for?
It was and more. There's something about watching a guy pick up a spank, throw out a rocket, hit somebody down, get another kill with the rocket, and just continue to move around. I think it's just one of those maps to me that it's so tight quarters. There's so many good little avenues that people can run around, and just the power-ups on that map. I'm a massive Bulldog fan as well. Like, Lunch is very close to my heart being a Bulldog fan as well. I'm super excited to see a lot of that stuff and how these players play around it as well. I think it's super exciting for us to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, I think we might have lost Justin just temporarily. I think he may have lost power. And for anyone who's in Melbourne right now in Australia, we've had some pretty crazy storms today. And so, you know, a lot of wind blowing around. So it's completely understandable. But yeah, look, you know, what a great way, Luke, to finish the series, to have a game 3 coming down to the wire. And it's kind of like the new versus the old, right? We've got these new kids on the block who've made their name in another title. They've escaped that title, and now they're moving into Halo. And so, you know, to see them just be able to compete at this level so quickly, it should be a really great inspiration to a lot of other players from other games that, hey, you know, come along to Halo. A lot of the skills translate, and you can be a really effective team from the get-go.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see these up-and-comers or these, you know, code switches or whatever you want to call them come up here and put on a fight, because this is so important for R-rated, because we highlighted them at the top of the show, right, Hoots, the fact that these guys really need to have a good performance here in the kickoff qualifier to make sure that they keep those major hopes alive. And, you know, maybe a dark horse like Vanguard Escapee is really going to force them to try and level up in the rest of this qualifier. And maybe this is a boon for them. Maybe R-rated, this is the kick up the butt they needed in this elimination bracket where everything's on the line. They've only got one map to play, and all it takes is them to make one slip up, and maybe this is the power up, or maybe this is, you know, the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, I didn't expect that Slayer to go that way. I thought, you know, it could have gone either side, but I didn't expect it to be so one-sided. So, you know, what does that do for our rated? You're right, is it a kick up the butt that gets him in the line? Otherwise, you know, Vanguard Escapees, are they really just riding a wave now of momentum that they'll use into this final game? You know, it's going to be interesting to wait and see. And so as we do move on to here to live fire, we have the snipe obviously spawning up top. You know, we'll see probably a bit of a mad rush for at the start as teams look to establish control. But what I always like to see, Luke, on this map is when teams do pick up the snipe, where do they take it? Do people take it up to the top of the snipe tower? Do they hold it around the nest? There's a lot of sight lines, but we do kick off here with Square as he's going to be running around through the B side into the nest, and he's going to look to get a flank on pretty early, as we see not a huge amount of action down along the ball here. Unfortunately for Square, he's taken out. We move on to Rat City, who's picking up the snipe, and we've spoken before. Rat City was working on mouse and keyboard before. I'm just watching his use a little bit of the aimer here, and I think he might have maybe switched on back to controller, but we'll see how that goes. We do have Ninjestics with the ball, and we have the power-up in the hands of Beeston. So Beeston really controlled that power-up in the last game there, and he used it perfectly, Luke. When you've got that overshield, that's when you need to start running around, really getting in front and breaking setups. And even if you're not racking up kills, you're just weakening players, causing a distraction to try and break setups so your team can come through. And we see there as Beeston does start to push in, and you see his team starting to come through the garage there. But the ball is basically back now, down near the bottom mid. I think we might have had a reset actually, and we have Vanguard escapees. We have Ryu here carrying the ball into this garage, and so garage is one of the areas that we have seen a lot of setups held quite effectively. Actually, we saw watching earlier today that it was an area where people like to hold as much as they can, and then teams, it's so hard for them to come in and take because you can spread out nice and evenly. It's hard for a grenade to take down multiple players, and then what we do is we just hold here using these pillars really effectively here, just while we can see the rest of the R-rated squad starting to spawn over on Snipe Tower. But Luke, early days, and we've got the Vanguard escapees out to a little bit of a lead. Yeah, exactly. And we kind of started out this map with a few more frags going the way here of Vanguard escapee, and really just kind of controlling everything that's going on right now. Ryu's trying to get that fight. Lunchy does take him with him, so it is a trade, but they still have the ball control, and this is something that I'm interested on, is about where these players want to hold on live fire, what they want to do with the ball, and it looks like so far doing a really, really good job for the Vanguard escapees. Ras City will cop that L, and now with the ball still in the control of the Vanguards. Yeah, we've seen ball rotation be pretty solid across the board over the last few series we have had that have been oddball. That's one of the hard things to do when you are in holding a particular setup and you're racking up time. You can get quite comfortable and think, I'm just going to stay here, but you do need to realize there are certain points where maybe I need to start to actually step out of here. I'm a man down. They're starting to expose us on a particular side, whereas if you're in the garage, maybe they're starting to come through the B side and we need to get out of here quickly, and so it's better to run, or sometimes even just drop the ball and get out of there, reposition, and then start to move into another fight. Yeah, and especially all about that, they can kind of throwing the ball into these open scenarios where the other team has to try and get a lot of these slays kind of triggered together. There's a beautiful perfect that comes out there from Square, being able to get himself a man advantage for the team so far. Now they're putting their sights back on the ball. The melee gets the kill as well, so Doom's going to cop that one as well. And we can see so far a little bit of a lead early on here for Vanguard, but finally R-rated. They're starting to get some control, but losing that fight there is Square is not good for his team, especially with everybody else starting to push in here. But Vanguard, they're losing so many members, but with 3 down for the side of R-rated, they're not going to keep control of the ball. Yeah, absolutely, and this is huge from them, so they can get a really good chunk here. We see across the way R-rated starting to spawn around the Snipe Tower, so they're going to be a fair way away. Unfortunately, Ninjestics, though, don't pop your head out, because Ninjestics will take it off, and he starts to push through, picks up a great double here, going for the triple, can't take it, unfortunately. Beeston pushes out and shuts him down. Great work by Beeston, but I think Ninjestics, that snipe there's really going to open up a way for R-rated to get in and start to maintain some ball time here. We've got the Heatwave in the hands of Wrath. He's dropped, unfortunately, so pretty good recovery actually from Vanguard there, Luke. They were taken down, caught unawares by Ninjestics with that sniper rifle, but we have had 3 down for R-rated, so Vanguard, they're starting to creep away pretty heavily now, Luke. They're down by about 50 points, and R-rated really need to do something here. They don't have any power weapons in their hands, and they really need to make sure they at least get this overshield. Yeah, you can see they're really starting to put a lot of attention there, and that was a big fight win there for Square as well. Taking down Benji with that sniper rifle in hand. Now Ryu has to drop the ball to try and get this fight going, but there's so many members of R-rated here, and that's 3 frags. Very thick and fast for the R-rated boys, and they get control back of the ball. Interesting that they haven't decided to pull this ball out of the A site. Usually you see teams try and relocate a little bit more, especially after there's been so many contentions and changes of these ball carriers, but Square now is trying to win the fight, gets it done with a headshot finally. They're taking down Benji, and now with 2 members down for Vanguard, R-rated, they've got a lot of control back. Yeah, absolutely. They needed that, unfortunately. Manages to get the trade there, Square, but we do have ball in the hand of Wrath City, and we have, it looks like a fair bit of a setup here with R-rated in this garage area, and that you can see dropping the ball, knowing when to fight, but a really good route here from Doomed as he comes around, gets the flank here, and will take down Ninjestics as well. Yes, with the assist there. So that's practically a double kill in my eyes, but it seems that Vanguard are now able to take control of that ball in A, so they don't need a huge amount of time left, Luke. Only 10 seconds or so to take this this first round, and that's going to be a big statement after their big win on Slayer Bazaar previously. We have Ryu just starting to drop the ball, move around, and we can see here just working perfectly with that heat wave. That's 3 down for R-rated, and I think, Luke, we're going to see Vanguard take this opening round.
Yeah, very, very close now to be able to close out this first round. Benji's just going to hide behind the pillar, and that is going to be all she wrote here in the first round. Hoots, it's been a magnificent start to my Halo casting career, but I'm going to have to hand it back to the pro. Mr. Justin has joined you back. Round number 2.
Fluke, what are you doing in my chair, mate? I'm meant to be casting today, and we are jumping on board with Doomed. Apologies for the little technical delay. The action has been so hot, my power couldn't take it, and Doomed, he's deciding, no, I'm not going to go down to the nade fest as bottom mid, and he's going to hide back a little bit, but applying some pressure onto Wrath City. The grenade to cut off that angle does come out, so that ball is going to be able to get rotated away by R-rated, putting some points onto the board. Doomed, rotating around the map, finding Wrath City again, and there he goes. Dylan Woolcock's ducking and diving out of there. And look at that. Doomed really wants that kill, and he does manage to get it, Hoots.
Yeah, Chasers is willing to give up vertical position in terms of just getting that kill, and we do see the ball play balled off there. So we had R-rated able to get an 11-second jump, not a huge amount of time, and that setup on BR Tower was broken, in part by Doom being able to sneak underneath here through the river, and now he's just going to cop that grenade there in the face and jumps off and almost gets the beatdown kill as well. Manages to net the assist, but that is 4 down for Vanguard, so R-rated are going to need to try and rack up a big amount of time here, as it looks like the Vanguard guys are spawning over on that B side, and we're going to see Lunchy, it looks like, moving over to that nest to try and put down a bit of fire to stop them from coming across. Sniper in the hands of Ninjestics. He's going to hand the ball over and dropping shields there, and the assist you see picked up straight away. Moving in now with the Heatwave, so Heatwave and Sniper combo, he's taken down, but ball looks like it's getting moved out of there by Wrath City. He was trying to get away. Unfortunately, Benji's managed to drop him, and that ball's going to get playballed, so we're going to see a bit of a reset here, Justin, as these two teams get ready to position for this reset, because right now 30 seconds up for R-rated. They're looking to take this this second round and force a deciding round 3, which will ultimately determine the one who gets kicked out of this tournament and the one who keeps going.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we do have Beeson moving through the training area. Wrath City trying to get that ball away to scrap some more time. Ninjistic comes in with a backwhack to take him down. He does fall to Benjin. Assist medal coming in, so that player getting called out. Now Lunchy getting a nice little run of time here for his team. And look at that, the Vanguard escapees coming through the garage door. And Lunchy's like, nope, I'm not dealing with that one. Getting shot in the back, trying to nade off that angle. And Lunchy did really well there to get that ball out into the open where they could protect it. Yes, it didn't translate into R-rated hanging onto that ball, but he scrapped a bit more time, and it made it an easier target for his teammates to get the ball if they're in position for it.
I mean, you look at that way just to get rid of that overshield there. 3 players, including, I think we saw a plasma pistol there briefly to take that overshield down. Although Vanguard escapees are 3 down right now, but just holding around with this plasma pistol. We don't see it used too much, actually. Unfortunately, couldn't pull off the kill there, but Lunchy's going to now hold on to this ball in A, and they're still managing to build a really good lead here, R-rated. They're doing really well, Justin, in terms of when to drop the ball, when to play, when to fight effectively. But it looks like we are seeing a bit of a rotation here through to the snipe tower, as we can see, starting to juggle at Lunchy so we can get that speed boost, heading to this snipe tower, and we see he's got a bit of an escort here in the way of Wrath, and everywhere he looks he's got covered, aside from his back though, because it looks like we had Ninjestics that was taken down, who was providing his cover. So basically Vanguard escapees say thank you very much for taking it over here. We'll set up now, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of setup they do have, although Doomed is taken down from a beatdown, so they're able to actually get back into this really quickly, Justin, and try and at least disrupt the setup here on the snipe tower.
Yeah, each of these oddball rounds, it's only 100 points, so you can mount a comeback pretty nicely with a couple of rotations. And Vanguard escapee, I mean, yes, it's about half the points, but that's 1 full rotation if you can hold down a setup for a little bit of time. That overshield about to pop, roughly about 20 seconds. Beaston trying to apply as much pressure as he can and being pretty successful. Backed off Ninjestics, and he goes down as well. Lunchy scrapping together some time there, ready to play the ball, launches it off the map, and that's going to be spawning down bottom mid, ready for people to throw 13 grenades at it like they do when the ball's bottom mid like that. Ryu finding square, that overshield about to pop, and look at these Vanguard escapee players. Double kill for Ryu. They're ready to grab that OS, and they're being very patient, waiting for the pressure and the kills. You know, these Vanguard escapee guys, they're playing like Halo veterans, Hoots.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the OS, they've got ball control, they're starting to set up, and they've got R-rated pinned back in this garage. So as we see here, Ninjestics, Beeson is basically the the security guard, maintaining this middle part, not letting the other team R-rated come over to the map. And even when their Lunchy's able to get through, you can just see he's been able there to stop him completely. He is taken down eventually, but that overshield providing him the ability to drop Lunchy and at least keep control by Doomed with this ball. And we are seeing, you know, only about 20 seconds difference, and great play ball there as well. Doomed realized, you know, they'd lost the setup at Snipe Tower. Let's get rid of the ball off the map and force another reset. And we'll see R-Rated will actually recover from this reset and bring it back to Snipe Tower, Justin. So it looks like that's sort of the flavor of the month right now in terms of where they want to be holding this ball.
Yeah, and Square doing a lot of work to hold down that mid area. He does go down, but that heat wave's pretty hard to take to the face. Now on board with Wrath City, he's jiggling around. He's really making himself a hard target while putting down shots on the map. He does get sniffed out by 2 players there, and he goes down as well. Doomed, so many players dropping. It's really starting to get scrappy here. R-rated, they're only 5 points away. Are they going to be able to scrap the rest of the time? Lunchy desperately trying to stay alive.
Well
He's
done.
down bottom mid, scrapping it together, and he does manage to get it over the line, Hoots. It's 1-1. Here we go. We're going all the way. Game 3, 2 rounds of oddball. It's tiebreaker time, Hoots.
Yeah, let's do it, Justin. We're on board now with Ninjestics, so pushing right up to this snipe. He wants to grab control here, but he also picks up the plasma pistol. So the Mangler. So he's going to now hold here, just overlooking OS a little bit, but it looks like now with 1 down, they're going to start to make a move on this ball straight away. So 2 down now for Vanguard Escapee. So R-rated straight away. Again, heading to this snipe tower, it looks like, just making sure that the path's clear through the brood field. But Jessica's doing a great job there, at least, of playing ball and getting shots, and you see the assist coming through as we jump on board with Square. So Square now holding ball and straight to the snipe tower here. So this is where they want to hold it, Justin. It looks like this has worked enough for them, and they're just going to try and hold as much as they can here, get some coverage from the nest, although they do need to be careful because that's where most of the Vanguard Escapee players are coming from, and he's going to potentially have to play ball this.
Yeah, Lunchy also has that sniper though, so he can really hold players at bay. You know, 1 or 2 really nice snipes, and as we say this, Lunchy whiffs a couple of shots and then drops, and there's Square ready to play that ball. Did he manage to get it off? He did. But he got so much ball time out of that. Yes, Lunchy didn't hit any snipes, you know, same old story from him, but then, you know, the ball was played and they got 30 points racked up, so it's a little bit of a reset, and Vanguard Escapees, they're poised to grab onto that ball, and they're going to start rotating it around Doomed, ball in hand, and they looks like they're just trading tower. You know, no homers up in the tower. You don't have the ball, you're not allowed.
They can have 1 homer if they want. That's completely up to them. But we do see here snipe in the hand of Ryu. So hanging around this snipe tower, this OS is popping shortly, and we are going to have one of the R-rated players getting ready to grab that when it pops, but Snipe is now down at the bottom of Snipe Tower. So 2, 3 down for Vanguard Escapees now. So they're going to want to get that ball off the edge, but too late. It looks like R-rated have actually moved in and managed to maintain control, and we do have 3 down for Vanguard. So R-rated really setting up strongly here. So it's been pretty much in segments of 20 or so seconds on ball time, but this OS popping now. So we're going to try and move in. He's getting fire from a lot of areas. We see the team shot coming in from behind him. He jumps up to try and grab that OS. Probably wasn't the right move. There were 3 players around him, and they're taken down. So we do have an OS in the hand of, I think it was Beaston, maybe put it in and has already lost it. No, sorry, it's in, I think it's Ryu's hand. So Ryu pushing across onto that nest, but we do have a smart move there, popping that little drop shield down to just save himself at least 1 shot or a direct nade as he picks up that ball at the bottom there. So we have Beaston with the ball starting to get back some of this deficit that's down, but we do have now 2 down for R-rated. So Justin, Beaston sort of rolling, it looks like down at the back of the snipe tower, and he's probably going to work his way up. It seems like that's the favored position for them.
Yeah, it's not a bad rotation down there because you have to expose yourself so much to be able to clean out those players. And then when you need to rotate back, even if you manage to, you know, clear out the ball player, you put yourself at such a disadvantage. And look at this, Lunchy being very patient here, just throwing some grenades down. Opting not even to drop. I think he's getting ready for that sniper rifle. That is so key for them to close out this game. And we do see that Vanguard Escapees, they're only 20 points behind right now, Hoots. It is really starting to heat up. Wrath City dropping that ball off of the map, playing it once again. Heat wave in the hands of Ryu. He's going to try and suppress these players players here. No one on R-rated really poised to grab that, but everyone's being cautious. You know, that ball's kryptonite right now. You don't want to be the first one to start copping grenades. We say that Wrath City's in their wingman medal for Ryu as he's doing so much damage with that heat wave. Is opting to rotate around and let his bait and switch and get the kills. There is a trade in the end, but it doesn't matter. Scoreline 41-60. All this action going down and hardly any ball time. There is just so much pressure from both teams, so it's really difficult for either squad to get a leg up and get some ball time.
Yeah, Ryu just wanted to get it out of there. I mean, he had that heat wave down there, which can be really effective in that bottom mid. It's tight quarters. You can get the ricochet shots and at least rack up a fair bit of damage, but the team shot and the coordination for him to get the call out to look out to Brutefield earlier was spot on, and he was able to stay alive there, holding that heat wave. We do have ball in the hand now of Ryu, so he's back alive holding the ball. And look, this is about to switch over now. We're going to see another change in the lead, it looks like, as R-rated are going to have that lead dwindled down, and we do see Vanguard Escapees almost taking over now. Just happy to leave it tied for us. He has got that heat wave in his back pocket, but smart move there, playing the ball again. They were 2 down, so he knows that, you know, the R-rated guys are starting to move in. Let's get that ball back down bottom mid, but it does look like, Justin, that R-rated are ready to go. Look at that. They've got 3 players down bottom mid, and they're moving it to Garage really quickly.
R-rated, they're looking to close this one out, Hoots, and, you know, they're basically tied up one or two more rotations, and this is going to be over. If whichever one of these teams manages to triumph, they are going to qualify for tomorrow night and, you know, continue that road to qualifying for Raleigh. So neither team wants to give an inch, and look at this. Vanguard Escapees, they're 70 points. They're about to tie them up. There is really not a lot of time for any more mistakes. 1 or 2 rotations, you know, no slip up, boys, no butterfingers. We've got to get this over the line, and, you know, dropping that ball, Doomed, such disciplined trigger figure there. He's like, I'm dropping the ball. I've got to sort out these pushing players. And here we go. Vanguard Escapees now 80 points on the board. If they can hold on, they're going to knock R-rated out, and they're going to move on to tomorrow night. But R-rated, you've got time for one more push. What are you going to do about it? And Doomed, he's racking up so much ball time, Hoots. And here he goes. He's going to try and rotate it around. Is he going to be able to scrap enough time to take down R-rated? He gets taken down, and here comes the push from R-rated. They're smelling the blood in the water, but no. Vanguard Escapees rotating that ball bottom mid.
Wow.
They're desperately trying to stop him, but no, they can't. Vanguard Escapee come out on top.
Wow, that was just... Doom played that ball to perfection, Justin. He moved it in exactly the right spots the whole way through. He just held on to it for about 25 straight seconds, even though he was no shields almost that whole time. He was just running around left and right. As soon as he saw trouble coming from the B-side door, he moved back into the middle, and that was the difference, and that's how they won. And R-rated, a team who was in potential contention to get those Raleigh tickets, has now been wiped out of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's a really kind of sad day for the R-rated boys. You know, obviously we had the heartbreaker that was a little bit earlier on, and now it's another heartbreaker because they don't get to play tomorrow, Justin. And I think that's a big kind of scary prospect for us, is the fact that these guys really need to start to rack up some points here in the kickoff qualifier, and they weren't able to make it away at the final hurdle.
No, you know, it is just such a heartbreak. I'm trying to recover. The only thing sweatier than that game is my office chair right now. It is really hot in the old ESL HQ, and, you know, I got a feel for those R-rated boys. They, as you said, they fell short against BBR, and then, you know, Vanguard Escapees, they showed up to play, and they are just so impressive. And we talked about it before. You never know what you're going to get with these unknown teams. You know, some would say, you know, R-rated's got it in the bag. You know, these guys are Halo veterans, but nah. Vanguard Escapee, they showed that they can play this game. Halo Infinite's a new game, so, you know, perhaps a hard reset on competitive players within our region, and maybe these Vanguard Escapees are going to take up resonance within the Halo universe.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like we are more than happy to welcome the Vanguard Escapees with open arms here to Halo ANZ. And I mean, these guys, they came up today, and I think it's a good story for us to tell, is they played really, really well against NeutralBullet, obviously going down to one of our best in the region. And now they were able to knock out one of the other faithfuls for that 3rd spot. And I mean, as we start to set our sights towards tomorrow, Hoots, this is where we get this interesting storyline of, are we going to have some elimination bracket bandits in the Vanguard escapees?
Yeah, I mean, look, I just love the fact that these guys come from another game and can just pull out a performance like this. It just bodes so well for the future of the HCS over the next 12 months, 24 months, however long we want to go for. But yeah, these guys can throw a real spanner in the works for a lot of teams. You know, are they going to compete with a NutriBullet and a Divine Minds? Like, you know, maybe that's a bridge too far, but for them to be able to come in and chuck out one of the teams who legitimately had a chance at getting to Raleigh, that's massive. Like, that's a massive disruption that they've caused.
Yeah, and it's just an exciting prospect for us to look at, is because these guys, they came back from one map down, and I think that's a really big mental fortitude. Each one of these maps was such a grind for both these teams. They were able to close out Bazaar with a 50-37. They looked pretty dominant towards the latter stages of that map, Justin, and then Oddball all the way down to the wire. Those guys were so close. There was points there where it looked like R-Rated were able to lock it away, but Vanguard Escapees, they pull it back.
Yeah, R-Rated just a little bit too slow with their final collapse, but then again, is it just Vanguard Escapees just playing that ball so perfectly, that last setup? They're just holding off the players, and R-Rated just not able to do anything about that blue hole, and they just scrap together the rest of the time. The thing is, you get to that last 10 points, that's when you can really just start jumping in the line of fire, you're body blocking players. It doesn't matter, you don't need to value your life anymore, because it's basically, you just got to scrap together those few little inklings of time, and then you've won the game. So you can afford to go, you know, I'm one player, I'm going to challenge 3 guys because I'm going to be such a nuisance, and that's enough time for your team members to scrap it together enough time, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, just being able to pull it together at those final moments just shows so much mental fortitude. I'm interested to hear from the Vanguard guys as well about, you know, what their in-game leader is like, you know, who's like, what's the comms going to be like towards the end there, because it's still an elimination match for those guys as well. Everything was still on the line for them. Like, they've been competing. They've been wanting to try and get to this point where they can start to represent ANZ as a region, and now they've done it kind of as dark horses, and they get to go to the second and final day of our kickoff qualifier with this kind of weird aura and air about them, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it probably puts a bit of a ripple through a lot of the community, knowing that these new kids can come in and just throw everything up in the air and change the game. So yeah, I mean, whoever has them first up tomorrow, there's going to be some nerves, definitely.
Yeah, it's going to be real spooky for whoever has to drop down into that elimination match and have to try and face these guys, because we've seen so far that they've been able to at least perform against NutriBullet, and so far, you know, obviously not be able to push them to 3 maps, much like Divine Mind has been, Justin. But I mean, so far, like, we had this whole storyline about this top 3. R-Rated were one of those teams that was so close. They're ever so close to what the Direwolves are on points right now, and looking at it, this is really got to be a soul shatterer for them.
Yeah. Not wrong. And the thing is, we talked about it before, is that that BBR versus R-Rated lineup, that was just so critical. And we talked about, if you go down in the losers bracket, you're going to have this difficult run and you just might not make it. And BBR was able to secure the qualifying spot for tomorrow night early on, and then R-Rated, they had to have slugfest through, and they just came up against this squad that, and you know what, the fact that these guys are from another game and haven't had a lot of experience scrimming against these guys, they don't know how they play. And the thing is, when you're in such a small region, you know how each other play. I mean, for me, I'm not a fantastic player, but I know how these guys play, and every now and then I can catch a player off guard because I know how they like to rotate, move around the map, you know, what their starting strats are. But the Vanguard Escapee, the completely unknown factor, and I think that was a big contributor because they just didn't know what to do about it. They're going, boys, who are these guys? They're really putting up a fight, and you know, there might have been a little bit of mentality going, we can't lose to these guys, we can't lose to these guys. And once that doubt, you know, gets a little seed in that old brain of yours, it's over.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just an exciting prospect for us to have a team like Vanguard Escapee being able to come into HCS here, especially in a kickoff qualifier where everything is on the line for all these teams as well. But lads, we might be able to get a bit more of an insight because we do have Benji here on the line from the Vanguard Escapee. So let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to the man who did just crush some dreams against R-Rated. Benji, congrats on making it to the second day here in the kickoff qualifier. I just want you to kind of explain your team, explain your boys, and kind of talk us through how that final series did go for you guys.
We're all COD players. Easton's been a bit more experienced than the rest of us. we sort of just came over because COD hasn't been really supporting us very well in the APAC region. So we decided to make the switch. We're just doing our best right now.
Yeah, I mean, your best is certainly good enough for these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beeson, I'm keen to know, that series was so topsy-turvy and you lost that first game, but the comeback afterwards, was it just riding a wave of momentum all the way through? I mean, that Slayer game, we just felt you came out of nowhere and dominated really hard, but what was the momentum like heading into that final oddball game after that big Slayer victory?
Yeah, we knew as 4 players, we haven't played that map, the first map before, so we were all still pretty confident. But after the Slayer, our confidence reached a new high, yeah. We went into the third map pretty confident.
Yeah, sorry.
Playing objective.
Sorry, I just realised I called you Beaston, by the way, instead of Benji. Apologies.
Nah, that's all right. That's all right.
Hey, Hooters, don't be too hard on yourself. It has been a very long day for all of us. Now, Benji, welcome to Halo, man. And that was just such a fantastic series. You took it all the way. That was basically a grand final match. You're going to be playing again tomorrow night, and it is just so hyped to have some fresh faces into the community and shaking things up competitively. I mean, what's it going to be like for you guys moving forward? Are you going to be messaging other teams for scrims and things like that and preparing? Because you said that you've made the switch. We've got a whole year of roadmaps. Guys here to stay, and we'll see you at LAN and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a bit hard coming in and being able to find decent scrims at the moment. We're versing lower tier players and we're not really learning much. So it's been good to get our name out today.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing show from you guys today, and you certainly made fans here on the desk as well, Benji. Before I do let you go, but one more question for you guys. My real question is, how much Halo Infinite have you guys been playing? Has this been something you guys have just kind of dropped everything from COD and just started grinding Halo Infinite super hard and really want to get this and make this something special?
I think 2 of the boys have definitely been grinding ranked. I think, yeah, they've got like 300 hours combined or something like that. I've got around 80.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know about Beaston very much, but yeah, we're definitely optimistic about the switch and we're giving it our all.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly worked out for you guys here in the kickoff qualifier. So congrats, Benji, on making it on the second day. And, I just hope you guys stick around. I'm sure you guys will be household names anytime soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Cheers, mate. It's a beautiful interview to be able to talk to these players when they do make the switch to a game like this, Hoots, because it is so heartwarming to see the kind of grind mentality that a lot of these players do have. I've seen it across a magnitude of esports so far, and being able to see a team that's able to come into a tournament like this, look so strong, and be able to knock out a team that was in contention to go to the major.
Yeah, and I love that he said that, 2 of them have been grinding super hard, but 2 of them not so much. I mean, 80 hours is still a lot of time to put into the game, but in terms of compared to a lot of the people who are playing this tournament, that probably is a small amount. So to get this kind of success over not being into it as much as some of the other players is an incredible achievement.
Yeah, just the raw mechanics it seems like these guys have been doing, and maybe their in-game leadership is something to speak of, and maybe they've got a coach in the background as well, lads. Something we might be able to dive into a little bit deeper tomorrow. But let's go and have a recap of today. Justin, it's been a long day for us today here on the desk, and these are our 4 teams that have qualified through the winners bracket. That NutriBullet series versus Vanguard Escapees, that was kind of the first blip on the radar for us for them, right?
Yeah, I think so. We talked about it when they were playing. I was like, hang on, these guys are, they're putting up a decent fight against NutriBullet, the top squad. And that was kind of like, hang on, can these guys actually play Halo? And we just saw they took down R-Rated. And you have Lunchy, who has huge amounts of experience, Wrath City, huge amounts of LAN experience, Square as well, Ninjistics too. They've got loads of LAN experience across multiple Halos and, dozens of online cups, and the fact that these guys came in and took them down, as you say, the first little crumb of evidence that these guys knew what they're doing was when they went up against NutriBullet and put up a pretty decent fight. They didn't get rolled over, and it's just unfortunate that R-Rated met them down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of R-Rated, that was a real heartbreaker for us, Hoots, here. Them going up against BBR, that was a real test for R-rated and BBR as well, because both those teams are really two teams that want to try and get that third spot going into Raleigh. And now it shows that, BBR getting themselves into a winner's bracket, albeit if they do lose to Nutriport, they've still got that elimination bracket to run through.
Yeah, and so now for that final ticket, we come down to what we imagine will be between BBR and Direwolves, and there's about a 1,000-point gap that Direwolves are above BBR with in terms of point standings right now. But look, if who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, but just one or two placings above, BBR can make that deficit back and finish up on top. So yeah, down to 2, but that's going to make it just as interesting as if we were down to 3, because ultimately I think it's going to come down to really 1 or 2 matches that are going to separate and determine who actually gets to go.
Exactly, it's going to be all down to the wire for us here. And Divine Mind, they were able to get themselves a 2-0, same with the Direwolves. But let's have a look at this elimination bracket. For those of you with the keen eye, you can see that Australian Rush and 1620 Kings, it doesn't have a match result just yet. And Justin, they are still playing right now, so we do not have the result of that match just yet. And the Australian Rush and 1620 Kings, two teams that could just make themselves into that quarterfinals, and much like Vanguard Escapee, kind of make some ripples in the scene as well.
Yeah, well, those Kings should be in no rush to finish up. They should just play their series out, and it'll be interesting to see who moves forward, because that Australian Rush squad, we did get to watch them on stream, and they've got plenty of talent on that squad. Not too familiar who the lineup is on 1620 Kings, so I can't really give a prediction of what's going to happen. But that losers quarterfinal of Vanguard Escapee, yes, they were really hot tonight. They'd be bouncing off the walls after taking down R-rated. But the thing is that tomorrow night, it's going to be a hard reset. It's an entirely new day, and you haven't had an entire day to really warm up and get your Halo brain really cooking, get all the wrinkles ready going with all those Halo fundamentals. And is that going to play in favor of more of these Halo experienced players if they're jumping in fresh? Is that going to be a deciding factor for this Vanguard Escapee squad?
Yeah, that's going to be a real interesting story for us to start to delve in. But lads, that's going to be it. We've gone through quite a lot of Halo tonight. We've finally been able to decide who our top 6 teams are going to be, albeit one is still missing before tomorrow. But it has been a lovely day of Halo for us here to enjoy. This has been day number 1 of the Kickoff Qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. We've got more Halo to go tomorrow, so make sure you do join us here on the desk. I've been Fluke. Thank you once again for everyone here for joining us for the HCS Kickoff Qualifier. And as always, stay safe. We'll see you for the next one.